Thank you very much for joining us. And you guys have helped us come to this trip, Jordan and myself, principally, because that helps support our coming here. So thank you very much. It's very, very kind of you to want to come and spend this extra day with us. So I'm going to hand it over to Malcolm, and he can talk about what he wants to talk about today, and you can think about what you want from me.
Thank you, Bob. So it's a very important day today. Following up was, it's been a very gratifying time, especially seeing the adverse conditions that everyone involved in cold fusion. I suppose the only part of cold fusion which is correct is that you get put out in the cold. And also we've got some challenges, which we're trying to work through. So you have to be a bit patient with us today. But also I wanted to, I want to clarify with everyone that and Bob's always thinking, it's part of his job. Yesterday I said that I was going to repeat run the motor for the first time, and it did not work. And there was a reason for it not working. And so the Venturi valve had been placed. There were two generations of one hardened and one not hardened sealant on that, which meant it had been opened up and put back again, and it had been reversed. That happened. And two other points. So the machine yesterday was sabotaged, but in God's grace, the point is that I charged up the spheres in London before I came here. And when we put it on, they worked, as they always do for the first 10 or 20 minutes. And that was a great test, because it was unexpected. We worked last night to do that, and in addition to that sabotage, we had an incident last night with not my room but someone else's room, and I deliberately put the gas analyzer in a room that wasn't mine, so someone came in and removed the batteries from the gas analyzer and also the cord. So the battle continues. I wasn't going to dob him in, but there you go. So we had some tactical, so you just have to bear through with that. And so basically, the other thing is just going back to the test work, we've been doing this testing for now. Well, I started the testing 8 years, but as everyone knows, I started testing when I was, maybe everyone doesn't know. Well, actually, the good thing is that, and I will be returning it to the rightful owner, but this is the book, The Shaman. And this describes, what's just happened in this conference. This describes pretty well, first of all, my battle with Shell and Rothschilds, and basically Conquer in the book is Shell. So, and that's basically just demonstrates the battle we've been doing. I think the point is that, and then when I suppose by God's grace we had the results yesterday, but the setup yesterday was not. We set that up to the specifications of the people that are going to do the test work in London. And so, and we read, also all those bits and pieces, and we will be reorganising those. We need to try and I said, we need some grace. I'm going to try and find, I'm hoping that someone just, I suppose it's not really, that maybe someone's going to find the missing pieces of my gas analyzer. I will have to go up and I'm going to search everything, but as I said, it was not in my room, and the room that was entered, and I want to just get the truth. So there was a do not disturb sign on the door. I got some. So basically, so I just wanted to clarify yesterday. So we ran the base test on the engine. That'll be the same base test with the same device. So we'll be taking that back. George Lush, who's our annealing expert, he'll be taking that back to London. Apples with apples, scientific method. Right, we brought it here. So the test work I did here with my cane gas analyzer. So the test work I did here with the cane gas analyzer will be repeating in London. So as the results here, I'll be directly comparing them to the proper, the proper test work. When I mean that means that the people that are bringing their machines, it'll be 1 day of calibration. So they'll bring calibration gases, and they'll bring all the tools to fit up with the geometry that we have. So what I wanted to do was George Lush brought those bits and pieces, so he will return them, chain of custody. But I want to clarify, because I did say at the beginning, and obviously maybe I assume things and maybe don't communicate as well as I should. But I wanted to make it very clear. I thought I did, but if there's any miscommunication, I apologise. But I wanted to run the test exactly as they were going to run it. But I don't have their instruments, right, to make it quite clear. It will be a good calibration of my instruments, but we've been calibrating this thing against other machines for the last 8 years, right? And there's never been a problem. It goes in for calibration every 6 months. It's certified. It will not start unless it measures all the gases, the normal gases, when it purges. So in saying that, my idea was that we'd run the base test, which, by the way, was 7.6% carbon monoxide, which will kill you, right? So, and I was, what I'd normally find on the normal pipe, done this a lot. So, and all the results are predictable, because mainly it's just plus or minus, 15, 20%, It's not a big deal. You know what's going to happen. You know what the normal engine is. And I have run it with the same straight tube coming out, or not straight, but a curved tube, the black tube on the standard engine. So what we will do today, that's if we can get the engines to run, in my experience of the sabotage that's happened, when I went to Albuquerque, New Mexico for the first conference that Marco Rodin organised, I was Tesla Tech, and then we ran the engine for the first time with a mass spectrometer. It's on there's a nice little Alpha Prospects summary on that. You can see it's on a video. At focus, and then we ran, everyone had their little instrument, and we ran all the instruments together. So, as I said, my whole life's journey is to, seek wisdom out of knowledge, because knowledge is just, at the moment I think we've got a huge amount of knowledge with the internet, but very little wisdom. And the wisdom is how to use knowledge, right? And not abuse knowledge. And certainly not abuse people's trust or, and what we're doing, when I wrote my notes, and I think it was good that Moray King said, Malcolm, I knew your notes were original because you couldn't have called anyone and it's not in the library, right? So and it's like the Vajra. Actually, I might get you just to get the props out here. We are just going to work together through all of that. Just to finish off. So basically that's what's going to happen. George Lush will take those samples back. He annealed them. He recognised them as his babies that have been in his little oven. So, and yesterday, so I ran the tests, both on the top and the bottom, as you saw. And the tests were, in my experience of running thousands of tests on these motors, is the results were consistent with the results I would have before, but because it's not my design, what we're going to do today is I put the results, the things in, but I'm going to put the pipe on it that's the normal pipe that we had on the other one without the vents, right? Because when they do their test, they'll have a fitting that will screw onto that cap and isolate that. So when Bob graciously pointed out, yeah, thank you, Bob. Yeah, because I just wanted to make sure, because we're under attack at the moment. So.
Okay, so what happened yesterday is I was confronted for the first time with a new design of the output of the generator. Okay, and that's okay. But this was also true of Malcolm, and as he explained at the start of the demonstration, this was designed to allow for sample points for the testing done by the authorities in the UK. And it was even described that they would drill a 2-millimeter hole or whatever in and insert the probe. Okay, that's all great. So we're seeing this for the first time. And then when the testing started yesterday, the calibration was done on the normal unmodified generator with its muffler taken off, and that is all correct, what happened there. It's dirty, you don't want to be breathing that stuff. Then he came over to the active device, and for whatever reason, the bubbler and the light wasn't working. And I thought, this is absolutely fantastic, because I hadn't been able to have enough time to do those tests as an independent evaluator. And I thought, here, I'm actually going to get a bonus here, because this doesn't work, so we're going to see how it works. So I was thinking I was getting a good bonus here. And then I was thinking about it, and the test was done in the top, and then it was moved to the side. I thought, why was it moved to the side? And anyway, Malcolm just moved it to the side. And I don't think there's anything nefarious going on, but he moved it down to the bottom rather than the top. Anyway, and so when I thought about this for a while, I thought, well, I want to see the data from the top, because this is a new configuration, and see the comparison between the two. And you saw me say, Malcolm, look, I know you think you finished, but can we put it in the top? And then it was in the top for a little while, and then it was moved back down to the bottom, and then it fell out. And so that's the story yesterday. And then I came over, having thought about it for a few more seconds, and I thought, well, it's acting like an airbrush the other way up. And so, if the air's coming out I don't know if you know what an airbrush is, but if there's artists in the room, I know Corky's an artist. Have we got any other artists in the room? Do we do 1, 2, 3? So, okay, so that's 4 or 5 people that are artists, so they will know when you have a fast flow of air here and you have a port coming down, normally it has a little siphon and it goes into a fluid and it's sucking up the fluid, and that's your spray, your airbrush. And I'm thinking, hold on a minute, that's the same thing the other way up. So it's actually going to be mostly sucking air in through the top, and so you're mostly going to see oxygen at the top because it's literally sucking in air, or rather you're going to see something that's closer to air. So I thought, okay, so I came over to describe that, but I hadn't fully completed my thought, and this is the problem between working hard, exhausted, seeing things real time, and live demonstration. And so I walked away, and everyone started to depart, and within about 4 or 5 minutes, I thought, holy moly, I could have said something else. It's actually sucking the air in the top, and it's blowing out the other port. So when you sample in, it's going to be mixing air in there anyway. And I said, I drew Malcolm aside and I said, in my view, as an independent evaluator, all of this test is a waste of time. It didn't do what I wanted to do with the bubbler, and it didn't do what I wanted to do with the light off. The whole thing was a null. It was and it's not Malcolm's fault. And I said to him, you have to block off that top port, and have the sample point in there with no air being able to go in, and likewise when you're doing it in the end for this. And honestly, I felt sorry for you, Malcolm.
But I don't have any problems with it.
Yeah, no, but so many people took videos, and there was a lot of theatre around it.
I'm not scared of the result. It was a great result.
Well, it was a result.
But there was a jet of air. I did test that up to
Anyway, those things.
Jet of air coming out of it, so I have
Okay, all right.
But I respect Bob's independence and his integrity.
Anyway, so that was the test yesterday.
That's yesterday. So today we will put the little screw things on. We'll probably drill some holes so we can insert my thing. Yesterday, obviously, we were a bit rushed. Obviously, we had to fill up the petrol tanks and all the rest of it. But I'll just share that I have, if anyone's looked at the work, we've documented all of the test works we've done. And those results were consistent, right, with my previous experience, that's all I can say. So if I didn't have any alarm bells going, I'd say, oh, I haven't seen this before. No, that's what I expected. I did not expect for the machine not to, well, I didn't expect that the bubbler wouldn't work and that the UV light wouldn't work, but the fantastic thing was, despite all that, we got the results we got, and today today was going to be our play with the machine day and do the test work day. So basically, I think, Bob, if you I would really love the stuff that no one's seen before, because that'll give me time to go and try and search for the stuff that I'm missing. So somebody came up with the brilliant idea of sabotaging the machine, not realising that it'd still work. So it was a good demonstration, right? And with so we're rushing to get the results. As I said, I view every result as a good result because it's a scientific thing, right? And I said to my people, just tell me what the result is. Don't modify anything to match what you think it's going to be. And what I'm trying to do is to match with the new configuration, and I know they're going to do the test work, and this is something that's really critically important, is that there are people that do not want the certification of my machine on the 28th of June. That might seem it might be a surprise to some people, but that'll be the first certification from qualified people. When I say qualified people, if you go to court and you say, well, I saw this or I saw that, and the judge will say, okay, Mr. Bendall, what are your qualifications? Because you cannot go and testify to something you're not qualified in, right? I am not, a brain surgeon, right? So, the people that we have that certified the test in London, and that certification will be recognised by India, so ad infinitum, right? And that will mean that we will certainly the Indian government's indicated that will mandate, right, the technology for all tuk-tuks and motorbikes and cars, right? So it's the turning of the tide. And it was a big announcement. We were trying to get the results done before we came here. We were trying to get the isotope work done before we came here. But obviously we had a delay in the isotope results. But the result we did get on the carbon 14 and 13 just confirmed the results. And for those that don't know, the result on the inside of the sphere that had been running for about 8 years, maybe 500 hours on just natural gas, the carbon 14-12 ratio said that sample was 30,000 years old. So I gave everyone two choices. Number one, I'm 30,000 years old and I prepared the sample and put it in a cave in India, right? Or there's some acceleration of time that explains that. And which do you think is more plausible? So basically, I think we might put, there's a fitting on here that we're going to have trouble with. Yeah, so if you could just get some. Yeah, okay, so anyway, so the today I wanted to, Bob could show you those results that no one's seen before, and that will buy us the time to do our running around and get everything together. And, but basically, I suppose, from my point of view, the same as the engine is that at least you have some appreciation of, if my technology's not real and I'm an international con man and scamster, so why bother sabotaging the machine if it doesn't work? That's my Occam's razor, right? So there's no fun in that, is there? So basically, and this is a big turning point, because when we get that certification, the world's our oyster. And we have the only platform in the world to retrofit, fix up the current problems, that are being taunted to us and saying, oh, look at the plant food, it's getting too much. The plants will, take us over and they'll eat too much and get too fat and, they'll have to go on medication, Actually, that might be Pfizer's next plan, I'm not sure. So, save the trees, the cholesterol's too high. Yeah. Actually on that, I just want to make sure, when I came back from my island, it was, it's a big shock that that everyone thought that hydrogen was an element, which it's not. So that means 8 billion people on the planet, or somebody you didn't know what protein was. But in the same sense, the existence of the plasmoids is the main goal for Bob and myself, and to study them, study and copy nature. That's what we're here for, right? And so, but it's more, to me, it's sort of turned out to be, coming into society, is study human nature, because all of the preconditioning and everything that we've got is sort of designed to keep us in the rut we're in. But, the main thing is, if the EPA sets a limit, say, you can't, on this site, you can't produce more than 5%, gases. If you can bring that, your 7%, down to, nothing, you can then put more engines on the site because it's clean. So we put that together on an industrial scale for the first time. I consulted with George about how to do that, and George did the same I suppose observations with heat, because part of his business, annealing, you have to put certified heat probes on so that what the material's doing under the regime of heating, where the heat's going to, where the heat's not going to. But no, it's all right. No, it's okay, I'll just go on to the thing for the time being. So we ran those test works. It was just a volume flow thing, so we made it out of just steel because they were concerned about back pressure. So we made a mock-up of this big 24-inch sphere with an 18-inch sphere inside it, and normally it would have a 12-inch, as in the 4:3:2 ratio of the others. We ran it through, and we had the same artifacts, in there that Bob first identified was on that, and then that came to the point as well, do you have a sphere that's run for a long time? These are all the impact sites. So do you have a sphere that's run for a long time? And I said, yes, but, it's like each sphere's $20,000. And so Bob said, can you cut it up? And I think, yeah, I have to think about that one. So we cut it up, and then we found all the crenulated ion spheres. The computer said there was 129 million microspheres, bigger than, I think it was 10 microns. And then smaller than that, there was a quadrillion, 10 to the 15th. As a result of that, we had the only machine in the world that was creating the crenulated ion spheres to do the carbon dating. And we got a result of 30,000 years old. And then we repeated that for on the ratio of 13 to 12, and we just got that result back last week. We're hoping to have the sulfur isotopes and the oxygen and nitrogen. isotopes back in this year from the lab, but they're just waiting till they accrete a group of results that they can then put together.
And then what do you think the plasmoids themselves might have done to the carbon-13 to 14 ratio if you're able to alchemically transmute carbon to nitrogen to oxygen? Then could you be corrupting your carbon-13 ratio by transmuting some of it, making it seem older than it was? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good point. Firstly, on the delta 13 carbon to 12, reporting just a little over a 1% change negative. That means the amount of 13 carbon is roughly 1% and a bit lower than it should be. A guy on lenaforum.com, he established within a few hours of me posting that data last week, that in a review of peer-reviewed studies in a peer-reviewed paper, that the amount of delta 13 over 12 that we observed was in the middle of the range observed for standard internal combustion engines. So it's not an anomalous finding. Now, when it comes to the carbon-14 data, I didn't know at the time whether Malcolm was using diesel on that generator. I'll fill in the gaps. And so I framed the question when the data came in from Vilnius in such a way that because I'd done my research and found that in Australia there was a D5 and a D20 biodiesel amount that could be put into diesel. So if you actually work it out, if it was D20 diesel, 20% biodiesel, it would actually work out for the same proportion of carbon-14 in there from the biodiesel, okay? So I phoned up Malcolm with the view of announcing the results to him, but I first asked the question, what kind of diesel were you using there? He said, well, I wasn't using diesel, I was using natural gas. I go, okay, all right, so that's interesting. That means that natural gas does not have any carbon-14 in it, and therefore you shouldn't see that signal, so that was potentially good. Since then, Phil Dubois found an effect where there was a counter-vortex pulling air into a small generator, but he had heavily modified that generator, so in my view, that data was interesting. It was a pointer, but it wasn't valid. And we replicated the effect with a completely unmodified, standard accepted thunderstorm generator, even sucking in a piece of string. So, but then the question is, can anyone, who knows what the percentage, I do, and I'm not asking because I can't remember, who knows what the percentage of carbon in the atmosphere? Does anyone know the percentage of the carbon in the atmosphere? Stop looking at your phones.
2.5.
What? No, but good call. How much carbon dioxide, rather, sorry. Yeah, sorry, that was, I had a brain fart there. Huh? That's about right, yeah, it's 0.042%. Yeah, so if you imagine that reactor in Australia is pulling in a proportion of the air that it's maybe doing an afterburning effect on, let's say that is occurring, how much air would you need to pull in enough carbon-14 from the 0.042% to affect the, I don't know. So the jury's still out on that. In regards to the delta 15 nitrogen over delta 14 nitrogen, they only observed 0.4% of nitrogen in the 36 milligrams, the sample of the 36 milligram sample that I took. And what that means is they didn't have enough nitrogen in the sample to be able to do that test in any case, right? So, but that's interesting because it means that the deposition on the reactors inside is incapable of storing nitrogen. So if you've got a stepwise transmutation from carbon to nitrogen, and that's a gas, that could then get out and be leaving the reactor, but you wouldn't observe that because the gas monitors are only looking for nitrogen oxides, And the nitrogen going in is going to saturate that, because 78% of the gas going into the reactor is nitrogen anyway. So you're not really going to be able to easily find out what that is. In terms of the sulfur 34 over 32 and the oxygen 18 over oxygen 16 ratios, which would be very, very interesting, because ball lightning typically produces sulfur, and we found in the Binger and Huang work that oxygen 17 appears to be synthesized, and as of Saturday at the American Nuclear Society, I think down in Texas, they presented new data where they used secondary ion mass spectrometry, and they confirmed the formation of oxygen 17 compounds in the reactor materials, not in the gas, but in the reactor materials of the cavitation system in Taipei. If oxygen 17 is formed and then that is fused like ball lightning likes to do to make sulfur, that would form sulfur 34. So that's the justification for looking for the sulfur 34. The problem being is that they wrote to us and they said, look, I'm very sorry, but we don't have enough other samples. They need 30 to 40 other samples to be able to calibrate, because they're like uber accurate. What they do is they get in a control sample of oxygen 18, a control sample of sulfur 34, and they calibrate. And in the case of oxygen 18, they calibrate for 1 working week, right? And then they only do that when they have enough samples. So they told us they may have enough samples of one or other of these things by about September, October this year. Do you want your samples back? And sorry, we couldn't do it for the conference, right? After waiting 6, 7, 8 weeks or whatever, right? So I think we agreed to basically just leave it with them, and when they have the ability to do the test, they do the test. And this is just the reality of sometimes doing these not very sought after tests. So we'll find out in the future. The carbon-14 dating is the most interesting, the carbon-13 over 12. It's not really something that is of great interest. So that's what I have to say about that. What I'm showing here on the screen. Oh, sorry, go on.
That's okay. Now, back to the London sampling. So basically, the sequence of events was that for the Environmental Protection Agency, our business partners have the environmental people coming in doing samples. They then would have the results come in. They'd have to certify every month that they're meeting the EPA standards. So we had them come in and do the test work on our motors, which confirmed that my gas analyzer was meeting the same results as they were getting. And then we went through a process about 3 months where they came in and did the samples. They then spoke to the government and to the manufacturers of their machine, and therefore the configuration that you saw that was tested yesterday was a configuration that they approved of. Now, so it means that they were then coming on the 28th, so we redesigned to their specification those points, and and George brought that over. So basically, the results of that test work again will certify or convince us that our machines are working correctly, and the certification that they give us will be valid.
So that's coming up here shortly?
28th.
The 29th? Oh, that's cool. So is there any website to go to keep up on what you guys are finding out about this technology? Or
It's a bit 2 weeks before I came to this conference, as they always do, they trashed my website.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, and I apologise for that too, but that happens, that's been consistent.
Gotcha.
This time it was a bit more malicious because not only did they crash the website, it was a lot deeper technically.
Okay.
So they corrupted all the files, the videos don't play, so I had to go back, and I haven't had time because I've been trying to prepare for this conference, to go back and fix things. So as soon as we're just doing it bit by bit, getting it up to get everything back online.
Gotcha. Just one more question. So what's happening, I know that this is a mystery of what's happening here, but is this a buildup or is this an erosion on the metal inside?
Well, it's both. You've got the yin and yang points, but I'll get
Okay.
Bob to speak to that, because I'll just finish off on this. And so, Bob, are you good to go with that?
It's already been playing.
Yeah, but are you going to start from the beginning with that? And so, or, okay. No, so I just finish off. So I think the thing is that I'm going to try and gather together my bits and pieces. Bob will explain this, and it's in actually a lot of that stuff. As you know, and I've got Bob's prop here. A lot of these in Masamoto's work, a lot of, well, just about all, I think, Bob, is that the pictures here, most of the stuff we saw in our 24-inch.
There's a subset of Matsumoto's findings on the inside of the outside and the outside.
Okay, so basically, just to recap, just before I hand over to Bob, so we ran that on gas, as I said, and we ran it for about 500 hours on our Caterpillar G for gas, 3508E, and I had the Caterpillar expert in Australia, who's also consults Caterpillar in the world. He was the one that supervised all those tests, and we redesigned the Caterpillar motor to do it. Something very insidious arrived that I didn't expect, and when we put the 24-inch sphere, normally we put, if you saw on the, we put the, did you see it on the Chevrolet, the pickup truck, 1955, that it's got a vacuum underneath the carburetor, right? That's where the brake vacuum is. We use that vacuum line. When I was in Australia, because we're in the bush, we just got a grinder and cut a plate and put a Venturi in, right? So we set everything up, and I thought, oh, well, we'll just put it in there. Under the government regulations, you cannot, touch an engine. It has to be to the manufacturer's specification or with the manufacturer's things. And what I found was the glass ceiling here, and you don't find out until you hit your head on it, is that they would not let us modify the engine in any way. Even then we thought we could get around it because there was a solenoid that ran the throttle, and we'll just put another one underneath for the vacuum, right? So we went and said to them, well, we went to buy the other part because we used the same part and stack them. And they said to us, we know what you're doing. If you give us the part back, we'll give you the other part. So they wouldn't, there's a very subtle, control, and it's not until you try and retrofit anything in the government thing, and that's why our certification is so important, because if it's certified by the government, then it goes back, goes back the other way, that the manufacturer can change are authorised, because it's a double-edged sword. It means they are authorised to do those modifications because they're certified by the government. So it's hasn't been as easy as one would have thought. But we've been working around those problems. We've been doing the test work, and so I think, and it's exciting stuff. So we'll work today together to do the different types of tests, and anyone that wants to do something, change something somewhere, we'll do it, and we'll test that if we get our pipe. So I think, Bob, I think that would be. You had a.
Just a quick question or speculation about the sphere you were talking about that had the differentials of heat and cold. Was it on the vertical line or the horizontal line where it was welded?
Oh, yes, okay.
It was the vertical line? So I have a question about that. You've spoken about, I think before, I don't remember the exact podcast, or I think it might have been one of Jordan's videos, that you shouldn't have magnets near the system because it can influence how the plasma flows, right?
Yeah, we did with before we came here, we had some fantastic experiments with George Lush. That we drilled a hole in that the little. When we redesigned it, we were able to get access to the exhaust, and we found that when the temperature was highest, you didn't have to muck around with watching your gas analyzer. When the temperature was the highest, you'd automatically have the best results. So it made it. We just got an easy tool now to put in the computers of the car and say, well, when it reaches its peak temperature, then that's where you can set the throttle to match the resonance of your thunderstorm generator.
So,
and the other thing is with the results, with the sulfur, I'll just explain this, it was very interesting. We had a sulfur northern hemisphere. It was a ring of sulfur with a stone henge around it and with a stone in the centre, different colour, purple colour. So that was quite fascinating. It's in Bob's stuff anyway. He shows himself scraping it off. If you go to Martin Fleisch's Memorial Project, he's scraping off the little sample of sulphur. So we do have the sample of sulphur, which is great. And as I said, the good thing about thunderstorm generator is at least it produces enough sample to do the isotope work. And that's a revolutionary thing with the crenulated iron sphericals that are characteristics of ball lightning. You find them in crop circles, and you'll find them in comet sort of impacts where there's the same multi-axis shear, and they're producing these things, so they're concurrent, with everything else.
So can I finish the question? So I was wondering, is it potentially that one of the spheres that was welded could have contaminants of a magnetic material, and that's causing the isopotential lines to steal the plasma, increasing the heat on one side? Because you did say, like with magnets, it can...
No, what's happening is, remember, there's two things happening inside. So it's counter-rotational spin.
Yeah.
So you've got the vacuum pulling through your water in its gas phase, pulling through plasmoids, right? Mm-hmm. My theory on it, I think at the moment, it would be brave for anyone to state an absolute, right? Because even though I've been working on it, it's still everything I think's a theory, and it fits into my theory. But what I believe is that the plasmoids, when they come, when you have the exhaust gas interacting with the plasmoids coming through on the inside sphere, there's a point, and it's almost sort of a linear point where the temperature changes. I believe that is because as it's coming out of the exhaust, it interacts and to build up the charge in the plasmoids that are actually coming through. And once they're built up to charge and big enough, they steal the heat. That's my theory. Like they actually get to a point where they're absorbing the heat. And that's why it's on a line this way, even though they're spinning that way. A really interesting thing we found that, because we had the temperature probe, even if you stick like a Jubilee clip or something, for a sampling point on the thunderstorm generator, and this is what it's been frustrating with welders and that, because they just, I'm just welding up they think they're just welding up an exhaust gas system, but you're not. You're welding up like a violin, right? So the transitions have to be right, and there has to be a lot of attention to detail, so you don't have any points at which you are discharging, right? And the polar annealing process is to get rid of those anomalies. Because what I wanted to do was have everyone have the same thunderstorm generators. We intend to put 25 of them around the world. I think we've got about, and Bob's got, I think, 6 or 7 homes for the new batch. and we've made homes for the previous batch around the world, so people do independent testing. But it's so important with the original test that everyone's testing on the same prototype, because we've had sort of people go, look, this thing doesn't work as it should, and say, well, what's it made out of? As the first question. I can't weld stainless steel, so I did the steel. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's not stainless steel, so it's not the catalyst it should be. So so we thought, okay. So I determined, we'll just give people, we'll pay for them ourselves, and we'll get them properly annealed, and it's expensive to do, £5,000, 7,000 Australian dollars US dollars, to get or 6,000 something. So it's a substantial cost to do it correctly, and it takes time. So everyone's been sort of complaining, oh, Malcolm, why haven't you done this, and why we haven't got our things? Well, people don't understand. You have to anneal the plate, then you have to spin it, hot spin it, then you have to anneal that, then you have to weld it together, then you have to anneal it again. It's a time-consuming process. George has been fantastic in making his facilities available, like at short notice, because we finish off the welding and I'll drive up at 8 o'clock at night. I've spent many times on George's kitchen table, sharing, just handing over the annealed thing so he can put it in the annealing oven maybe that night or the next day so we can shorten that process. But for the things we're giving out, our clear thing is that we have big responsibility. I promised Martin Fleischmann I'd finish his work, and so he was slandered and defamed, and MIT lied about the results. So we're trying to avoid those pitfalls, and we're trying to avoid any confusion. That's why, both Bob and myself are very, very careful that the results that we're getting are the results. And we put out the results there. We have differing opinions on what the results mean. Like yesterday, I felt the air coming out of the top pipe, so I thought, oh, okay, it's coming out of there, that's fine, it was not sucking. But it could be doing pulses, as Bob said, unless you put a smoke or something there. But but the point is that once you've added something to this violin, it's like someone saying, well, I've just cut the violin in half and I'll add another 6 inches. What could possibly go wrong? It'll run the same. It will not run the same. Even when we had a clip on it, George Lash validate this, but even with a clip on it, it would change the result because it's got its own electromagnetic field, and it's not a normal field, right? And because it's so sensitive, but you also, when you put that on, you're changing the frequency. If you put a clip on it or you put a bracket on it, right, to Earth, that's deadly. The one good thing about the generators, they're sitting on rubber, which insulates, because the plasmoids will go to Earth. They'll go to Mother Earth, right? They'll go to ground, right? So the insulation is a very important factor, not to short circuit it. And the subtle thing, we went to a lab in North Carolina State University, and what they did was they added a pipe which changed the frequency, and then they put it in the fume cabinet, and the fume cabinet is grounded to Earth. Right? And they say, why does it work, Malcolm? I said, send me a picture, because I knew what had happened. You don't buy a violin or, say, a slide trombone and then change the side of the slide, the length of the slide, and expect it to operate in the same manner. This is tuned to the exact frequency it needs to be. And what I was saying about Sheila's work, that she has proven that the frequencies that we're applying through the ratio of the spheres is exactly the frequency that creates the plasmoid shape. Right, so figures of Chowdy, or the shapes are actually formed by the frequency creates shape. So, and I think that's the key to this, is that you're able to create plasmoids, right, and charge them, because the environment they're in is sort of the same shape and frequency even, not just the same frequency, but physically the same shape that the sound forms. I just found that amazing. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
So before I sit down, then, am I misinformed about how a magnet affects plasma then?
Sorry?
Am I misinformed about how a magnet affects plasma then? Because I could have sworn I've seen a video of you saying like a magnet will affect the flow of plasma.
No. I'm just saying, and it's a north and south pole with the spheres, so it's just recreating what I'm saying is that any electromagnetic field and any short circuit will be a problem.
And the stainless steel shouldn't be magnetic.
Any frequencies. Yeah, sorry, because we're just going to move on to the next presentation.
Hi. From what you're describing, I'm imagining trying to do this in a garage or with my buddies' access to a metal shop. So with all of this stainless steel welding and annealing process, is this the sort of thing that we're going to be able to do on our own very easily?
Well, what we're doing is I think there's a difference. we're making sort of Mercedes things for scientific test work that creates a base work for a whole new industrial revolution. So Bob and myself have been very, very careful to make sure that those, that whatever, we're creating the foundation
You're
for
making
that.
Rolls Royces.
Yeah, so that people write it clearly so others can follow, and just present the data you've got. I'm not scared of the data. I mean, you know, and any data that's wrong, okay, we made a mistake, but there's no one to call. Ghostbusters. Who are you going to call? There's no one to call, and there's no. Well, now we have a textbook, Matsumoto's thing, and Bob had a fantastic time in Japan with Matsumoto's work to recover his information. So we're recovering the foundations of the technology, which were actually eviscerated by the deep state, right? So, you know, and now we're just trying to build back knowledge that was stolen from us. It doesn't belong to a government or a military. They don't own God's creation. They're trying to claim to it. Yeah, they don't. By whose authority? So, you know, these are fundamental forces of nature that we need to understand to move our society. We can go to direct matter to energy drive so that we can have a mobile phone that powers your car, your home, and everything. Or, you know, big power stations that are direct matter to energy drives, spaceships that you know, not going to kill you while you're driving it, right? So.
I'll just speak a couple of points that have been said. Firstly, I don't know if you've been following what's going on the screen there, but one of the analysis points earlier in the video, it showed about 7-point-something% fluorine. I don't think natural gas has a lot of fluorine in it. I don't think if you were sucking in air, it would have a lot of fluorine in it. Where's the fluorine coming from? Well, natural oxygen has a percentage. It's the second most abundant isotope of oxygen. It's oxygen-18. And if you fuse a proton into oxygen-18, you get fluorine-19. So for me, that's one of the more interesting things coming out of this sample. So what I'm looking at here is that the surrounding area is the general kind of surface of the inside of the outside of the thunderstorm generator. And then these spots that I'm looking at are the sort of features on that, which one could argue are just a condensation spot with dissolved water capturing gases and other chemicals and then drying out and leaving a spot. But when you actually look at these things, sometimes, not always, I mean, that's actually what you're seeing in the background there is the classic kind of formation of rust. So that would speak to potentially that is the reason. But not always. Sometimes you get these specific kind of vortex, anti-vortex structures. And I don't know whether it's this session, but we'll come on to that later. So the fluorine is the first point I wanted to raise in what's been going on in the background here. Malcolm talked about the cold zones. I have two hypotheses for that. One is the flash cooling, when you have water coming in, and that is flashing to steam. The enthalpy of vaporization is absolutely immense. You know, I don't know exactly offhand, and someone probably knows in the room better than I do, but it's something like the same amount of energy to take water from 20 degrees to 100 degrees as it is to go from 100 degrees to 100.0000001 as steam. Right? So, and this is where a lot of so-called excess energy systems fail, because they're measuring steam and they don't know that there's some water entrained in there. It's not fully dry steam, and then they make a bad calculation. So there's that. And so essentially what's happening is the water's coming in and it flashes to steam and it absorbs a fantastic amount of energy at a particular point. So you get a very quick cooling. The second point is about the way an exotic vacuum object, which is what Ken Shoulders called plasmoids after realizing they weren't simple, just ions and electron structures. These have, and I can go into much more detail for those that are interested today, what I call the fractal toroidal moment, and that has a phase singularity, which is like a pseudo-magnetic monopole. What this does is it has what's called the Aharonhof bomb effect, and this allows for electrons that are in the plasma, because electrons themselves have a toroidal moment, and obviously they are electron, they are pulled into this structure and they can cohere. But as they cohere, in my understanding, Ken Shoulders found that as an exotic vacuum object was forming, it would produce up to 2 kiloelectron-volt photons, so very soft X-rays. And he actually had a device where he would have a point electrode and it would emit exotic vacuum objects, and they would travel down a half-negative bias tube, probably with copper oxide, and then the photons that were produced as the electrons condensed would come out and they would hit the copper oxide and do the photoelectric effect, which would then produce electrons that would go into the EVO, and then it would it's like a snowball rolling down a mountain, accreting more and more electrons, and then it would hit on the other end. And what you end up with is a thing that's a bit like, it's the same thing as cold electricity. When these clusters of coherent electrons hit the full negative or full positive bias at the other end, the structure falls apart, and what's happened as those electrons are condensing into the pseudomagnetic monopole, the phase singularity, they're losing their kinetic energy, okay? And when the EVO blows up at the other end, with all of the extra electrons it's captured, it has to capture thermal energy to reconstitute the kinetic energy of all those electrons. And you get a Coulombic explosion as they come out of a boson state into a fermionic state. They fly out and they instantaneously cool the structure that they've just hit. So if you are to accept that in the thunderstorm generator there is exotic vacuum objects being formed, maybe they're being formed at some part of the system and then they are falling apart. Okay. Okay. Do what you need to do. Okay. Good luck. So.
That was me. I'll get it here.
Okay.
After the talk.
Good luck. Godspeed. So if you can imagine, you've got trillions and trillions of electrons, but they have no thermal energy. Then when they reform into ordinary electrons, get their kinetic energy back, they are going to suck out phenomenal amounts of energies. And if you go to remoteview.icu and look at a video called Evo Blaster, which was from the Vega experiments of Hank Urian, you can see what I understand to be these electron clusters blowing up. And as the electrons become normal electrons, they then have the fermionic state, so they have the Pauli exclusion principle, which means they can't occupy the same space-time, so they fly out from each other, and they produce a hemisphere, and it produces an electromagnetic pulse. It's a scalar pulse, and we observed that with a classic way to observe these things, which is an AM radio tuned between channels outside of our ion chamber. We were observing the flash in the chamber and simultaneously a pop on the AM radio. So that's the signature of observing these things. It's one thing that John Hutchison used to detect when he had the sweet spot of these things being formed in his effect. And so that happens, but also in that video, Evo Blaster, you will see that the chamber of the reactor is around about orange, red, hot, red, orange, hot. And where these explosions occur, immediately afterwards, it's jet black, or very black, as you can see on the sensor. And then you can see it thermally equilibrium occurring from the outside in. So what happened is exactly the process. I've seen this another time, other than potentially in the thunderstorm generator, in the late Neil Crichton-Gould's experiment. And he had an experiment which was nickel, deuterium, and diamonds, and he processed it for a couple of 100 hours and then heated it up with a careful heating cycle, and then it seemed to be producing excess heat, and he kind of turned off the reactor and he attached a 20-watt halogen light bulb to the electrical conductivity part of the otherwise insulated core of the reactor, and he attached it to what he called a drain. Now, sadly, although I pleaded with him throughout his last years, which I didn't know was his last years, but they were his last years, to publicly say what that drain was. Unfortunately, he never did. And he said to me that he wanted to reserve that for the Cavendish laboratory when they accepted this and allowed him to demonstrate it to them and publish it through Cambridge University. And it's a terrible shame that you know, even someone that did so much to take the science forward held that secret back. But I surmised that it was actually a highly conductive piece of metal. Why did I surmise that? Because in the Hutchison effect, it was already established, and in Ken Scholz's evaluation, that these things infect other metals. They're like a super big electron, and they can live in metals indefinitely, something that Malcolm's talked about in his thunderstorm generator. But they diffuse like a fart in a room, right? It's one way of describing it for people who can imagine that. And so, like, if the room's only certain big, it reaches kind of like with a Brownian motion, everywhere smells the same. But if you open the door, there's a little bit more spare air that it can exchange the aromatics with. Oh dear, why did I choose that? Right? But you can imagine that's what's going on. So I suspected that he was using large lumps of conductive metal that were not infected with exotic vacuum objects. And when we went to, his wife asked the project to come and receive his effects in this respect, we found, and bearing in mind he was living in a third, fourth, or whatever floor apartment in London, he had these huge, great copper and aluminium grounding rods. What is someone doing with massive grounding rods in a multi-story apartment in London? And so my intuition, so I would recommend, and this is for people who are interested in this, and what happened when he attached that 20-watt light bulb to his drain, which I suspect is a large piece of conductive metal, either copper or aluminium in this case, and attached it to the reactor, he described it as like when you have one of those bags that you put your clothes in and you want to store them for, you know, your winter clothes, and you want to store them over the summer, and then you use a vacuum cleaner, and he says it's like it's sucking the air out, and then it was also right. That's how he described it. But he just sent the reactor to me. But when I saw the reactor, the outside crust, which was made of copper oxide, it was under the optical microscopy and scanning electron microscopy. It was like a sheet of glass. Like if you've broken a piece of glass, like from a window pane, and it didn't have the crystal structure you would expect for cupric or cuprous oxide, right? It was just like a glass of copper oxides, okay? And what I'd learned from Piantelli in January 2015, because he had a piece of equipment, which is a cryogenic system with a deep vacuum for producing his active material for his reactors. This cost about $1 million, and he was saying that there's two ways you can create it. You can create the active material outside the reactor, or you create it inside the reactor. But he was talking through this system that was used to create it outside the reactor, and it was what's called a splat cooling system, or equivalent to a splat cooling system. So there's a couple of splat cooling systems in the world. I think there's one in the NASA laboratories that was used in other cold fusion research, where they have a liquid metal melt, maybe of multiple metals. And the reason you do this is because when you freeze metals, the different metals will separate out into little islands if you cool it slowly, right? The metallurgy of it. But if you splat cool, then they will be homogeneous, like a glass of all of the different metal ions. And this was used to produce various lead materials. So it would come down and it would hit a spinning wheel that would go very fast, and it was in a cold chamber that was with a cover gas or in a vacuum. And this would instantaneously cool. And the key thing here is it would cool at above 1,000 degrees per second. Above 1,000 degrees per second. So that's a phenomenal rate of cooling, okay? And he said that this produces this glassy state. So I'm looking at this glassy state of copper oxide, you know, and I'm thinking this in the back of my head. And I put this out there, and I say, look, I think that this has been cooled at over 1,000 degrees per second. And then there was a guy that was brought in to, he was brought in to set up this thing called Looking for Heat with a guy called Alan Smith in London, who Neil Crichton-Gold got the samples from. And Neil wasn't very good with computers, and he had a data acquisition system that was gathering the data from this reactor, which was, according to his understanding when he first contacted us, it was about 850 degrees that the reactor reached. But in fact, we had later established it went to about 1,050 degrees, which is just below the melting point of copper, and much below the melting point of copper oxides. And this guy reached out to me, he said, why are you saying this cools really, really fast? And I explained essentially what I've just explained to you about splat cooling and stuff, and something is causing this to cool very, very quickly. And he said, well, we have this data, and we thought it was just an anomaly. And it showed where Neil Crichton-Gold had turned off the reactor, and it was sampling 1 sample point a second. It was a K-type thermocouple, and 2 sample points later, it was at minus 279 degrees C. Now, 276.3 degrees C is absolute zero, right? When you have a not a very good data acquisition system, you have a constant that applies to the assessment of the bimetallic joint, so it tries to approximate the temperature that would be based on the different conductivity of the metal. That put aside, when you get to those extremes, the inaccuracies start to build up. So essentially, this went to absolute zero in 2 seconds. Or in fact, it could have gone to absolute zero between the end of the first second and the beginning of the next second, right? So this is literally a freeze ray. Now, what happened was, at that time, it lit this 20-watt light bulb for 30 minutes. So the amount of electron clusters that were stored in that copper oxide was enough to power a 20-watt light bulb for 30 minutes. And like I say, when it connected, what I think it did is, as there was a flux of these things coming out, the structures were breaking up that had been formed over the days of producing this experiment. They'd embedded themselves in the copper oxide, and later we saw the effects of the superconducting structures that were forming in there. And as they were breaking up, they released their ordinary electrons. This was causing disruption and causing the fragmentation of this glassy material and instantaneously cooling it. And the air sucking in was the fact that it was condensing the air and freezing it around that thing in that moment. Okay? And other people have described where they produce cold electricity with a Tesla spark discharge, and if you get it right and you get the gap right, you can have the anode produce frost on it. Even though a spark's hitting it the whole time, it produces frost. So the same as I said with Ken Shoulders, with his energy-producing amplifying system, where it's grabbing extra electrons as it's condensing the rest, so you actually get more electrons at the other end that can do work, you need to supply the anode with thermal energy to reconstitute the electrons. Okay? So when Malcolm is talking about like the thing living in metals for a period of time, this really is a thing. It really is a thing. It was sent by Ken Shoulders, and people in the Lena field have found that there are transmutations going on for even a year as the plasmoids are continuing to act. So this is one concern I have about the whole technology. Oh, this is a beautiful part of the experiment, by the way. There are hexagonal and pentagonal structures in an array around one of these structures. So if you are watching it. So for me, that explains this cold effect, potentially, that's going on in the reactor. I don't know. But when you have an anomaly that has no other explanation, and you have 2 potential explanations, then it's better than no explanation. But I'm not saying it's correct. All right. Before you ask your question, does anyone have specific points or points of confusion on what I've just said? Paul, you know a lot about this. Because Paul has actually worked with EVOs long before I ever came across them.
I do have a question.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. In what I work with, I deal with a lot of water, and This is very simple level, but what confuses me about making the plasmoids. But we deal with pumps, and if you have cavitation in your pumps, it causes little air bubbles, and if that gets sent through and you have a metal impeller, your metal impeller will get eaten up. And I've heard that there's little micro explosions that happen that eat away at the metal. Is that causing a toroid? And is that the beginning? And once that happens, does that create a plasmoid? Like, because if you have cavitation through your pipes, it'll eat your pipes too. And so there's something going on there. And I'm just trying to apply. I'm not a scientist at all. I'm a commercial fisherman.
Yes, and yes.
But yeah, is that like that explosion when the impeller hits the bubble and collapses the bubble? Does that create a toroid, the simple toroid? And then is that a plasma now when that ignition happens? Does that create the plasma? And then that's what we're sending through there?
Okay, so water is a polar molecule. I gave a little talk about this in my speech. When you get a polar molecule next to a hydrophilic surface, of which metals are, you change the space charge arrangement in that polar column of water. And some people, there's this easy water, okay, where you get a difference between negative and positive charge. Now, if you imagine you've then got hydrodynamics involved, which is taking this kind of charge-separated water and it's starting to create some sort of vorticity, you're then creating a charge that's moving around in a loop. That produces a magnetic field, okay? Then it causes self-assembly, right? You have little magnets everywhere that are able to self-assemble into structures that may not even be perceivable. It still looks like water. When you look at it, it looks clear. There's a lot of dynamics going on, but actually there might already be toroids in there, right? And this is long before the bubble's formed. And it might be that these get so energetic, they nucleate the bubble formation. This is my hypothesis of actually what's going on in cavitation. It's coming in, and then they nucleate the cavitation, and then it collapses. And so it might be that there's already a toroidal structure before the cavitation bubble even forms. And when you look at the classic crumb image of the reentrant jet going in, and you overlay the sacred geometry, it's an exact and precise fit. And there's an experiment done, which I shared in ICCF 25 in Szczecin in Poland. And they used 2 electrodes in water to produce a bubble that then collapsed. And when you look at it, the size of the bubble that it maximally reaches is the non-radiating boundary of this structure, of a fully spun up structure. And it's exactly that ratio. And the way if you go and look at O-Day, Another Dimension, and I showed the cover slide for that, I walked through a whole series of our data and other people's data, where if you look at the features of the 2 structures in the center and the bits coming out, like you have in a two-arm spiral galaxy, and the ring structure that you get, that is the non-radiating boundary. So in the case of Dr. Rui Shinamaza, he has a vibrator system, okay? And he invited me to Japan, I believe because his patent was running out, and he wanted to extend it by applying this with the palladium coat, and we can remove the tritiated water from the Fukushimas, 1.5 million tons of tritiated water. It comes out from the advanced advanced ion removal system. It's the ALP system, okay? But you can't remove the tritium that's in the water. So he was proposing this, and he actually did some tests. And he had these vibrator plates and wanted me to come and evaluate it. And I went there, and I'm thinking, well, I think there's cavitation going on, right? And I think there's ultrasound. And he says, I turned up, and I said, I want to measure ultrasound. He says, there's no ultrasound. It's running at 179 hertz. There's no ultrasound, right? I go, well, I hear what you say. And he was more difficult than Malcolm. I hear what you say, but I've got a 384 kilohertz mic here for external evaluation, and I have a sonotrode to put into the water chamber, right? You know what? 5 seconds later, you've got ultrasound in bucket loads, right? Now, is that ultrasound as a harmonic of the fundamental at 179 degrees, or is the ultrasound being formed because there's cavitation bubbles formed, and when they're slapping, They're producing this pulse of sound that iterates out and reverberates out as a range of frequencies, probably the latter. Okay? So, and then I said, there's ultrasound. Can I have a look to see if there's any cavitation on the plates? Nope, there's no cavitation on the plates. Okay? 2 hours of argument later. Like, it's this incredible character who's had all these awards from the emperor, and he's got a literal floor in his building of patents. And he walks you around this pattern and this pattern and this pattern, right? And you imagine this character, like phenomenal mind and accomplished person. And I'm saying something that he's never considered or that he rejects is even in existence is there, and I'm just a little upstart who just walked in the room 10 minutes ago, right? 2 hours of argument later, I said, well, there's not more I can do here because, you know, we're not evaluating this on an open basis for me to assess whether it's doing whatever. So I went upstairs, and then sheepishly one of his colleagues came up and says, Dr. Amaza said you can have a look at this. He couldn't do it himself because I love the Japanese culture, but particularly in front of his employees, there's things that you can't do. So, you know, it was kind of like, it wasn't him giving permission, it was like his employee that snuck it to me, if you know what I mean. So I put it on the windowsill, and with looking at a glancing angle, it took me around about 4 to 5 seconds to see all the cavitation spots. And then I had a 400 times microscope that I put on top, and I was able to see these beautiful yin-yang type, which I wasn't really understanding it then, but ultimately that's what they are, cavitation spots. Under the SEM, though, there were these circular structures with a little lick out like that and a little lick out like that, okay? And when I arranged the 3D geometry that I'd already derived from other systems on there, it was one of those moments in this journey where I just got up and I said, even before I put it on there, I thought, if this fits, it's freaking mind-blowing. And I'm walking around the room, I'm going, you're fucking kidding me. You are fucking kidding me. And I thought, how did anyone miss this? And then, so I put the 3D geometry on, I'm scaling it so that the 2 points line up so the licks are in the right place. I'm going, it's exact. The hemisphere cutout is literally exactly in the right place. So somehow it produces something that is able to completely vanquish matter. And it does it in a hemispherical thing. The images that I have to share as a part of the documents for Mr. Possible that I've analyzed from John Hutchison, there is lots of these things. But Dr. Matsumoto in here, in palladium deuterium experiments, observed these in the center of the palladium electrode, right? John Hutchison had cut an iron bar in half, and there were spheres cut out of the inside of the iron bar, right? So it does something, and Ken Shoulders was described by one party, Alan Smith, the guy I mentioned earlier, as the man who made black holes. I think black holes are these structures. They are a form of what was originally called plasmoids, and they can cause baryon decay. So very simply, your cavitation spots in your metal, the seeds that may have produced those actually occur before the bubble is formed, right? And why I say that, there is a patent in Russia, which is now expired, by a guy called Popitov, right? And they use two, I believe it's magnetostrictive pulsing devices at 500,000 cycles per second at these kind of angles with the pipe like this, and it goes through a venturi, okay? And they pulse, and this produces two rarefaction pulses. And when you collide a rarefaction pulse from here and a rarefaction pulse from here, it produces a toroidal soliton. But it's a flow in the water. It's a flow in the water. It is not a bubble at that point. Then what happens is that toroidal, like a smoke ring, which in the hydrodynamics of the water, goes through the restriction in the venturi. I'll do it this way for you. So it's coming here. You got the magnetostrictive pulsar here, the magnetostrictive pulsar here. They're converging in the center. They're creating a soliton, but the flow of the water is coming through here. It then goes through the Venturi pinch point, and that forces that soliton to compress in. And so if you can imagine it, the soliton is being faster and faster and faster and faster because like an ice skater pulling their arms in. That whole structure is getting faster and faster, so that toroidal moment is getting so intense, it's pulling stuff in. And when it comes out on the other side of the Venturi into a low pressure zone, it then produces the bubble, right? So what I'm saying is 100% the structure that did this happened before the bubble was formed. The toroidal structure is not an effect of the bubble collapse. It's created before, and it's spinning up and being energized is what creates the bubble in the first place. And it goes out to the non-radiating boundary, and at that point, it's not able to be more energized. It's being despun, and then it loses its power, and it collapses in, and that's when you get the slap. And the beautiful thing about the Popitov device is, when it comes to that center channel, the collapse and the synthesis of new elements and the net gain of energy that you get from that, or the hidden release of energy from matter, so there's two potential options for getting your energy there, happens in the center of the water column, right in the center of the channel. So there's no reentrant jets damaging the metal. It's a genius invention. And it's sold in many Soviet countries, right? In Belarus, Russia, Moldova, these kind of places you can go in former Soviet Union, you can go and get these devices. And they made some very big versions of these devices, okay? Hundreds of kilowatts or whatever. And so the Popitov device tells you, but if you want to do this for yourself, all you need to do is get yourself a traditional, good, hand-beaten singing bowl. And you fill it with water, and you take your gamel, and you go, yeah? And what you will see is you see standing waves appearing on the water. You get interference with those standing waves. They become 180 degrees out of phase as they bounce off, and the interference pattern, you get the toroidal solitons in the water flow forming. You then get the bubble the power is building, and then they go, and they fire the water up in the air and down. And they looked at this in California, and they could not explain with normal hydrodynamics how this is possible. They could not find, but that's how it is.
Okay, so the collapse of the bubble where's the plasma being created that's getting sent through?
Okay, so the traditional idea of sonnefusion, star in a jar, is you have a chamber, it's a sphere. Okay, the sphere is a great thing for creating phase conjugation. So you have a sonotrode over on one side, the sphere's full of water. You get the sound wave going across. You tune the frequency so that the reflected sound wave is 180 degrees out of phase. This produces standing waves with compression and expansion in the vacuum, and the focus in a sphere is in the center, right? All the focus point is in the center. So all of the standing waves in the whole sphere at the resonance frequency are going to be focusing their energy in the center. Roger Stringham and Tom Claytor, formerly of Los Alamos Laboratory, they did a device where they had palladium or nickel in either deuterium or deuterated or light water, respectively. And they had a basic sonotrode, and they produced a standing wave in a cylindrical column. And they produced a transmutation, and you know what? You go and look at that paper from 2019, it's got the heart shape. It's a slightly offset heart shape, and I can show you on the sample over there, and that is the magnetohydrodynamics structure, but the sound wave is principally coming up there. That's the main mode of the sound. It's at one of the resonant nodes that it's forming, but the yin-yang forms orthogonally, transverse to the sound wave, okay? So when this structure forms, and if it's energized sufficiently, there is literally no ordinary matter that can survive it. And I believe the Navy suffered this first in the 1800s. The Navy had the best research labs in the world, and they were first to work out potentially, otherwise they're stupid, because they've had hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars, and I'm just a guy that was an artist. right?
So oh, sweet.
Awesome. Hey,
There you go.
I've still got about 4 hours of filling. You've overdone yourself.
When the bubbles collapse in the chamber, it actually forms something else.
So-
it's not water.
okay, so
it's a
there are-
plasmoid that's
Okay.
Can you see it, or is it
When
just
you
air?
ionize hydrogen, there are certain frequencies of light, and there is a certain limit. I can't remember the name of it. It's extinction limit, right? There's an extinction limit in water for the frequencies that can pass through water. Okay, so when you get that collapse, there's ionization there's formation of atomic hydrogen, and then there's it produces a UV light up into, I think, maybe even the soft X-rays. But there's an extinction limit that prevents, because of the passage through the water. Literally no one's ever going to tell you this, and you have to bury yourself in rabbit holes for years to work it out, but I'm telling you for free, right? Well, not for free, because you paid to come and see us, right? Well done, thank you guys. And so there's an extinction limit that gives an upper limit or a specific range of frequencies that can be observed outside of the water column. And that is the blue flash you see, in my view. So it's actually something to do with the way the hydrogen ionization. But what it tells you is a certain level of energy has been released. So if you go and look at the amount of energy you have to put in for the first ionization of atomic hydrogen, it's actually quite high, right? If you want something low, you use cesium. It's about as low as it gets, right? But hydrogen, it's high. And the reason it's high is because it's only got one electron and a proton, whereas if cesium is actually a really 133 nucleons, right? The first electron you can ionize is miles away from the nucleus, right? So, but it's very weakly coupled to the nucleus, right? So it's bound, positive and negative. Whereas in a hydrogen, it is still quite a large way away in atomic hydrogen, but you have to put in quite a lot of energy to do that. And you get that flash of energy back because it's happening for a fantastic number of hydrogen, atomic hydrogens at the same time. Okay. So that's the flash. So, and a lot of people assume that is the actual fusion, but I don't think the fusion is occurring this is a bold statement, but I think it's occurring because of the fractal toroidal moment that gets formed in the hydrodynamic structures that get formed. And the Coulomb barrier really isn't a thing here. It's about coherent matter formation. And when you spin it up beyond a certain point, and I refer you to the David Freiberger paper from 2009. He was an expert in ball lightning. There was these plasma objects in the superconducting chamber that were forming. They had no explanation for them. I think it was in about 2001, no later than 2003. So he was tasked by the Department of Energy, he worked at the Stanford Linear Accelerator, to find out what was going on that could explain these things. So he then did what Nevesky had done in 1992 to explain the thing that Schwerblis had observed from classified research in 1988 in the Moscow basement, and he replicated that work. But he said, if you get this fractal electrodynamic structure energized up to a certain intensity, it then causes a baryon to lose its coupling with the Dirac C, and the baryons fall apart. So when you've then got pions and you've got muons flying around, you've got all kinds of other nuclear reactions that can occur. These muon catalyzed fusion. I actually didn't realize, but when I was in going through Matsumoto's effects about a week and a half ago, right? 2 huge, very well hard-backed books of 2 consecutive conferences held in different countries on muon catalyzed fusion. At the time that the release of the so-called cold fusion data came out, there was this fantastic international research into muon catalyzed fusion. And so when this came out, it was like, well, we've all done this work for the last 3 or 4 years, or actually longer, and now it's all irrelevant. Because you can just do it in much more simple systems, because muons are hard to make. But I'm telling you, if you get the toroidal moment up beyond the spin, he calls it the diality angle, and if you get it high enough, the baryons will fall apart, right? And that's it. And the Navy should know this, and if they don't, they're stupid.
I just got one more question. So you say you know cavitation quite well. Would you consider this a type of cavitation, or is this from like arcing, from some type of electronics?
So that was another point I wanted to clarify. I was in Holland was it last year or the year before? I don't know. I was in Holland. And we were doing some tests on the wind hex, which someone sent me a thing, said, this is doing weird stuff like what you're talking about. And so I went and looked at the pattern, and I found out the pattern is exactly and precisely the same geometry structure, right? And whilst we were doing that evaluation there, the guy that's actually building the replica for the MFMP, or we're trying to reverse engineer the wind hex so it can be open sourced, he mentioned wire electrodischarge machining, because at the time there had been a video that had 1.7 million views on YouTube, and I'd actually seen it, and so I thought, oh my God, they are literally 5 minutes around the corner from where I used to live for 9 years in Burgess Hill in the UK. They're probably salt of the earth people. And I immediately recognized that what was being described probably was using exactly the same process, okay? And so I called them up and said, look, I'm going to be over in the UK between this date and this date. There's a 3-day window. Can I come and do some filming? I've got some incredible filming, by the way, to share on that, high-speed photography and stuff. But I said, look, what I need you to do, because I want to look at this under the scanning electron microscope, because I suspect it's exactly the same thing. Now, it was discovered by 2 Russians in the 1920s. I don't know, can't remember offhand what their name is, but people have got Googly, so they can find it out, right? But anyway, and no one's ever been able to completely explain what's going on. A bit like why water is able to throw these things up, but it's all the same thing, right? So, in my view. And so what happened was, I asked him, because it was a 250 micron brass wire. Typically, it comes off a spool, it goes through, and it has deionized water or a synthetic oil, but mostly they use deionized water. Why? Because it's a dielectric, right? It's not a conductor. Okay, very, very important. But you know what it has a lot of? Oxygen and hydrogen, right? Now, what they do is they have one potential on the wire, and they have another potential on the sample that they're going to cut, right? And they pulse that. And it's, for different materials, they have these machines you can buy off the shelf, right? And they have a huge book, it's about this thick, and you choose the metal you're using for the cutter, and which is typically brass wire, and then the sample. So like if you want to cut silicon carbide, you use these parameters. If you want to cut steel, if you want to cut aluminum, you use these different parameters, okay? Now, Maury B. King, in one of his presentations in 2012, talked about the most energetic effect that was ever observed by Kenneth Radford Shoulders in his research of exotic vacuum objects. And that was where he synthesized an exotic vacuum object and fired it through water, through a capillary tube, and came out the other side, and it exploded. What have I said the Popotov device was? Who was sent by the guy that got Ken Shoulders to investigate John Hutchison, who arranged that, and also arranged the guy to go and visit the Popotov research in Moldova or wherever it was, right? He was one Dr. Hal Puthoff. And as Russell Targ said last year, Dr. Hal Puthoff, and no one knows this, the first time I'm saying it, is US Naval Intelligence, right? So what Ken Shoulders was doing was replicating, going through a constriction, by having a magnetohydrodynamic vortex, putting it through the constriction, and it comes out into a low pressure zone, exactly the Popotov thermal generator, which, by the way, was proven to produce 1.49 COP every day of the week, okay? A coefficient of performance. So you put electrical energy in of 1 kilowatt, and you get 1.49 kilowatts out of thermal energy. Okay? And this is a beautiful system because you just insert it into your heating system where you don't have the ability to have a burner. Like there's lots of legislation around the world that you can't burn coal and wood in your flat, right? My flat, when it was made in 1900 in Czech Republic, every room had a stove, right? But it's illegal to have them now, right? So basically, what you're describing with this water going through is exactly and precisely electrodischarge machining, except you've got a wire and it's going and coming to the surface. Now, electrodischarge machining does not work at all if you actually produce an arc. It does not work at all. You have to be at a current pulse regime, space charge regime, where it is below the formation of an arc, okay? So what is it doing? Well, it's doing what I described earlier, where I had 2 electrodes, and it produces that non-radiating boundary, which is exactly the space, and you can go and see it, and you can go and link to the actual scientific paper from my practical applications of the fractal toroidal moment presentation in Stettin last year. And what I did, and I included the imagery that I took. You know, it took me 90 seconds to show that it was the same thing. I looked at the control first, because I always like to tease myself when I'm doing the work. So I look at the control, so I do right, I'm going to do an hour on the control, right? And I go, oh, I really want to look at the active material, but no, I'm going to do the control. And then I moved the microscope over to the active. This is beautiful. Look at the elements here. Sulfur, calcium. So that's calcium sulfur on these geometric structures, and these are arranged around the overall impact site. So it's wheels within wheels. And you know, what you're seeing here on the screen, but I'll do a whole video on that with it cut up and correctly placed. So on this one piece I looked at, regularly down the 250 micron brass wire, it looked like it was flattened off on one side. But if you actually looked at the so-called flattened side, and that's the face that faces the cutting area, right? It had partial spherical sections cut out. But if you can imagine, it was like, if you take a sphere like that, it was probably just that section. So that section cut out of the wire, yeah? Most of the section of the non-radiating boundary, which will vanquish any material of condensed type, is interacting with the silicon carbide. Now, if you've tried to cut silicon carbide, it's not easy. No. But this does it like that, right? And I like, this is too easy. Like, right next to this particular section that I chose to image, there was a zinc sphere and a carbon sphere with the caduceus coming down in the curve and the carbon on one side, just as it is in the Om symbol. So you've got the Om, right, with one side bigger than the other, absolutely correctly placed in the ancient religion there. And then you have the bit that comes down, and then it has this curve with a spot on one side, which is where the carbon goes. And it was that easy. It was like, well, that's that done.
Thank you.
No worries.
Hey, Bob. Just going back to the singing bowl with the water, there's a beautiful ancient Chinese invention. It was like a brass bowl, and it had these 2 handles on it. And so it's a flat plate and then a bowl combined, and then you have these 2 brass handles on it. And all you had to do was rub those brass handles back and forth, and the rain would go in reverse and just shoot up into the air.
So there's an installation in Germany in a park where you can do that. And actually, when I was talking about that aspect of it, David Butlier, one of my colleagues in Canada, he actually sent me a video of this artistic installation, like a fountain, there in this German park. And you just go whack, 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 whack with your hands, and very soon it's, because any standing wave is fine. Okay, you just need to get a fundamental frequency going across the bowl, and then it throws the water up in the air. Yes, absolutely. And I actually referred to Russian research when I was looking at that, where they actually show the solitons forming under the water, but they are showing that they are not a bubble at that point. And they never really are a bubble, okay? And they show that they come up, they drive themselves as a ring soliton up, they push a dome up from the water, and the velocity at which they do that is so fast that it literally lifts this bubble of water that it entrains with it, and then it drops down. So for me, that unexplainable thing is explained. Electrodischarge machining is totally explained. Like, these things become trivial after a while when you actually understand the underlying process, and it's just a gift of nature. It's beautiful. It is the sacred geometry, and our faces and our overall body forms are made in the image of this technology.
Yeah, so that leads to my question is, do you think that because there's a lot of dissolved gases in water, in the early days when we were doing that phase conjugated sonoluminescence with your transducers on each side, it was important to pull a vacuum and get all the gases out of the water, and then you'd form the nicest little bubble in there. Do you think it has something to do with just the inherent dissolved gases that are in the water?
Yeah, so specifically, if you look at Sundaresan and Bokris, I think from 1994, 5 or 6, they were replicating the George Osawa expecting. So George Osler, for those that like health, that would be George over there. that would be Roger over there. He invented the macrobiotic diet, okay, as one thing he did. But he also invented Osler steel, George Osler steel. And he did carbon arc discharges underwater. Now, Sundaresan was on loan from the Babaratomic Research Center to Texas A&M University and worked with John Bocris on this replication attempt. And they had the carbon arcs, absolute ultra-pure graphite rods underwater, and they were synthesizing iron, okay? And what they found was if they degassed, and this is what you're talking about, and so I'm speaking specifically to your point there, they found that they boiled the water, and this is an easy way to degas. So you don't need to pull off a hard vacuum, sorry, but you could just boil it for a period of time, and all of the dissolved gases will come out. It can't maintain those gases in solution. So they did that, and they dissolved and saturated with nitrogen, and they dissolved and saturated with oxygen, okay? Now, with nitrogen in the water, of course, there's a much higher partial pressure of nitrogen in the air, you have relatively more nitrogen in water. They saw literally zero excess heat produced and zero synthesis of iron, okay? Right. But when they had oxygen, they found the observation. Now, they assumed that it was 2 carbon 12 plus 2 oxygen 18s goes to iron 56 plus 4 helium, okay? And that calculation of the net energy yield from the change of the distortion of the physical vacuum equated to the observed increase in temperature over and above what the electrical input energy would have created resistively, okay? So there was a very good study, very well done in a peer-reviewed paper. So I have since calculated that if you actually produce oxygen 17 instead and you fuse 4 of those, you end up with producing 12 carbon and iron 56 with almost exactly the same net yield, right? And so it was a hypothesis then, but with the data that's come from cavitation with Binger and Huang, which is the same magneto-hydrodynamic system whether you like it or not, you end up with the same yield, but you're stimulating the process with electric pulses.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Sorry, this question has to do with just the energy balance. If you consider all the oxygen being produced and all the carbon being transmuted into oxygen, the binding energy per nucleon of oxygen is quite a bit higher, and there's megawatts in an hour.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So if you're creating muons, that takes a lot of energy, and if you're using, millions of volts inside of a plasmoid to do that muon creation, then I was curious about, is the muon catalyzed fusion consuming a lot of this energy, the production of the muons, and then would there be any radiation that you would detect? For example, if you fuse 4 protons into a carbon atom and then transmute 2 of them through beta decay to neutrons to end up with oxygen 816, right? Aren't you getting a bunch of gammas from the beta decay?
Okay.
And would you detect all that? Where's the energy going is
Okay,
the
so
basic question.
my story is, I was told, no, stay at the microphone, because I think you're going to have supplementals, right? So my story arc was, I was told to look for neutrons, gamma, X-rays, and beta particles. Yeah. Okay, so I did that for the first blah 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 years, right? Right. And I changed and the project changed its research approach to just looking at what nature did and tried to work from the actual physical observables through to what might be going on. Okay. Yeah. Now I've just spoken about carbon arc experiment. There was an experiment that was intimated to Mahadev and Srinivasan, right? And Mahadev and Srinivasan was one of the 2 key lead authors. And again, from Matsumoto's incredible archive, we have an original copy of the first 6 months of research from the Babaratomic Research Center following the announcement in 1989.
And to be clear, this is low energy nuclear reaction.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Experimenter #1.
Yes. Okay. So they have that. So Mahadev and Srinivasan was told about a carbon arc furnace that ran in the multiple megawatts of electrical input energy. And what they would do is they'd put scrap iron in, they would put silicon dioxide in, and you've obviously got the carbon rods, okay? And I think maybe there's some added coke or whatever, okay? And it's a three-phase system, many, many megawatts, okay? Now, what they were finding is, if you know how much silicon is in your silicon dioxide, okay, and you're going to reduce that or whatever, and you know how much iron is in your scrap iron, you can precisely calculate the amount of ferrosilicon alloy that comes out the other end, okay? It's not coming from a magic teleportation system, is it? That much metal went in, the silicon semi-metal, the iron, the metal, producing the ferrosilicon alloy, right? What they found was, this is a continuous process. It ran for 11 years. And I'll just pause there and step back to what was said by Mahadevan Srinivasan in Sendai at ICCF 20. He says, I've been holding on to this data for the best part of 2 decades. And essentially it was because of reputation trap. He didn't want to publish this data because he thought everyone would laugh at him because of his senior and respected position in nuclear research and in cold fusion research. He didn't want to release it. But he thought he was at a position in his life where, so what? I'm going to put it out there, right? So he did a little presentation that I recorded. You can go and see it on the MFMP's YouTube channel. And what he observed, or rather what he reported, was observed by this reactor. It ran for 11 weeks, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Every single day, it produced an extra 4 tons of ferrosilicon alloy. 4 tons.
E equals MC squared, right?
Wait. Hold your horses. Carbon and oxygen, if you fuse those, you've got 12, 16, fuse those, 28. Isotopes of carbon and oxygen give you 29 and 30. I've already talked about the Sundaresan experiment. When you've got oxygen in play, and hydrogen in play, which you will always have in these systems, or if you split a baryon, if you split a nuclei up into protons, you have a load of protons, right? Okay, you can end up with a scenario where you're making your iron the reverse of the experiment that I said that was done by Sundaresan and Bockris, which is a replication of the George Joshua steel. Okay, you're getting the whole picture, right? 4 tons. There was 3 tons of excess silicon, and there was 1 ton of excess iron. And there is not a moon-sized hole in India.
Meaning baryons are being synthesized, and the electrical energy is...
Yes, my friend. You're getting it. So you can't think about what you're told to think. You have to think about what you're actually observing. And if you're not seeing... So here's the thing. When you have this non-radiating boundary, no electromagnetic waves can go out or in. What is a gamma ray? What is an X-ray?
They're all photons.
Yes, and they are electromagnetic waves, right? So when that hits this coherent matter layer on the outside, they're downsampled into other light, thermal, photons, other stuff, right? Phonons, okay? So that's where you can possibly get your excess heat, because it's converted into thermal heat. So that might be what's heating up the water in the Popotov reactor. There's actually a nuclear reaction that occurs at the core, but because we know it creates this bubble, which is the non-radiating boundary, the non-radiating boundary has this coherent matter. I don't necessarily need to go into what that is, but it could be a cluster of relic neutrinos in a mesh in the same structure as I showed under the hand of the food dog in the central temple, replicated from the ancient Indian temple lions in Beijing, which I witnessed when I was 18. I think that is the ball lightning coherent matter structure, and when it hits that coherent matter, it's like it is, and is precisely, the Star Trek shield, right? Because when you hit a nuclear missile coming towards it, it'll be disassembled atom by atom. It doesn't matter if you're going at Mach 17. When it hits it, it'll be disassembled faster than you can possibly imagine. It's instantaneous. It's imperceptible. Nuclear reactions occur at femtoseconds, right? And this is disassembling that matter as it hits it, and it shares it into the Borg. The Borg. All of the energy of release from all of those goes into there, and it feeds it into the structure, and it then winds up new atoms.
So the direct answer to my question, where are the megawatts going, is we're synthesizing
It's going into new
carbon,
matter.
new nitrogen, new
And
oxygen.
so,
that wasn't
yeah,
there
so this
before.
book we made, we remastered with the permission of Matsumoto when he was alive, And I'll read you, if I know some people have read this before, but I will read you his introduction. So this is written in 1999. I actually have the original scrapbook for producing this book. It's the archive from Matsumoto is just such a special thing. And I have to thank the Matsumoto family for entrusting it with the project. Steps to the discovery of electronuclear collapse. Far in the universe, nuclear collapses very often take place by the gravitational force after stars consume their fuel. Since the electromagnetic force is about 40 orders stronger than the gravitational force, it should be easy to induce similar nuclear collapses by the electromagnetic force in laboratory. But we never knew until now how to do that. Recently, the author, Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, discovered a nuclear collapse which was induced by the electromagnetic force in laboratory during studying the mechanisms of so-called cold fusion phenomena. Several kinds of nuclear reaction which were directly induced by the electromagnetic force, called electronuclear reactions, ENRs, were found so far to occur in a special state of hydrogen clusters called itonic clusters, or micro ball lightning. The nuclear collapse was one of the most remarkable reactions among ENRs, called the electronuclear collapse. Furthermore, very amazingly, completely broken materials by ENC were found to be regenerated to thin tubes and films of conventional elements such as carbon, oxygen, and iron. The latter process is called electronuclear regeneration.
So those are your crenellated spheres?
Okay. On the subject of the crenellated spheres. In several systems, if you have, at the bottom of a yin vortex, you are, in my view, at that point, you're twisting the ether in such a way that at that point, it starts to unravel matter. So in my presentation, I showed you this structure where I placed a Mars gas, which has a special component in there, which is released when you burn the gas. And that produces this magnetohydrodynamic structure, and it has a vector down to a point where there's it's a torsion field, and it has a focus where in the structure of the physical vacuum at a quanta scale on a toroidal level above, there's the interaction between that vector and the toroidal vector of the structure of the physical vacuum above. Okay, and at that point, it literally unwinds matter, and that's the yin pulling force. It desires to take from the environment to create life. Okay, so that is disrupting matter. Now, any matter in that position will have the hidden matter within the energy ripped from it. And this is what Nina Kaligina was doing when she was using Psi-Force, which we have the capability to use. She was able to move material around, but she was also able to stop the heart of a frog and restart the heart of a frog with her intention through her hands. And then when one of her colleagues said, well, I'm not really believing this, try and do it to me, she did it and sent him into cardiac arrest. And they had to do CPR. So that's extracting qi. So you get these qigong people. Well, actually, in my presentation, I showed you where the discoverer in 1960 and in his thesis in 1967, who died just 2 months ago, Dubovik, he was warning that if you have these experiments and you're in a certain place, it literally extracts the chi force from you. And one of the key things is it stops your heart functioning because it stops the electrons behaving in the way they can ordinarily do. And it's just sad because there's two horrendous weapons that are possible with this technology that almost certainly have been developed, and you don't know it's even possible, but in certain circles it's just accepted as part of things you can do, right? So it's able to extract that. And what happens when you extract that hidden energy within the matter? The electrons just fall off and the matter starts disassembling. And it disassembles in the most, in my view, most stable nucleon clusters. So it disassembles into protons, helium alpha particles, and carbon, right? And so
oxygen being
the carbon, that's 4 alpha particles.
8 and 8 is an exceptionally stable nuclear.
It's 4 alpha particles. So it's a structure based on alpha particles, which is the highest density of baryonic matter in a particular cluster. Okay, so and that's why you're tending to fuse in fusion reactors. That's why you're targeting helium, because on the energy per nucleon, it's where you get the most gain. Okay, so because you're changing the distortion of the physical vacuum, and all energy comes from a difference in change in the distortion of the physical vacuum. It doesn't matter whether it's chemical energy or nuclear energy. Okay,
And if you add up all the expansion energy of the universe, it exactly balances all the energy and matter, and it's zero.
I'm sure there's a mirrorverse, which is antimatter, which is an exact replication at the same point, and there's probably many universe and antiverse in the actual total of God's creation, right? So, I'm pondering that thought myself. You just have to deal with it.
I got my basic question answered, so all
Yeah.
those extra megawatts,
Basically, you are
new
sometimes
matter.
synthesizing more matter.
Yeah.
And whatever goes in, so Ken Shoulders observed this, we've observed this, I believe that it's going on in the thunderstorm generator. Whether you want it to be doing a lot of that, I don't think you probably do. I think you want to get to the point where that yin force is able to manipulate electrons to create catalytic beta burn. And it might be that you have one reactor that works and you have 10 years where you don't get something working. And everyone thinks, oh, this is rubbish. But I can tell you, our experiment called Ultra Experiment, it's highly well defined. A 3-year-old can learn to conduct it and do the experiment within 7 minutes. It works 100% of the time if you follow the instructions, and you get lighter and heavier elements, and I wasn't blown up, right? So when I say that lighter and heavier element thing, that's the second point that needs to be made to answer your question. It's called the least action process, right? So the yang side, that's the brighter light in your Masonic temples. You had the sun force in all of the ancient religions, right? The swastika, right? That disassembles and unwinds the trapped light, okay? Then it can be unwound in such that the connection between the clusters in the particular nucleus fall apart based on their strength of binding, okay? So it's typical that like an oxygen unit, which you've identified is a very strong cluster, and oxygen is the most abundant element by far in the Earth's crust. It's like 52%, right? You add in silicon, and you've basically got 74% of the mass of the crust of the Earth, okay? So, and then aluminium comes in, very interesting, with data that I'm going to share in coming weeks from work that was done in Russia last year. The synthesis of aluminium from a laser and a spark discharge with the material going down the optical fiber. Okay, this is going to be published in a major journal. Okay, so and I did the analysis last week. It's freaking exciting. Okay, so oxygen. What you find in this experiment, and I shared this at Stitch-In, and it was in my presentation last week. We're in a new week. Was on the yang side. You get inside the sacred, the golden ratio line, inside the sacred geometry, inside the Vesica Piscis, exactly and precisely, not slightly, right? You cannot change this, you cannot make it better, you can't have a pattern which improves upon it. It's what nature gives you, right? And anything departing from that, you're making life work hard you're making it hard for yourself, right? So inside that, you get a magatama, which is there's this whole thing in China about this goddess who had these magatamas, and using the magatama you can create all of the elements and synthesize new gods and stuff. But you can go and look about the story of that magatama. It's literally the shape of the magatama, and in the head of the magatama, this aluminium foil it's yielded boron crystals right in the head of the center of that part of the vortex with no calcium. Now, boron is aluminium minus oxygen, okay? Then it goes through a wormhole, which is in page 91 in Matsumoto's book, which he worked out from 11 years of his research, okay? Goes through the wormhole, comes through to the yin. So the yang is disassembling matter. It goes through a wormhole. It's not interacting with any matter. This is literally able to go through all of the matter you can possibly imagine without interaction.
And the wormhole connects the center of the yin to the center of the yang?
Yes. You getting it? And on the other side, on the yin, it assembles matter. So there, in this particular experiment, which I think ran for 90 seconds or 300 seconds, one or the other, on that particular side, you don't want to run it long because it gets confused. This is confused, right? There's lots of things that went on all over the place, over and over and over again. So it ends up being homogeneous. It just looks like rock. Okay? So it comes around the other side, and on that side, inside the Vesica Piscis, inside the golden ratio line, there is exactly a 2-arm spiral galaxy structure, which was replicated by other parties. And inside those places, but it's not that the magatarm is up here and then the other side it's down there. It is the 69. It is the yin-yang, even at that level. It literally looks like a 6 and a 9. On that side, there was calcium and no boron. So if it's a contamination in the system and both vortexes are the same, you should see calcium and boron here and calcium and boron here, but you don't. You see boron here with no calcium, which is aluminium minus oxygen, and over here you see aluminium plus oxygen, which is some isotopes of calcium in the absence of boron, and that is the yin side, the creative force in the universe. You literally cannot have a universe which does not have yin and yang. And because it's fractal, every yang has a yin and a yang, and every yin has a yang and a yin. Okay, there's female in all of us, and there's male in all of us. Get over it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So, the least action process defines that you are reorganizing the nucleons in a way that doesn't involve the Coulomb barrier. It's irrelevant. Forget about it. Right? Forget about it. And it comes around the other side. And so you're taking apart matter. That has energy. It's captured and it's released in the reorganization of the matter on the other side. There might be a net-net.
So kind of speaking about the Ultra experiment, I read kind of the documentation on your website to replicate it, and you have kind of analysis of the ultrasonic cleaner you use and kind of the bandwidth of the frequencies that are generated. And I mean, I looked for the cleaner on eBay, kind of hard to find.
No, actually shortly after it was made unavailable. If people come to Roger's conference that he's organized in Brno, you will actually be able to run that experiment. I'm hoping to have an SEM on hand so people, it might not happen, but you will at least be able to take your samples home, and I would like to do the whole process where people who've never done a nuclear experiment come along, they run the experiment for, I don't know, 90 seconds or something, and then we dry it out, we put it under the SEM, and they can see the yin-yangs, and they can see the synthesis of matter in those.
So, I mean, I guess my question is, like, I work in clean rooms, I've worked in clean rooms, right?
Yeah.
So, like...
There's dirt everywhere, I agree.
There's ultrasonic cleaners, like standard. Can you use those?
Yes.
Right, because I could just steal one from my lab, take it home, and then...
I won't tell anyone if you don't.
And the next issue is like, okay, I'm not a grad student anymore. I don't have access to the SEMs, right? And like, I guess you can rent it out for like with an EDX, right?
Yeah, you can rent it out. Yeah.
Okay, so all right, is there like standard process to do that, right? Like usually, is it easy to do?
So here's the thing, are you synthesizing or are you creating? And in fact, I realized I didn't completely answer one aspect of the question. So if you look on Malcolm Bendall's outside of his inside sphere, the so-called iron-rich crenulated spheres, you know when they're contaminated because they don't have this perfect, smooth, brain-like straight shape on it. You can literally look at it and go, well, that's got a contaminant. Now, if you're starting with steel, it probably has chrome in, and typically chrome contaminates it, so you get a dendritic sphere rather than this like lumpy brain-like looking sphere. Okay, so you can, even before you put the analysis on, go, that's got chrome in it. Okay, and that tells you that this intense unwinding, which is causing the electrons to behave differently, so they can't see. The metal bond is quite weird because the electrons are all over the place that's holding the lattice together. So when you thermally melt something, they're allowed to slip around, right? But when you do the Hutchison effect and when you do these effects with the fractal toroidal moment interacting with metal, let's say, or a ceramic, an ionic ceramic or whatever, the electrons behave differently. So as I said at the end of my commentary last night on the speakers panel, you can convert things that normally melt like alumina at 20,070 degrees centigrade, you can turn that to a fluid and it's actually not hot at all. It's completely the same as the ambient temperature, which is why in Ken Shoulder's experiments when the EVO went through and produced a fully vitrified, but it's not thermally vitrified, it's fluidized and then frozen back into a glassy-like state, and it comes through the alumina, it's captured matter in there, and it may have gone into light and leptons and been lost, but actually what he observed when it comes out the other side, it had a spread field of aluminium oxide in a glassy layer under beeswax, which melts at, 50-something degrees centigrade, right? So clearly it wasn't very hot. So your point was again, just to make sure I catch it? Sorry, I need to finish answering his question. So like the iron is captured, and it goes up the caduceus, up the vortex, and it hits the Christ center. And on the boundary of the Christ center, it's about 1 to 3 microns. And this is why you need a structure that's over 2.7 to 3 point something microns to start seeing crenellations. It has this boundary, and inside there, that's where the dark matter aggregates, and that's where the real magic happens. So that is captured iron. So you can't always assume that the matter that is synthesized is actually synthesized matter. It might just be captured and reorganized matter. But whatever, when you see an iron-rich crenellated sphere, the magic has already begun.
And I guess I have a question on a different point on the ultrasonic cleaner, right? Which is, I've looked into like Dubovic's paper and kind of read about, toroidal moments and stuff like that. And then kind of reading Beard and stuff, it sends you down like rabbit holes upon rabbit holes of like, okay.
I think the important thing was 2 things with Bearden.
Yeah.
One, he sent a team in 1992 to court people, as one does, when a load of disaffected scientists have lost their salary, to try and capture as much as they can before they realize they don't want to talk or it's not worth their while, right? Very clever. So he sent them over there, and he describes in several of his books, because many of it are just a summarization of presentations he gave, where his team went there and they observed 2 things. One, an electromagnetic system that somehow fluidized metal so that they could mold it, and then they discharged it and it went solidify again, but at no point was it hot. He then took that team to London, it was replicated in London, and after that London test it was reclassified in the Union of Soviet Republics, okay, following the falling of the Soviet Union. So that's sad that happened, because that was the Hutchison effect, effectively, or that aspect of the Hutchison effect. He also had, at the same time, they observed this Tesla coil producing structures that were able to go over an 8-micron wire and copper wire and light 25 kilowatts of tungsten filament light bulbs, right? And what that is you're producing these condensed clusters of electrons, which are these fractal toroidal structures, and their core goes along the potential difference between that and the ground on the other end, or just the fact that it's breaking them up and it's effectively a higher potential at that end. They travel along and they use the wire as a guide. So this is the cold electricity. You can touch the wire and it's not affecting you because you don't have an inductive coil like is in the center of a tungsten filament light bulb. But when you go into that inductive coil and it starts interacting with the tungsten, the clusters fall apart and it causes the glow. Okay? And that didn't seem to be classified, because I have a video, which I try to find, it's somewhere in my archives, of a demonstration of this effect in 2003 on a news program. They were showing the same thing, and I think it was even in the laboratory I visited in 2000. They have this laboratory, it's the all Russian nuclear physics Plasma Institute, and I visited the laboratory, but like I was only allowed to walk into one particular room where Sergei Godin was doing some experiments, and Sergei Godin said, over here they're doing these experiments, but I didn't get to see any of it. But anyway, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess more human question is like, how do you focus? Like, how do you focus on what's important without getting sidetracked?
How do I focus? Well, a lot of people ask me to explain something, and I'll put it in my brain, and maybe if I can explain it later, I'll do it. But Ken Shoulders was very clear. Because this has implications, he said if there's something you want to do well, this would probably be the thing that you'd want to do it. It's like the best solution to everything, because you're not fighting nature, you're working exactly and precisely with the way nature works. There's a reason why your face is perfect, because it's the answer to the universe's program, right? And you can't, particularly, no one ever changed their nose. No one changed the nose, because this is the most perfect thing to produce the easiest flow of air into your body. If you change your nose, you make every single breath you have in your life harder, right? So if you have your nose broken, then maybe get it fixed. You're already perfect, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for answering my questions.
Okay, did I really answer them?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess really simple. The first one, the simple one, can I use my clean room's ultrasonic cleaner? Right?
Any ultrasonic cleaner would work.
Anyone works?
Yes.
Okay.
I would suggest the ones that don't have a perfect round chamber, because you've got more potential for resonant modes in there. The key about, if you go and look at Ultra, my presentation in 2022 in Italy, I show an in-air system where they have a sonotrode and then they have a hard metal base, and they put some sort of glycol chemical in, and it produces nodes on the standing wave with the transverse spheres, and that you can see the material going into the spheres and going into the back sphere, which is dark, and the front sphere is white. I mean, it's just so beautiful to see it, like in free air, the process going on. But basically, the reason to have the polycarbonate above is to provide a reflection so you get the standing wave set up. And it's not, you don't need to be precise, because what you're looking for is at least somewhere to be at the right position for the standing waves.
Is there something special about polycarbonate? Can I just
No,
3D
you can use anything.
Can I just 3D print some plastic thing?
Here's the thing.
Reflect it?
If you want to replicate something, you have to replicate it. Right? So don't come back later and say, it didn't work for me, and what did you use? Oh, I used my own thing, and it was like, it almost certainly will work.
Yeah, sure.
But don't say you didn't replicate it if you didn't replicate it. We made that mistake. Our project made that mistake with our first attempt at a replication. We did what Chelani was going to do next, and it didn't work because we didn't use borosilicate glass, and it didn't have boron and lithium carbonate in there, which actually the structures come out and they interact with that and it produces the excess heat. So that was our bad, because he didn't understand what I was doing at the time. So anyway, so you have that reflective thing that sets up 180 degrees out of phase. That sets up in some places. That sets your standing wave, and because aluminium foil is flexible, it moves like those pieces of fluid or like pieces of polystyrene do to the standing nodes in the sound wave, in the standing wave. And then it's the transverse and where the yin and the yang form. Okay? So those are really the key components. It's so ridiculously simple. It's like a joke. Like I said to the director of the cold fusion program at Stettin in 2022, I said, all you need is $35 and 7 minutes of your time to find out whether I'm wrong. That's it. Like, don't argue the science, just go and do the experiment. This is Galileo looking through the telescope moment. It's a challenge to the scientific community. If you think your PhD is worth more than soiled toilet paper, do something about it.
Thank you.
Hi, Bob.
Hello.
I really love your work. I really appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you,
I learned
Tyler.
a ton already from your channel. I've been hundreds of hours of video watching.
I'm sorry.
It's exciting. And my
Probably
wife,
sometime after I'm dead, someone will summarize it into a little course.
but my wife is already angry at me for how much I've been watching it.
You don't know how many men tell me that.
So not to beat a dead horse, but I suffer from, I think it's called sato-necro-equine philia, which is the enjoyment of beating dead horses.
I can't believe you prepared that, but that is awesome.
That's some old material for me. I was overly educated by the United States Navy on, and one of the things that I ran into multiple times was their concept of how cavitation damage occurs and
Right.
why it occurs. So as I understood it from their definition, it was a collapsing wavefront from the formation of low pressure zone, flashing a bubble, and then it collapses and that shock wave shatters metal. away from the
Absolutely, there is a shockwave effect. With the reentrant jet, there's a shockwave effect, but also it does this.
Oh, it's actually kind of like concentrically going
It
down.
has this decaying slaps that it does.
So so what I'm trying to do is summarize what you've been saying. And so in summary, it's not actually, although there is a shock wave,
That is part of the effect.
A component of it is the fact that when you form one of these plasmoids, it's actually just going to disintegrate some amount of the metal through its existence.
Yes.
So and then it would create a form on the surface of the metal that would also lead to more nucleation of bubbles because it's now above
Yes.
surface. And so
It's a
that's why you get the-
self-reinforcing thing. So I just want to put something here. I haven't made this public because I really wanted someone else to see it. It's how I work sometimes. I've got a schedule of things that I want to talk about, and it takes time, and I've got a family to support and stuff. So you can only do so much, and which is why my presentations are long, because it takes a lot more time to write a shorter letter, if you know what I mean. So I just want to get it out there and get people challenging it, and so it iterates faster. But what I noticed when I saw Malcolm Bendall's large thunderstorm generator is it was immediately obvious to me where it's spun into the sphere. It literally has these scallops. Okay, right? Now, if you can imagine, you've got a fluid in this case, charge-separated material, or your exhaust gases from your engine, or the water coming in, flashing to steam and going around the other way. When that comes down, it's going down that. You've got that rotation, but you've also got shear because it's interacting with the surface. And then as it's forced down, it's going over those riffles, like riffles in a gold panning thing, yeah?
Right.
And that is causing shear in the other direction. So you've got multiple axis shear, and that is the key. Now, in the reactor DHX2, and you can go and look at my SEMs that you're already published, and I have asked people with the DHX file, deep zoom image, DZI. I shared this DZI image, which is incredible detail. And I asked people, like, what is special about this? And I even asked I even asked when I was in Taipei this last time to Binju and Huang, I said, you know, what do you think's going on here? What is special about this piece of metal? And I had all the PhDs around, and I just don't know why people can't see it. But you know what? The inner tube, which had all of these apples over it with these wheels within wheels within wheels, it's rifled. So as the water comes down the channel, it's got the shear there on the outside of the pipe, which is smooth, and it's got the shear on the inside of the pipe, which is rifled, but it's forced in this plane to go round and orbit around by the rifling, which is causing shear in the orthogonal plane. So it's near perfect at producing the vortex systems because, as I said earlier, you have hydrophilic metal. It's copper, so it's got a lot of free electrons. You have a polar molecule that's interacting with that, which will produce a space charge within the water column. And then you are forcing it into a multi-axis shear. You do not need to create a bubble or a toroidal bubble in the water for the magnetohydrodynamic structure to form. It's in the body of the water. And if it goes through it, the actual gap between the outer column, the outer tube and the inner tube is very small, right? In addition, he's injecting water at 70 degrees centigrade. And it's going through a water injector. He has many different, he's got 2 experiments minimum running all of the time, and this has been going for years and years and years. It's the best systematic research I've ever seen in cold fusion, right? And as it comes in, it's 70 degrees, but as it comes in, it causes some higher and lower pressure zones. You have a multi-phase system in there as well, which increases the dynamics in the system. As soon as you get multi-phase, which, because in your propellers, in your Navy ships, right, they're creating very low pressures, you're going to get the bubbles forming, which makes it a multi-phase system.
So in the summary of it, while the plasmoids, or at least the toroidal moment, is formed in the fluid and it may actually be the nucleation point of the bubble formation.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So I worked in submarines, and they were very concerned about the cavitation from an acoustic standpoint.
Naturally.
And so you can stop the cavitation by going to a deeper depth, which surface vessels only can do that once. So
what do you have at a deeper depth? Yeah, right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So
don't go and visit the Titanic next week.
So surface vessels only, like, they're running at the surface all the time, so they're almost always cavitating.
Yeah.
But submarines really don't want to cavitate. And
well, hold on. Let you answer your own question. Why do fish live near the surface mostly?
It's sunlight, food, everything, availability.
And?
It's
Sorry?
Well, it's reduced pressure.
Yeah, but what? Oxygen, yeah.
Oxygen.
There's a constant interchange of oxygen into the water, and they're breathing the oxygen. That's the thing that's important to them, right?
Right.
You need to have much more slower metabolic rates to live at great depths, right? So oxygen is key to this process because oxygen is uniquely paramagnetic, right, of all of the gases. Nitrogen, as I said before, in the work of Sundaresan and Bokras, if you have nitrogen, which is a much higher partial pressure and therefore dissolved content in the water, that does not produce the effect that oxygen does. In the case of Roish and Amaza, why, when in a normal HHO gas system, the first flash of the gas is the stuff that does all the magic, and it produces the heavier gas that sits in a glass overnight, and you can go whoop, and it implodes, right? That gas is produced in not very good HHO systems because there's an amount of dissolved oxygen in the water when they put it in, but it captures the structures that are produced in the process, and then it comes out in that first flush of gas. But in Amaza's system, he's got a vibration going on, and also he has holes in the electrolysis plates. And that produces a flow. So as soon as a bubble is formed, it doesn't need to get big enough so that it can detach itself on the electrode. It is removed in the nanoscale, and then under adiabatic pressure, it goes into solution. So it can continually produce the magic gas.
So are you saying that the cavitation actually reduces, not just due to pressure? Because that's one thing I never really
And
understood.
I think, because I believe that the oxygen... So Leonid Oredzkiev, he was on the mainstream physics side to analyze the Chernobyl nuclear reactor disaster. He was the guy that made the 2-ton camera that was lifted by the most powerful helicopter that was ever made to fly 400 or 200 meters above reactor 4, okay, to be able to see where the material had gone, okay. He gave a presentation which you can go and see on the Martin Fleischmann's Memorial Project site, MFMP YouTube channel, where he explained that the turbine 4, it basically, because of the testing they were doing, it had a back EMF that was so intense that it produced the magnetic monopoles that went into the water and then traveled around the pipes. And because he went into the reactor and his colleagues went into the reactor after the accident, they saw all these incredible magnetic effects that could only be occurred because of where the water was flowing in the pipes. It could only have occurred because the water itself had become intensely magnetic, right? So that aside, he also described this thing was observed by thousands of people living in Pripyat, where above the reactor there was these strange glows, right? And it's not Cherenkov radiation, okay? So the ionization radiation contributed to that because it was ionizing the elements. But he argues that the oxygen, and I found this after I'd surmised that oxygen was the key because of the work of Sundaresan and Bokris, right? He argues that the oxygen in the air, because of its paramagnetic nature, accumulates in it the magnetic structures, these magnetic monopoles, which are the core of the process, and that changes the characteristic X-rays that are emitted when you ionize the oxygen. And so you observe different frequencies of light from natural ionization of oxygen. Okay? And this is what we find in LENR experiments. I sat next to Klimov in 2018. He was explaining to a military guy. He says, we have a real problem in LENR because when we get it to work, no one can detect the elements that are in there. They don't detect as anything. And I've got Hutchison sample over there that we put under a XRF, and on the outside it detects as elements that weren't in there and begin with, and they're synthesized ordinary elements, but in the middle it was saying it was praseodymium, it was all these things, tantalum or whatever, and it's like, well, that's just utter nonsense because it was finding some spectral lines, but the other ones were shifted. And that's because it's actually changing the electron structures in the material, and it's nearly a permanent change. So, because also aluminium is paramagnetic, so these things can bind themselves into the metals. So it's part of the relationship. So oxygen is the key.
So the free oxygen in the
free
ocean
oxygen, yeah. So if you want to create cavitation at depth, inject an oxygen stream in front of your turbine, your impellers, and see if you can destroy them.
So if you had a
at
fluid
depth,
system with
not a good plan.
with a centrifugal impeller that's going to, if it cavitates, it's going to do that. So if you degas the system.
So here's the solution: boil the water that goes through the engine. Have degassed water be part of the propulsion stream. There you go. That's $1 billion for you there.
Well, they just go deeper, and it works out fine.
Yeah. Okay.
And you're saying that it's not really the pressure of the fluid that's preventing the cavitation.
No. I think that would be part of it because that changes the fluid dynamics. So what I was saying actually earlier with the Popotov reactor, when it goes through that Venturi, when it goes through, you create the from the two rarefaction pulses. When they collide, they will make a soliton, a ring soliton. And as the water pushes it through the constriction in the Venturi, it speeds it up, but it hasn't actually caused any cavitation. It's only when it comes into the low pressure zone that the cavitation forms the bubble, which then slaps and does the damage, right? So if you can prevent the production of those structures, so you might find that if you do not use a hydrophilic material in the water flow channel that goes through, you might be able to prevent the shearing forces from inducing, the changes in space charge in the fluid body, such that you prevent the formation of the toroidal moment structures that nucleate the cavitation bubbles.
So if you had a screw and you Teflon coated it.
Well,
Would that reduce
yeah, Teflon,
cavitation?
maybe Teflon would work. So like whatever isn't hydrophilic. Yeah.
So
if it's hydrophobic, it might arrange it in the other way round.
Because it might spin, yeah.
Yeah, so you certainly don't want free electrons there.
So can cavitation damage occur without cavitation because those structures are present in the fluid without the bubble? Or is it you're always going to have...
When I describe the water bowl, you don't have a bubble form. It's able to launch that water droplet into the air and down, even without forming a bubble.
Because there's the force, you're still
It's the
having
force of
moment.
the toroidal structure being able to, you might say, it's defying gravity. But I've been warned by the former head for 13 years of the Condensed Matter Nuclear Research Facility at the US Naval Labs not to talk about that, so I don't talk about that. No one heard that, did they?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
Okay, no worries.
Just a fun
Is this
idea.
going out to the interwebs? Oh no! Sorry, guys. It was a nice life.
Have any of these LENR techniques been tried to make gold yet?
Yes.
How's that coming along?
Well, basically, we develop, and if anyone wants me to do this, I can walk through our online. You can stay. You might have a supplemental. So alchemy, obviously, alchemit.
It's the Holy Grail.
Right. So on the Royal Society of Chemistry's website, after we had developed the online and free-to-use nuclear reaction calculator based on the non-radiation and producing energetically favorable reaction possibilities between 2 to 2, 2 to 1, or 1 to 2, calculated by Alexander Parkhomov, about 1.3 million different reactions. You can go on there and look at what's energetically favorable, so it's likely to proceed without adding energy if you can create the right environment. It took me 50 seconds to prove that the alchemists were using the right combination of elements. So, and now, it's a spread spectrum of elements. This is a spread spectrum of elements. It's because you have resonances and because you have this potential least action process where you get some heavier elements produced in combination with lighter elements, okay? So you have some energetically absorbing processes and energetically yielding processes, but the net may not be positive. It might even be negative. So, so basically, what I did was, if you go to the Royal Chemistry website, they have this page on the history of chemistry, and they talk about alchemy, and it's nice that they have that, and there are all the symbols there. And they talk about bismuth, and they said they use bismuth, but we don't know why, right? Okay. So I dialed bismuth in, and then, of course, they use saltpeter and carbon or whatever in their reactors. And so I dialed in, like, potassium and calcium, because these are typical things that you find in the traditional way to make, not saltpeter, what is it when you get potassium stuff out of wood, ash? Anyway, that stuff, which I can't remember offhand.
Bicarbonate?
Huh? Yeah, well, no, it's a particular... Anyway, that stuff, which you get from burning wood, and you get an ash, and then you leach out the stuff, and then you form the crystal. That, I'm going to get it in a minute, but anyway. That has potassium and calcium in it. And if you put if you ask what elements are most likely to create gold using bismuth, lead, or quicksilver, which is mercury, fortunately they're never used. The other element that's in between, because it's highly toxic. Can't remember it offhand as well, because I need a drink, coffee. I'm running on fumes now. So basically, when you have those elements and you ask what is most likely to produce gold, and what do I mean by that? I say, what is most likely to be the most energetic production, okay? That produces gold, because there will be more energetic processes out of these things that don't produce gold, but what is the most energetic reaction that produces gold? In all cases, with bismuth, lead, and mercury, it is either potassium or calcium. So it took me 50 seconds to prove 5,000 years worth of anecdotal, iterative, experimental, yielding data. Now, has anyone done it? Yes, well, there are people that have done it. There was a nickel potassium carbonate system, I think, and when I visited Suhas Ralkar, he was producing nickel foil because he couldn't buy it, using a system where he had a 200 volt bias electrical discharge at 2000 volts at 19.4 kilohertz, with also sound wave being held onto the metal bar, the iron bar. And when we looked at that under the microscope, there were points of the electrical discharge through the water doing all the magic that I'm talking about in the previous conversations with other people who are questioning things. When it impacted the more positively charged electrode, where he was rapidly depositing the nickel to make his nickel foil, when we looked at that under the SEM in 2017, it showed these spheres. And on the top of the spheres, in one case, there was a yin and a yang, and part the way down the side of the sphere, there was palladium and gold smeared around in an orbit structure, but only in a part of thing. And this was one of the parts of this journey where, for the first time in my life, I was able to explain the first question I had scientifically in my life, which was when I was 5 years old, which is, why do the elements on Earth have concentrations in places that they do? And for me, when I visualize it in my head, when the plasmoid that formed the initial proto-Earth, when that matter collapsed, it dumped concentrations of elements based on the coherent matter wave collapse in those particular places in the ratios that they did.
Nice.
Can I have a break?
Thank you very much.
I'm going to have a break, and I'm going to call a break.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob. And just, today we're just letting it flow. So everyone feel free, whatever questions, and if you can come up to the microphone, whether it's Bob or something, say, can Malcolm answer this question, I'll come up. We're all working together, yeah? And what we're going to do next is, in my opinion, in my 50 years of research, is the most extraordinary confluence of all of that, with the model of the elements, with the work that you're going to see now, with Sheila. What she did was absolutely extraordinary. So, and she'll show her qualifications. It didn't happen overnight. Right? So she's highly qualified and highly intuitive. Yep. So what she's done is the 129,600 resonant frequency energy unit, that's identified in my notes from my downloads, is that now, people were saying to me, why is that 129,000? I said, because it is. Right? So some things are, right? So, and the thunderstorm generator works on that 129,600 frequency. Now, if you take Solomon's molten sea, and I want everyone to pause for a second, how come a sphere that's been pushed North Pole to South Pole, not a torus, which is in the equatorial plane, why is a sphere that's pushed to the South Pole makes the same thing? Solomon's molten sea was the charger for the Ark of the Covenant. It was made from orichalcum, which was a spent cold fusion reactor fuel of Atlantis. The Egyptians found an Atlantean craft and sold it to Solomon, the ingots of orichalcum. Right? So, nothing new under the sun. And remember, the Egyptian pyramids, they found a shipwreck with orichalcum, which is red, and the towers thing. It is always red. Now, and probably in the room here, so here we have. The same reddy colour. Have you got that sample we can bring up? The Hutchinson sample? So what you have here is, when I saw this, I thought, there you go. Star in a jar, purple, red, and you can see that reddy colour there, orichalcum. Right? What it is, it's a combination of eclectic elements, right? That is, in the process of all the random structured random acts, right? So produce a unique variety, but predictable, as Bob says. If you take the 10 most abundant elements on the Earth, when we run from the water and we do our cavitation, we find the 10 same in abundancy, the same abundancy as you find in the Earth, as above, so below. It's absolutely extraordinary. And it's so simple. Yeah. But here we have the Hutchison effect, right, which is demonstrating that colour, right? Now, Solomon's molten sea was made of that colour, and it's also, if you like, the ready purple robes of the priests, who were insulated carts opening up the Solomon's molten sea, which I reverse engineered, and would you believe that there's 2,000 baths of water in Solomon's molten sea, right? Take the measurements. Remember, I've been talking about how the sun's diameter is the same as time, because it moves its own diameter in an hour, 2,160 miles, but that's the same in time as one star sign, 2,160 years, right? It's not a coincidence. They're the same thing. Sorry, the moon. Sorry, did I misspeak? Okay. A bit tired. Thank you. Yeah. And anything I challenge it, because, I am...
Where's that from?
Oh, sorry. This is from an experiment that Rob Hutchison, ran, right, which really reformed the matter. Do we know what he started with? It was just copper?
It was a copper bar. It wasn't even copper wire.
Now it's turned into wires, right? It's amazing, right? And you can see what appears to be, I think it is gold, yeah? It has transmuted to gold. From a copper bar, it's turned into tentacles, go figure, right? But it's orichalcum. Why did King Solomon buy the orichalcum from the Egyptians, from an Atlantean sea wreck? And what the hell was a product of cold fusion doing in a shipwreck, yeah, that was like in Egyptian times? So, one thing I'll share from my time the reason I agreed to be the chief scientist of China for 3 years is to get access to the Mercury engines in their pyramids, to get access to Tibet with my teacher, who was a Shaolin priest. He was the head of the Tibetan army fighting the Chinese all the way through to Afghanistan. But anyway, he taught me hand forms, which is really, the whole thing about it is the use of frequency to levitate, and I would recommend, it's still on celluloid. 1932, I think someone might here know that. Sorry?
Does anybody have a link for that? Yeah, I've been dying to see it for decades.
Yeah, it sometimes appears and then disappears.
Funny, huh?
Yeah, funny. So what it is there's 3 videos of the Tibetan priests levitating the rocks, right, real time. And I'm in a different universe. Well, I am anyway, because I'm half Plasmoid. And an ambassador for the Plasmoid. So I'm just trying to describe to you how they work from an intuitive side. And I work on form and function. I can't, my language centre's not good. Bob can eloquently, in your human language, right, talk about those things. I don't see them that way. And I can't even express really properly how I see them, except I see them as a moving model. So when we swap from hydrogen to helium, stuff, 666 carbon, 777 nitrogen, 888 oxygen, I see it as just a swirling motion, and I see which jump-off point they're going on to. So, and I see it in terms of time, dilation and correction. So, and that's why I say the moon's diameter is important. But this sample is a miracle. That it's here and now, and I can stand up here and hold orichalcum. which means three things. Atlanta exists. Otherwise, where did the origin come from Solomon's Molten Sea come from, right? And Solomon's Molten Sea is 2,000 baths. Why? Because go back to the truth. Reject the toxic stupidity of the metric system. Hold on to the cubit, the furlong, the inch. These are God's measurements. And when he says he stretches his hand, that's 9 inches. His hand of creation. The collapse of the suns, the creation of this earth, we were an old sun. The moon is an older sun. The plasmoid's job, which we call Shamir or EVOs, or you go back to the Sanskrit text in China that I got access to, I wanted to see the cover, because that document was discovered in 1885, right, and was sent to India, language professor. It was then translated by a Tibetan Shaolin priest, right? The hand forms that he taught me are force magnification, right? So, and left and right, male and female. Yep. So that what you're doing is by changing your hand form and by flattening your hand and pulling your palm back, and you can all do it. It's an interesting thing. If you hit something with your hand and you haven't got the hand form, you'll break your hand. But if you restructure your hand, if you hit a fist, right, that's 20 times more volume, or 20 to 30, depending on what your geometry is. But if you can focus all your force in one inch punch, then in that point, solar plexus, right, or what you're doing is a force multiplier. That's 20 or 30 times more powerful than a punch. Simple geometry, simple fact. Yeah. So basically, and also part of those techniques was, I said, the frequency lifting rocks. But in a meditative state, my teacher would levitate himself, right? And I don't know how old he was, but he was within. It could have been 1,000 years older. Anyway, I digress. But the point is that with this, with the Solomon's Molten Sea, the units of measurement, which you have to be very mindful of, because it's very important, because space-time, this thing here, right? This is taking up a certain amount of volume. And the volume relates, and the angles relate to its frequency. This is a time crystal. It's an imploding structure that we lost, and you can get it from first principle. But what's the truth? The truth is that Solomon's Molten Sea is 2,000 baths, 72 hin in each bath. It's 144,000. It's the enlightened ones. The enlightened ones realize that Solomon's Molten Sea was charging the Ark of the Covenant, and the Ark of the Covenant is 2.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits, which is 5.625 square cubits. Why did Nikola Tesla measure out the exact volume? One of my exercises being trained was to get a block of metal and shave it off to an exact, precise, right, and make it completely cubical. That discipline when I was 16, 17, 18, I now realise I'm doing the same thing, except I'm doing it with George Lush and an annealing machine to make it perfect square. But Nikola Tesla weighed out the copper first, right, and then made the wire from it. And he had the same copper block from the same, because not everything's the same, from the same pot of copper pouring out two exact cubes, and then he made the thicker wire and the thinner wire out of that so they would exactly match. He phase matched time, and going back to the 2,160 miles, and the 2,160 years, you have to match it. It's the subtleties, yeah, that we need to understand. So, and if you look at the measurement system, the HIN, 72 HIN, it also goes to the 129,000. I can't remember the name of it, but there's another unit that is the resonant frequency energy. That's where I got it from. I went up, I think, 3 octaves or down 3 octaves. I can't remember now how it flew, but that was amazing. And now the work that's going to be shown is 129,000. I think we should start with that and then go into your present if you can. Yeah. So you got it? Okay.
Sorry, what is the 129,000? Why?
Okay. In my downloads, I understood what I wrote down, right? And actually there was, Rory was in this process, who's here. Yeah, so the 129,000 is the resonant frequency energy unit of the universe. It's the base frequency of all things, right? And now, I had no proof of that until, what was this, a month ago? So this is real time what you're seeing. And this is real, what you're seeing, right? So what I'm saying is there's a relationship between why was it so important that before they made the Tibetan bells, and my teacher, Tibetan teacher, made me go through that process meticulously. Because then, once I got the exact volume, right, using a square, then we melted it down and made a Tibetan bell. Ka-ching. Boom. Right? Time, volume, frequency. The thunderstorm generator is the most sophisticated machine ever seen on the Earth. Why? It incorporates the 432 of the radius of the sun twice, which is 864, and the volume in that is your 51.84 square inches, which is the angle of the Cheops pyramid, the distance the moon travels in 24 hours, 51,840, the 6 days of creation, 508,400, and multiply that by 60 to make arc seconds, which maps have arc seconds. And the Pierce-Reese map, the map that had Antarctica without anything on it, going back to my time in China, when I found the document that Oppenheimer used to build the atomic bomb that was found in a cave in China when the earthquake happened, the wall collapsed, that document was then translated and taken to America. I stayed in exactly the spot where that priest, monk, did all his work and had the ashram originally, and that's where I got my downloads. Exactly the same time, space. That's why you have sacred points. Because if there is no time, space, then it goes both ways. You can go to where, I went to Tesla's bench, where his best friend sat on holidays for 6 weeks talking. Who was Mark Twain? I don't mind schooling as long as it doesn't interfere with my education. Right? So I sat there. They cordoned off that bench for me. And I sat there for 6 weeks listening to the conversation between Tesla and Mark Twain. Time, space. That's why you have sacred spots. That's unfortunately what we've lost. I maintain that we've lost 80% of our culture, or our communication system, because we lost the imaging, right, of the people used to take the Japanese thing, and the Tibet monks, they'd spend so much time just making the iconography, and we say, oh no, we just want to quickly write out our language. We don't want to be doing this, but you lose a lot of information. The angles, the widths, everything that's enshrined in that. Then we lost, in our language, we lost the fact that each letter has a corresponding number. When Tesla found out, he said it's in Genesis. I read Tesla's thing. Do you know what's in Genesis? The first 6 elements. You take the language. He said, first there was the word. Take the word. 1 to 9, split up into 3. 1 to 9, 10 to 90, 1 to 900, Read across, 111, right? So you've got your hydrogen, 666. You've got your carbon, 777, like 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4. You've got the first, and then you just repeat as you go around a sphere, around a circle, which is, we're going to play that later. But anyway, so I'm just about to hand over. So, but there's a lot to share at a lot deeper level, and we came here for the engine. But the main thing is, if you go back, the further you can go back in time, as Oppenheimer did, he wrote 2 books on Sanskrit. Tesla was taught by the guy that interpreted those scripts. I went and saw there, it said, I wanted to get access to it. On that document, it says this is a 22,000-year-old translation in ancient, which, by the way, we still can't interpret. We're so smart, we can't even interpret an Indus Valley language, right? We can't even read it. We have no Rosetta Stone for it. It's too complicated for us, right? Because it enshrines all the things we've lost. And so if you take that thing, you go down, you got 1 to 9, so you got your 54, your 540, 5,400. But as you said, the first set of elements, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, carbon, 7 protons, 7 electrons, nitrogen, 8, oxygen. So there's a whole new thing, but it's based on the area in which the thing exists, which goes back to why Tesla weighed out the stuff before he made the wire, because you couldn't do it the other way. So basically, accurately. So I'll hand over, but I'm really appreciative of the fact that this has been delivered to this conference, because it's living proof of the transmutation of copper to gold. But the copper's, it's formed its own tubules, worms. Yep. So, but anyway, so yes, Saffron Road. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. Sorry? With permission of the owner. Can we pass this around? Okay, yeah, so you're the one who came up with the idea. It's your responsibility if it goes missing. Now, what I wanted to do, what I do have permission to do, I believe, is that we can cut this up and do scanning electron microscope. We will find granulated ion spheres. Yeah, there you go. So I'll hand over. I apologise for the delay, but I think I wanted to share some deeper things, personal things, with that, and that is that, these that document said that there was 500 documents in that cave, but that document said this is a translation of a 150,000-year-old document. As a geologist and as a doctor of petroleum geochemistry, PhD, as the person that invented all the current monitoring, I would say all, so when I started, it was just a hot wire on an oil well when I had my oil project. I just said, this is like, what century are we in? You run against both. So we actually, in my PhD, working with a whole group of people, we invented all the current electrochemical, not all, sorry, nothing new under the sun, but most of we started off that journey. So I do know a little bit about internal combustion engine as a sort of mine manager, mine engineer, and I am also drilling supervisor. I'm a driller, and that's you can read The Shaman and get the full run of that. So anyway, thank you, and it's a real blessing because actually it's just surreal. It's all been surreal all the last couple of days, but it's surreal that we've got such good help. Yeah. That there's a synchronicity, that the people who are needed hear the call and come. The 144,000, I call them 144,000. With George's expertise in the kneeling, because the week I spent with Martin Fleischmann, as I said, I just promised myself I'd rather die than end up like that. Yeah. So that's why I sort of, keep on, baying it on and over the top, because basically I think that's the way to, and as Bob put it, get it out there as quickly as you can, and then but with the annealing process, as I said, infusing with plasmoids, sort of get an understanding. The universe, actually, this is interesting, works on a relationship. God is a God of relationship. So, and my definition of good and evil is very simple, is that if a relationship empowers you, that's good, and whether it's with an individual or a government or a group, it doesn't matter, you can just, it's by the fruit you shall know them. So is the interaction, empowering you, or is it disempowering? Disempowering is automatically evil, and if you're getting empowered in a relationship, and this is the thing, I sort of, on the island by myself, sort of came to the conclusion that the disconnect with the phone, everyone watching their phone, means that I think there's a connection between and this was so good with Sheila pointing out that it was Goebbels that came up with a great idea of poisoning everyone's brain with the wrong frequency. That was a crime against humanity, and we should stop it. Metric is a crime against humanity, right? And thank God that America's kept its inches. Yep. So, because that's one of the subtle things, the rot. Right, and you think, why does that matter? Well, it matters because the span of God's hand is 9 inches, right? So, and 9, look at all the planetary numbers, and planets are dead suns. So basically, they're all models of every, moon's a multiple of 9, every planet's a multiple of 99, and the biggest planet in the solar system's, I think including the sun's, a multiple of 999. So 9 is the number, the hand stretched. And then you've got the hand, 4.5 hands, in the cubit. So 45, right? So it all has to be resonant and all has to be in line with each other. So when the annealing process is that you make a perfect cube, right? And so that the plasmoids can seat directly in the centre of that. If it's skewed, there is no centre. Right, so it's interesting too, because if you have 16 points and you draw the lines, it meets in the centre. If you have 15 points, and 15's basically the number of time itself, funny enough. And I think the diameter is the face of the clock, that moving hand. So the diameter is your ether, and the moving hand is your matter. So basically, in the frequency of the matter, you've got seconds. The parable is, got seconds and minutes and hour. So you can see that different elements you had different frequencies. So but if it's going to what was I on to? So the plasmoids being seated in the centre of the cube means that and with the work that you saw from Sheila is that there is only one set of frequencies, and the relationship between time and distance. And I shared the story about the Tibetan bells and Tesla weighing out the copper and then making the wire, because it was critically important that everyone understood the relationship that nature works by implosion over, and we have technologies that go by explosion, which increases friction, whereas implosion reduces friction. So I think that with the annealing process, and that George did, the main goal was to get a homogeneous sphere, so that, and as George said, if it's not annealed, you get this heating, But it's not the heating I'm worried about, it's the fact that, it demonstrates that something's hitting it, right? So the lack of obstacles within the thunderstorm generator is a really big thing. And then the quenching of it is critically important, because you want to capture that perfect structure, before some stress pulls it over. So that's the whole point of the annealing. It's very important. On an industrial scale, obviously, on the one-off, it's painful because you have to take it through the sequence. But that won't be, when it goes into mass production, we won't have to worry about that. And probably we'd pre-charge it. You know, when it does, we'd just have a sheet running through, we'd pre-charge it with Plasmoids, and then, you know, then that'd be the thing. And then make it softer as well. Because I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, how can you make rock plastic? Well, it's quite simple. You infuse it with Plasmoids. Full stop. You know, and they become the link between, they go in like argon between all the cracks, and that's the link. You know, and it's simple, and they are elastic. So basically, and then you just charge it and discharge it. That's my opinion. So anyway, I'll get George to go over the annealing process as we've done it, and you know, and people who've done the spheres. As I said, I wanted everyone to have the spheres properly built, properly annealed. Yeah, so that we start off from that. But then we go into mass production. It's obvious that the cheapest unit price is going to be on large volume. Right, so, and then we just do industrial process. And, you know, that's why we did the super stubby, so that we can fit more of our thunderstorm generators in a smaller furnace.
Yeah, so at the moment, commercially, it's pretty painful. But we're setting up to try and introduce a method for this and use the aerospace supply chain that we're in, because we know if you look at a jet engine, there's nothing in a thunderstorm generator that we need to make that the people we work with can't make, and we'll get it to a standardized, industrialized, precise state, all the welds optimized, all the geometry optimized, and I'm just itching to see what that does, because if something that's relatively coarsely engineered as these handmade prototypes are, and they work as well as they do, well, what are we going to get out of them when we get them just optimized in every possible way that we can? And the next thing will be experimentation with other materials for other duties that we haven't worked out yet. Aerospace superalloys. Can we get that nice? Do the plasmoids like it? If obviously so much of this, other than the heat treating, is way beyond me. I'm just an excited passenger, and I just can't wait to see what do we get next. And I want to see how we can drive that forward. For something that's this good, for the common good, why wouldn't you help out? Do all you can. Makes everything better for everyone. But also, it's just the fascination of it. It's the most interesting thing I've come across in years. What's better than this? Why wouldn't you help? So that's my side of it. The heat treatment, nobody's really realistically going to be able to do it without the equipment that we have. So we're going to also scale up what we can do to drive forward the large volumes of it. But yes, it's a high temperature process. And as Malcolm says, argon is the key. I didn't know that till I got into it. So yeah, we will be running it forward. And we see a path already to industrialize it. So I think within a year, we'll have larger scale units available and start working with people and testing them.
George, just run through the process from beginning to end quickly, your annealing process.
Or what it actually is. Oh yes, well, we anneal the subcomponentry when it comes in as a kit after it's been spun, and then we re-anneal the whole assembly afterwards. It's a high temperature process, but that's kind of the recipe to Coke, I'm afraid. If you want to do it, all you need sort of 30 or 40 years experience in a multi-million-dollar plant, and you're away. But it's kind of a trade secret on that one. There are other processes that probably work, but this one's, I'm afraid, a personal recipe. So I won't be sharing that, I'm afraid. But you can have a go at other processes, but do use argon. Yes.
I've got a question you might know. Do laser metal printing, like 3D laser sintering, do those parts require heat treatment?
Very much so, because that's a continuous weld. We do that for 3D additive manufacturing in titanium and superalloys. Very interesting stuff, but they're struggling with cyclic stress on it because it's just one long continuous weld. And where they're loading out the stress into a substrate on a hybrid part that's part printed and part wrought, the weld energy that builds up is massively distortive, and that's causing them problems. So we're going to a point of predictive opposite pre-distortion, so it pulls itself back straight as it manufactures to near net shape. But there's a lot more work to go on that. And anything big, the amount of energy that's gone into it so far, they're not there yet. It will come, certainly, but they're like this. They're learning so much at such a rate. But I think that will be a year or two before that becomes something that's valid.
Has ever, I know it's, but just thinking of casting. Have you guys tried casting of the thunderstorm generator before?
Not as yet. Again, it's a budgetary thing, I would expect, but that's also outside my purview. Malcolm, if you want to...
So this is a good question. So the whole thing of going back to Stanley Meyer, and I listened to what his business plan or whatever. His thing was, and my goal was, not only write it clearly so others may follow. That is, I really designed it and dumbed it down. So just using, my thing was just to use the pressure and vacuum of the engine. So no other electronics. So that's why if you see, besides obviously the generator running its own UV light, but that's the simplest way to do it. But then also just using the pan scrubbers, which everyone can get, and it gives you a multi-axis shear. I mean, it's very just simple, but you could have, as ultrasonic generators, and you can have all these things, and massa gas. There's all different ways to create microbubbles. You do not really want to see any bubbles. When the massa gas you can't see, and they're all minute bubbles. The bubbles you can't see are the ones that are collapsing symmetrically because they're within the flow. As soon as you get something that's twisted by the flow, you're in trouble. There's no collapsing point. So the microbubbles are what's there, and then you come through the thunderstorm generator. There are no moving parts, right? You're using the yin and the yang. So you counter that. You're battling tornadoes, you're dueling tornadoes. And sort of then obviously it just goes in, you use the normal flow coming through the carburetor to create a vacuum just with a draft tube facing into the engine. Yesterday it was facing out of the engine, so we were under pressure, not vacuum. I should have checked the water level was going down probably, not up. But anyway, so the point is that it was designed for simplicity, so that everyone could build it in their garage. Now, as I said, mass production, but the other thing, which is, maybe I forgot to, I'll just say it. So the other thing was to use the materials that were there. So my idea was that the normal cast, iron, your exhaust manifold, you simply take that, you melt it down and remold it as the outside sphere, and then you take your exhaust pipe, because now it doesn't matter if it's... I was thinking, well, I'll steal half the exhaust pipe, because it doesn't matter, there's nothing bad coming out of it, so you no longer have to have it out the tailpipe. So you could take that, hydro-mold it into your spheres, which gives you the exact 51.84 transitions, and now you haven't had to mine anything else. You've used the materials you've already got in your car, and you're simply using the existing stainless steel. And so therefore, the same ethos is that it's already there, right? And you can make that with, and I did go to the foundries in Australia. We did do some test work, in Australia on, and you can, it's easy to do. You know, and the idea is really in the process is that, you know, like with a shop, you just, you know, take in your engine and get a, you know, something that's been reconditioned. You know, so you can swap over your motor or whatever. Well, this case is you just, you know, volunteer up your manifold, just give us the specification of the car, and then it would just automatically mould in 2 halves so that you could actually, once you hydro mould you know, your stainless, then you just slot it in to that thing. There's many in my notes. There's I think it's you'll see in my notes that there's several designs with that, so that it's done in one continuous piece, and that's the good thing about hydro moulding. There's no welding, and you just you know, be able to do it in a way in which is efficient, both for the as I said, for the effective recycling of those engine parts. And I think that, and that'll, at the end of the day, that'll work out beautifully, because I think it'll make the whole thing a lot more seamless. And I think that because there's so many things to be retrofitted, but if you're just recycling the stuff and repurposing it, then it's easier. Now with computerisation, that you could have the forms would be all done electronically anyway. So.
No, if we were to do that, say if I had the equipment in my garage to melt down my manifolds, to create an outer sphere, to do the hydro mold for the inner sphere, those pieces would still need the annealing to create those little pockets for the plasmoids to sit in?
Yeah, well, so with the annealing process, I think that you could probably be really smart about that, because you could actually probably cast it, you know, stick it inside, cook it, you know, maybe add a little bit of temperature, you know, and get your profile. Because you need a few thermocouples and a computer program to keep, because you could have an electric heater blowing in the right temperature, couldn't you? Like, it just wouldn't matter. You could have a little electric oven or something, I don't think. But anyway, these are sort of more peripheral things, they're not to do with the core thing. But I'm just sharing that I did think about, you know, mass production and the efficient use of current technology and the resources that you don't have to go mining any more iron ore. You don't have to go and get any more stainless steel. You know, it's already there. You're repurposing and, you know, rethinking the internal combustion engine. And eventually, you know, with the Plasmoid technology, obviously we're going to, as everyone would have seen on Alchemical Science, I did, you know, put in the patent application this year for direct matter to energy drive. The videos, you know, on the website, I think, or if it's not, because obviously that got attacked 2 weeks ago. You know, same as it was 2 weeks before the last conference and 2 weeks before the conference. This one's been egregious because not only I don't think it's even fully up yet and the videos aren't up, but I think it's cost, you know, like, whereas before it was just, they just played games and got shut down. But this time it was a lot more professional, like just shredded it. So now it's something like, I think, probably at the end of the day it's going to be 15 or 20,000 just get back where I was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so Jesus wept. Yep, so, you know, it's disheartening, but then on the other side of it, I thought, well, while they're caning me, they're leaving some other poor bastard alone, right? So.
You mentioned your book a few times, but I haven't seen it on display. Are you selling that, or is that?
And the book's on Kindle. You know, there was some, you know, it was sold through the Australian Post Office to start with, but I think it was way too popular for certain people. So then it was quashed. And I think the gentleman has moved on. But, sorry?
I've tried to find the book, Sean, it's got different authors.
Roland Perry is the one. Yeah, Roland Perry, that's who did the book. He's an investigative journalist. He did the biography for Mel Gibson, Braveheart. I think was appropriate. I think he's running a theme, you know. So and then he did the biography for the, you know, the America's Cup, Rolly Tasker, and Monash and Chauvel, the first World War generals. So, and Roland is writing the next book now. You know, like this, you know, I keep him up to date with everything that's been happening, you know, here. And but anyway, I want to give an opportunity for everyone. I'll start to ask any questions you want now before we go out to the engine where it's a bit more. So, but you first. Do you want to come up with? Oh no, just the name of the book, The Shaman by Roland Perry. Yeah.
Yeah, talking about mass production, I heard you talk about how the engine RPM has to resonate, correlated probably to the size of the spheres. Do you have yet a parametric model or some sort of mass that would predict?
We've been wanting to do that, so you could have just a chart, and you look at the chart and you see what size spheres and what velocities. It's about 40 miles an hour is what you want those things traveling for, but 1 million RPM. Because you can't believe how fast that spins.
Faster, better. Okay.
Yeah, because you've got this feedback effect. It's like, you know, we have a microphone and a speaker, and it just revs up. That's how it works.
Would you be more effective with a two-stroke engine?
Well, certainly for pollution it would be.
For cycling, for pulsing. If you're saying there's a resonance and you have to tune it,
that's but I think the two-stroke's fine. We've done that before. We just went to 4 strokes because they're less noisy, you know. Although, having said that, maybe I forgot to say this, but the reason the resonance, you know, Sheila does such a fantastic job. I'm so grateful. And I mean, she just didn't exist 2 weeks ago. I mean, this is surreal. Like, I'm coming here, you know, my website's already down, and then suddenly I've got someone confirming the resonance, which is so important. You know, it's just surreal, you know, that's happened. And you look at her work, I mean, it's angelic. I mean, it's just so profound. So but it relates to resonance, right? That's what I'm saying. It goes back to the fact that the tuning of the 432, so the northern hemisphere 432, the southern hemisphere 432, means you've got your 864, the sun diameter, 86,400 seconds a day. What I'm saying is, if you tune it, right, it's like sort of having a boat run by a compass. If you've got a compass and something that just directed, if you tune it to that thing, it will form the plasmoid shapes.
Now, do the outer diameters have to be in relation to the diameter of the sun and the moon? Like the 24-inch sphere, is that actually a ratio?
I know. I hate to say it, you know, paint myself as being really, really dumber than everyone thinks already, but the point is that the whole idea was think, well, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to reverse engineer the sun. What do I know about the sun? I know its diameter, I know that it switches its poles, 11.11, and we just work from there. So the 432 was so beautiful because when you took a 4-inch sphere, a 3-inch sphere, and a 2-inch sphere in area, 51.84 square inches, and then you go, okay, well, it's resonating with time itself. So now the point is all matter is frequency and amplitude, and I think Sheila does a fantastic job of explaining that. So, and that's what Tesla said. Think in terms of energy, I think it was his exact words, frequency and amplitude, was it? Vibration. So, which is, so beautiful stuff and simple. So I think that the thing is, from my point of view, is, you know, with the build, it was just keep it simple, stupid, you know, and let the motor do the work, no moving parts, but you can improve it a lot. But one of the other things was that I've been trying to keep it below the threshold of producing filaments, like, you know, sunspots or, you know, flares. So keep it within its boundaries, you know, even though it's non-radiating boundaries, but the filaments come out and go back in again. You see them on my earlier models, but we then dumbed it down by simply, first of all, I lengthened it to reduce the temperature so it didn't melt, and then I shortened it up, but increased the size of the pipe it's so minute, it was from, increasing the pipe from like a 1-inch outside diameter to 1 inch inside made a huge difference, and it went from a 1/2 inch inside. 3/8 was so it was 1/2 inch OD to 1/2 inch ID, made a huge difference.
So you're saying like over-tuning could exceed material limits, like temperatures, like over-tuning it, being too precise?
Oh,
You had
yeah.
to detune it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it runs away. And they're all, the funny, I don't think I have a chance to say it, they're all the sun numbers. So you find these inflection points. So 864, well, when you've got 8 in the centre, which means you've got implosion, which is the secret of the universe and mass, that the number tells you whether it's imploding or exploding. So if the biggest number, when you reshuffle it, so you've got 864, the sun's diameter, we'll take the 8, put it in the middle, and then you've got 486, which is the reverse number, which is imploding. It tells you, because the biggest number's in the centre, so the energy's in the centre. So if you've got the smallest number, if you've got, so to say, 648, then the smallest number's in the centre, so therefore it's exploding. And the biggest number, so you've got 4 on this side, and you've got, if you've got 6, 4, 8, well, if it's going 6 to 8, it's female and going up to the right and spinning up to the right. And if it's the other way around, if the 4 is exploding, you've got the 4 in the centre, then you've got, and that means it's exploding. If it's got the 6 on the right side and then the 8 on then it means exploding male, that's positive, exploding and spinning to the spinning to the left. So these are all the secrets of the universe. So that's why I said we lost so much in numbers, because the numbers tell you everything's spin, everything's a vortex, God's a vortex, right? So it's vortex mass, which means the number itself, forget about the number, it's irrelevant, that just tells you which dimension it's in. And you look at my notes, we've got the tables, but it tells you from the number whether it's imploding or exploding, whether it's spinning left or right, and whether it's male or female. So I think it's beautiful. Yeah.
Awesome. I was curious if there was a preference on mechanically driven engines or electronically driven engines. Is there some kind of...
Well, what we did with it's a good question, and thank you for that, because we put it on we got the plug-in underneath the thing, electronics. So we actually retrofitted onto a Ford Falcon Futura, which had the Barra motor, which is about 1995 model, and it was perfect. Because what happened was, you didn't have to do much, because if the motor's trying to, we got an expert and reprogrammed the motor, and basically it was perfect because it was so easy. Because as the electronic system saying, oh, I'm going too fast, I have to shut down the throttle, right? And when it shuts down the throttle, it increases the vacuum and swaps from petrol over to the plasmoids, just automatically. Yeah, and I've, it's in my notes, I've got all of all of those results, and we've graphed them all, and it meant that we had, a really good, it dropped, in normal circumstances, the motor with the electronic system would only have about, 0.15 or 0.2% oxygen, right, left in it. So it's basically no oxygen what's coming out of the exhaust. When we put our system on it, it was like atmospheric levels.
Wow.
Right, and more power, and it matched so perfectly to that electronic system just because of what I said, because it swaps over automatically. Literally, because you just closed the valve. That was the problem we had in London, because they wouldn't sell us the second solenoid because they knew what we were doing. Yeah.
So have you applied it to a mechanically driven one, mechanically driven governors or anything like that?
Well, I think we just work it with the electronic thing, because as you know, it's really painful with even the small motors now. They've got their own little chips. You can never find out what they're doing. Ask Mercedes or Volkswagen. Oh, sorry. They got into trouble, didn't they? And I don't know that they told the truth about that. Anyway,
Okay. I was curious about the grounding of it. On a boat, we got the zincs that take care of the grounding. And would something like this smoke the zincs on our boat because it needs to be grounded because it's literally...
No, because the reason that it's a bit subtle, but you have your rubber mounts on the engine.
Okay. So as long as it's isolated?
Yeah, and in the production models too, there'd be ceramics. I mean, as I said, it's just simpler in the form it's in, and that's a dumbed down form simply because I took the ceramics off, so it would, and I deliberately let it short out at each end so that I wouldn't be evaporating my system, and like literally just like there's no smoke, it just disappears.
Gotcha. And so, could you put lagging on? I wouldn't want one of my guys walking by and getting shocked by the thing, though,
No, because it's imploding.
Gotcha, okay.
Right, and so, and again, that's the thing, that they have a self-contained electromagnetic field, and when you have, and it's really interesting too, the concept that it's a hot, you've got heat goes to cold. I always wonder, I wonder why no one did this before, where you've got your heat recovery system, because of course it's going to pull the heat into the centre with the vacuum, with the cold in the centre. And you saw those results. Mm-hmm. It's coming out. It's going through, just get this, that pipe's going across, we measured 700 degrees. 700?
Yeah. It was about 800, I think.
800, right. And the pipe's going, it's directly at it, and then it's coming out at less than what it's coming in at.
Yeah, that's
it's
insane.
crazy stuff. I mean, you can't,
insane.
It's not.
Wow. That then links onto the Chevy hemisphere that's picking up and dumping 100 degrees twice per revolution. And that's on the outside skin of the stainless. So inside it must be far hotter. Wow. So is it dumping 200, 400 degrees? And
again, the 648 is the C, and C relates to just that, it's where water goes from its solid to liquid phase, so that's your 0. And that's why Celsius works with the minus 2592, which is the great year of the Zodiac, which is the, so obviously the melting point, and it's the distance the moon travels in 12 hours, 2592. So it's not coincidental, it's all related to the frequency of hydrogen.
So how far can you mount this thunderstorm generator away from an engine?
Well, you've got to get as close as possible, because part of this is the shock wave. I'm using the shock wave, right? The shock wave is propagated by the explosion in the engine. You want to be close to that shock wave as possible, and you want to, so we actually, before, it was about doing the things, but now you saw on the Chevy, the boys there were genius brilliant. I got to thank Sam and Eli and Barron for helping putting that. But they got a clamp that you just clamp up, and so it gets you really close in because the clamp goes around, and you just clamp it up. It's a mechanical thing. I think it's used for brewing. I think some connector. But the point is that you want to, each inch that you are away from that exhaust pipe is minus 100 degrees. And you've only got, say 300 to start with, or 260 coming out of it. So by the time you've got, 3 inches away, it's not good. And I'm just talking about the outside, I suppose, but the inside, but like we found with those test works, with the graphs going up and down, you could see that as soon as you started to tune it, you see it go down and then up again, that's just by opening and closing the valve on the bubbler, because that's, and as you close the valve right at the back there, it's actually obviously increasing the pull, on one side, but it's the equalization of atmospheric pressure through the bubbler that does all our magic, yeah.
Gotcha. Just one more question. On that, the one you ran for 500 hours of 3508E, did you guys record any fuel efficiency numbers? Did it get better fuel efficiency?
Yes, it did, yeah.
I was just curious.
And the turbo, this was the big thing. And actually we've got that tricked out, and many years ago, guy Steve Monkhurst has been helping us, fantastic. He actually even went to the airport and gave Jordan polycarbonate sleeves for the bubbler. So that we got them now to put on the end. So, but Steve Monkhurst had the engine, the G gas, 3508E, electronic engine. So what your question is?
I was just curious on what was the rate of, like, how much more efficient did it burn? Like, how much more efficient?
Well, unbeknownst to most people, because you don't find out till you do it, apparently, when the men in black arrive. But it's my understanding that there's a sort of a glass ceiling that it would be illegal to increase the efficiency of a internal combustion engine above 45%.
Gotcha.
So I have just simply, we make the claim that we can get at least a 30%, efficiency, but, I suppose in many years, decades ahead, when people that are smarter than myself, would probably be able to get it to 10 times the efficiency of a normal combustion engine. Possibly.
Okay, thanks for that.
Hypothetically. I'm in America. The Fifth Amendment. Oh, it's too late.
So I have a question about a variant to your design because of what someone asked about the 3D printing. There's a method you can use, which is like resin printing. And then you can take like that resin print and create a mold for ceramic or porcelain. So then you won't have an issue with the welding line, right? Because then you can electroplate it with ultrasound, which could possibly help anneal it after. Because I'm pretty sure you can anneal the electroplate layer, right?
So the annealing?
You can anneal the electroplate layer. So if you take that and you put atomized copper into gum arabic, and then you use like an airbrush, like what you were talking about earlier, like an airbrush, and then you spray that onto the molded piece that you got from the SLA printed piece you molded, can't you anneal that copper layer that's on there? Because you can put that, how do I explain it? Sorry, this is like coming off the top of my head. You can take that like porcelain piece, and when you take this like gum arabic with the copper powder and you put put it on there, you can put it on.
Well, you put up another thing, just what I think of it, is that with the, I was just about to lose it, getting a bit tired. With the different types of materials, we're looking at now boron nitride as being, because they naturally, the Kotlinski clouds produce their own diamond tubule homes, because that's what plasmoids do. So basically, but the tubes, I know for a fact that either the boron nitride sheets or the boron nitride nanotubules will be fantastic, and that's the next generation, because that's dielectric but 7 times more thermally conductive than copper.
Okay, interesting.
Right, which means for our for the Ark of the Covenant, because this is atomic battery, it's the same thing, it's been done before, nothing new under the sun. I mean, Solomon had a battery charger called the Molten Sea, and he had little lavers which were taken in to charge the batteries, and so and the battery charger itself, basically, if you read the I think it's in the Kabbalah. Anyway, it's another document that Solomon wrote, but I think it's a separate or a more obscure book. But he did describe the same as the shittim wood, which was the acacia, which is a crenulated grain. So, because and it's a tight frequency, because I believe that the grain was at the frequency of the plasmoids, that they could keep on going along that grain without hitting it. Because ironically, if you've got a straight surface, you think, oh, well, it's not going to hit that. Well, it is. It'll bounce like this. Because how can you go over a straight surface? Is you're naturally dolphining, right? So you need to match the dolphining of that with the crenulation of the grain with a dielectric, which is acacia wood, shittim wood. The Ark of the Covenant was made of shittim wood because of the crenulated grain. And then the gold coating, so it's effectively a capacitor. But what not many people know, so I should share, is that it was layers of acacia wood chips, if you like, or or shavings, so they're curled as well. So it traps them in that spin. So it's curled shavings of acacia with, get this, wool. Wool as the home for the plasmoids, right, in water. That was Solomon's description of the inside of the Ark of the Covenant, which is a fantastic battery. You know, I said we've lost more information because that means that you've got a atomic battery that's made up of wood, a bit of wool, sheep's wool, and remember, good sheep's wool's got a crenulated grain as well, and it spirals, or it's got a crenulated grain. The point is that nothing in the universe travels in a straight line, yet we try and put energy in a square battery. It shouldn't be that way. It's not, and why do we do that? Well, capacitors, we wrap them in a cone, and yet our batteries are flat plates. It doesn't make any sense. It's automatically, it's just not natural. Yeah, so, anyway, so...
Maybe your question in a different form would be, given time and money with no object, what would be your preferential prototype materials for manufacturing?
Boron nitride.
So ceramic coated with boron nitride?
No, you can't have the ceramic because it's porous. Yeah.
Can't you coat it though?
Sorry?
Can't you coat it though with the glazing and use the glazing?
Well,
and then
okay.
electroplate the glazing?
Okay, I'll answer that. Okay, the reason you can placidify, when make rock plastic and deform it for the big blocks, in my opinion, is that because the plasmoids basically, you see with Bob Greenyer stuff, they're equally spaced, right? It's a subtle thing, but why are they equally spaced? Like all the dots are just because they like to be equally spaced. They'll put their arms out and say, like around and say, okay, this is my spot here. So basically that's a 3D concept. If you try and layer that, and even though with ceramic, in my opinion, that means that then it's not a natural state for them to be put in. They're really a fifth-dimensional object, but the point is you can't put them in a one-dimensional plane easily because they like to, what's the word? They like the sacred geometry. They like to distribute themselves because they're a hive mind, so they share communication and they also share energy, and they're sort of like, so there's literally sort of like a hive. Yeah, sorry, that's about all. Thanks.
What's currently the best generator to modify, and what is the ideal length for the...
Well, I think the very simple ones, like from just not say a DeWalt, or we've got a Predator out there, like a Lowe's or something, but the ones that have just, basically a straight port out on this side and a straight port in on that side, just for simplicity. Because then you've got very simple to bring the piping over, and you put in your draft block, and then and also we've had trouble because they put computers inside.
Oh, great.
Right? And they have sensors. And when you put our technology on, so that's why we went back to before, like 1955, like with the Chevy.
Right.
Beautiful. Because it's uncomplicated. Right? And you can change it yourself, and you don't have to worry about electronics defeating you, because the engine suddenly, with a program that you know not of, you have no clue what it's doing, right? No one's going to tell you, right? So basically you need an old engine that's dumber than you are, right? You don't want an engine that's smarter than you, can't even figure out how to disable your electronics. That's why I used to get it with a battery, so I didn't have to pull it. And I thought, well, that was more grief for me, because once I put a battery in, they think that they can get smart and have all these computer chips and all that, these sensors running off the battery, and then you're completely defeated because, so the next step, if you did have the resources, you could do that easily. But, I must say that we're not exactly getting cooperation from the auto industry.
Right, yeah. And what's the best length for the generator size?
Well, it has to be, I'd suggest, like, for the 432s, the sort of, the bandwidth is really 300 cc's, which it is out there at the moment, up to, I think, 439 gets to a limit. Okay. You know, like, it's just because of the back pressure.
Yeah, too low.
Right. You want to have, like, the maximum speed, so therefore you want the velocity to it. But with the Super Stubby, which we really haven't, since we've done it, I've been racing around, I haven't had enough time to really do the study. We've got several facilities now we can just stop, do good testing, find the velocities, find the volumes, draw the charts, and have everything given to everyone. But obviously, you know, it's we need to get, you know, you need a certain amount of resources, but we're up in the game with the science. And with the research with Bob and the isotope work and all this, what we have proven is that we have the only machine in the world that can supply a sample for, you know, C14, you know, for carbon dating. Yeah. Because, you know, it's a large amount of microspheres, you know, quadrillion of them, I think it was, and 129 million of them just above, you know, 15, 20 microns. So, yeah.
Great.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. I can't even remember what my last question was.
One small one.
Yeah.
Would an application for this be we could burn trash and get away with it? Trapping all the things like a direct matter to energy?
Actually, that's a really good question. I love good questions because they invite good answers. The more toxic it is, the more it's like ice cream with chocolate topping for them, right? Anything that's toxic to us is reactive. And the plasmoids will just go for it first, right? So I eat my dessert first since I was infused with plasmoids because I go for the sweet stuff first. So this is the same. They go, because there's a lot of energy in those complex compounds, but they can split those. But anyway, thank you very much. Outside for the test work, and we'll just do what we can.
Hello, everybody. So, probably most of you know me as a student of Malcolm Bendall's. Maybe this is how many of you have discovered me. I am going to be talking a little bit about that in this presentation. I'm going to be mainly talking about the theory behind the technology, and it has far more application than just the technology. These are universal principles, and I believe that this is a new or a very old model of physics based on music and geometry. So I've titled my presentation "The Music of the Spheres," and I don't mean it as based on anyone's work in particular, but I will introduce it a little. It's more of an abstract, not an abstract, it's more of a highly harmonic concept that is self-evidential, and I believe I've made some progress on rediscovering and unifying these principles that have always been known by all cultures. So we'll get into that. So this is just a little slide from an app called Cosmic Watch. And it's what we're going to be talking about. This is the rhythmic and harmonic dance of the celestial bodies. And the idea of this is that from the macro to the micro, all things move in the same way. We live in a fractal reality. And all of these movements and pathways are determinable. And the ancients knew this. We know it now. It's just about putting all of these pieces back together. So a lot of people have spoken about the music of the spheres. Please ignore where it says Platonic solids after Pythagoras there. There's a few mistakes in my slideshow here, but Johannes Kepler, who came up with the laws of planetary motion, he was a mathematician and astronomer. He's probably who most people have heard the term the music of the spheres from. Pythagoras, he was certainly versed in these ideas and promoted them. Malcolm's stuff is very much based on these same ideas. And if we look back to ancient Bharat, India, we will find not called the music of the spheres, because it was a different language, but in the Gandharva Veda and in Jyotish, All of these principles are there in the same way, down to precise mathematical principles and numbers, which I will show you shortly. So just a few little definitions, because I know some people have come on the technology side rather than the cosmic side. The horizon, as you will see here. This is from the southern hemisphere, if you're wondering why north and south are on the wrong sides here. You all know it. The zenith, this peak in the sky, and this is just a lay of the land. It's to show you where we're going to go. The ecliptic is the pathway of the zodiac and the planets. And for those who don't know, everything just follows this line essentially within a spectrum of the ecliptic. So we can see the planets will rise in the east. Again, we've got north here because I'm in the southern hemisphere. You'll have south. But we can see the whole lot moves over time. It's very traceable, and of course, all modern astronomers are quite aware of this, and the ancient ones. So this brings us to the zodiac or radial cycle. We've essentially got two different ways or two different motions that we track. And again, maybe some astronomers will disagree with me. I am self-taught, so I have missed a lot of normal ideas that may come up in education. And that's an advantage for me because it means I can discover things in a different way, but it's also a disadvantage because I may sometimes not be able to communicate in the same way as other people do. But essentially we have the zodiac or radial cycle, and this is our geocentric perspective. And if we look back to Jyotish, which is Vedic astrology, or any of these kind of forms of astrology, we see that all calculations are done from a geocentric, from the Earth-centric perspective. And, well, when I went to school, people just told me that that was because they thought that we were just the center of the universe, and they didn't know that the Earth rotated the sun and a number of other things. I mean, obviously, that's very contestable, but the idea with Jyotish, with Vedic astrology, the reason why the ancient Indian astronomers came up with astronomy itself, or rediscovered these principles and tried to use them, was because they saw how these planetary cycles affect us on Earth. And that's, goes from agriculture to metal work to, our own bodies. And I know a lot of people will think that's woo-woo. People like to disconnect astrology from astronomy, and that's reasonable because a lot of astrologers are bunk. However, we are full of conductive fluids. The moon moves the tides. The moon moves our bodies. It does alter our constitution. It alters everything. The planets affect us so much in ways that we don't understand that we are able to work it out. We are able to trace these things. And this is why we've got this radial cycle. This is the circle of the planets through the zodiac. We then have the heliocentric perspective, which is, of course, the Earth rotating the sun and all the other planets. So essentially, it's a gyroscope. It's a giant gyroscope. We've got the moon rotating the Earth. We've got the Earth rotating the sun and all the other planets, and then we've got the sun rotating around another point. And again, many of you will be familiar with these ideas, but I have a diverse audience, so I just wanted to basically introduce these concepts first. They're going around really fast, obviously. 1 day, 2 days, yeah. You can see that. All right, so a little bit more on this. We've got these different lunar rhythms, and these 5 here are monthly rhythms. This is a daily rhythm. This is based on Brian Keats' work, who's a biodynamic calendar maker in Australia, and he taught me a lot about these cycles and phases before I started studying Malcolm's work. So we can see the moon, 2,160 mile diameter, and again, you'll go, no, it's not. If you look it up, you'll find it's slightly off, and that's fair enough. This is an architectural plan. Once you see how all of these numbers link together, I think you will agree with me that there is some intelligent harmonic design to this. And when these numbers go and interact with the world, they change a little bit. Just like when you go to build a building, you'll find that there are a few degrees difference or there's a small margin of error. And that's what these numbers are. You won't find them as exact, but you'll see what I mean by the end of this presentation. So we've got the daily cycle. The moon travels its own diameter every hour approximately. It travels 51,840 miles within 24 hours, and it travels 25,920 miles in 12 hours. So does anyone recognize that 25,920? Fantastic, yeah. You see where we're going to go with this. This is harmonics. So these monthly rhythms are mainly just for demonstration, just to show how everything is. It's got these multiple rhythms going on. We've got the phase cycle. Everyone should know, you can see it. We go around from the waxing moon and the waning moon. We've got the tropical rhythm, which occurs over a month as well, which is where the moon is moving between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. So when the sun is up, I always think about things in the southern hemisphere, of course, but when the moon is up your way, you actually get a miniature spring and summer. When it comes down our way in the southern hemisphere, then you will get a mini winter and autumn. And so this is kind of like a miniature cycle of what the sun is doing, how it affects us. Next, the Zodiac rhythm, which we discussed before. The apsidal rhythm, which is the expansion and contraction of these plasma bodies. Think of all these jellyfish-like layers surrounding the Earth, and you can kind of see how this works. It makes an elliptical orbit, which is why sometimes we'll find the moon is further, sometimes it's closer. And we've got the nodal cycle, which is where the moon and the sun meet on the same planes. What we see here, which that's the northern and the southern node, they call it, or Rahu and Ketu in the Sanskrit terms. So this is bringing this back. These are frequencies. It's all in very slow motion, but they are frequencies. So defining what frequency is, we've got its cycles per given unit of time. And again, perhaps debatable terms, but this is how I'm defining it here. It's work velocity over time. So we generally consider frequency in cycles per second, CPS, which is commonly referred to as hertz, which you may know it as, so 432 hertz or 440 hertz. It's the same concept here. All we're doing is we're replacing a second with a day here, and this is our sine wave. And we can see that the sine wave was developed based on these astrological cycles, which you will see happen on all scales of the fractal, not just with the planets. Now we're getting into the numbers. So this here, I've come to call the template based on my friend and fellow researcher Ed Nightingale's definition, based on the lambda sequence, which is simply doubling and tripling. We can see we've got 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, doubling down this column, 1, 3, 9, 27, 81, tripling across here, and then we have the product of these numbers in here. So 2 times 3 is 6, 9 times 2 is 18, etc. And that's all this is. And I think this is quite possibly the most important square you've ever seen, because it really does contain all the foundations of the reality which we live in. And I would go so far as to claim that this is the programming language of our universe. So if we look at the divisions of time for a start, these numbers may not look familiar unless you've been looking at my work or Malcolm's, or a number of people do talk about them. Like I said, Edward Nightingale. We'll go through a few more. Randall, of course, he's probably one of the first ones. But you can see here this 864, 72, ignore the zeros for now. 24, 12, 1, 12, 360, 864, 72, 24, 432. Think about these numbers. You can see them on here, and we can see how they fit together. These are octaves of each other, but we'll get into that in a moment. So I'm going to go through these fairly quickly because it doesn't matter if you remember them. I'm happy to give anyone this slideshow in full afterwards as well. I can make that available on my channel. But we'll just go through quickly and see if you can see the pattern. Greater divisions of time. We've got 1 solar year, 2160, 1 zodiac age, 3 zodiac ages, 6480, which is 1 platonic season, 4 Platonic seasons is 12 Zodiac ages, which equals 25,920 solar years, which is, of course, the Great Year. Biblical divisions of time. If we look at the 6 days of creation, and I actually think I may have got a typo on one of these numbers. I can't remember. Maybe it has an extra 0 or something, so don't judge me on that. I think it may be that 86,000. Yeah, I think it's 86,000, not 8,000. Anyway, we see again 144, 864, 518, 31,104 arc seconds. So these are all just conversions of the same thing. That's 6 days in hours, 6 days in minutes, 6 days in seconds, 6 days in arc seconds, which is a further division of seconds. And obviously links to the circle and these measurements here. So it's curious that we find that in the Bible, because if we go to the Vedas, then we find those arc seconds in Earth years. 311 trillion and 40 billion Earth years is said to be the lifetime of Brahma, who is said to be essentially the creator god of the Vedic tradition. So a kind of secondary god that created the universe. 360 days is 1 year of Brahma. 24,000 Deva years, which is Daiva Chakra, I think. 8,640 million Earth years. So you're starting to see these numbers recur again and again. And they are there specifically in these scriptures. Both, the Bible is more, you have to decrypt it a little more, but it is in there. You find those 6 days, you find plenty more stuff than that. It's all there in the Indian stuff as well, very explicitly. And I read these numbers a long time ago, and I was like, why are they giving us such, who cares about 4,320 years? Why does that matter? How does that make sense? They were giving us a key, because this helps us verify that everything happens in the same pattern, on all scales of the fractal. So if we look at the yugas, which probably most people know most commonly, Kali Yuga is, which we believe we are currently in, debatably, 432,000 Earth years. We see it's double that, 864, is Dwapara Yuga. Treta Yuga, 1,296,000 Earth years, and you're beginning to see the pattern. Other ancient calendars, we've got 36,000 years for the Egyptian Kings list. I got that one from Ed Nightingale, a few of these. 6,000 years on the Hebrew calendar, 144,000 days equals 1 Baktun in the Mayan world ages. 432,000 years, reign of the Sumerian god kings, credit Randall Carlson or wherever he got it from. 3,600 years, Saros cycle and ancient Chaldeans. And then we've got traditional systems. So we've just skipped. We were talking about time, right? Now we're on measurement. And you probably know these even more than you would the time, because they're a little more in our face. You've still got the imperial measurement system here, right? People use that in the US. We don't have it. We went to metric, and it was a bad idea, guys. I thought it was a good idea. It's not. So spiritual significance. Yeah, I hope you guys love that one. Spiritual significance. 9 inches is a span, and that's said to be based on God's hand span, which he meted out creation in the Bible. Interestingly enough, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd canto, 9 inches exactly is said to be the span of Krishna's universal form, which is a metric for creation on a fractal scale. 144,000 faithful followers in the book of Revelation, 144 square cubits in the sacred city of Jerusalem, 108 beads on the Japa Mala, and I'm sure you guys can probably name many other things that have to do with this 108 number. It's a very, very sacred number, and we'll find out more about it shortly. Imperial measurement system. And so I've done a fair bit of research on this, because I started to see this pattern, and I was like, surely people have noticed this. And I was looking it up, and people were variously saying that we just arbitrarily came up with our measurement systems, or that they were based on natural objects, like your finger, like a barley corn, 3 barley corns in an inch, for example. That's true, but that's because these numbers are the programming language of our reality. They can both be true. 12 inches in a foot, 18 inches in a cubit, 36 inches in a yard. 2 cubits in a yard, 3 feet in a yard. It's all there. The Welsh measurement system, and there's a very interesting story behind the Welsh measurement system that I think everyone should look up. I think he was called Dwifnell the Bold and Silent. Look it up. I'll leave it there. Great Pyramid, and this is again from Randall, is a 1 to 432,000 scale model of the Earth. It also has a 51.84 degree slope angle. We've seen that 5184, if you can remember it, very significant number before for time, the number for time itself, in fact. Essentially, numbers are real and alive, like Marco Rodin said 40 years ago, and Malcolm's been telling us now. We've looked at things linearly. We read a number left to right. And this has been coming up from other people a bit lately, and I confirm that they're right. They're right. We are missing about 80% of our maths. We are not using numbers properly. And that's not to say that we can't do fantastic things with numbers the way we use them. Like, I am aware that we are great engineers. We have worked out a lot of stuff, but it's like we're doing that with the 20%. This is analog computing. This is the difference. We have the British apothecaries' weights as well. So we've gone to measurement to weights now. And you'll see once again, 1, 12, 96, 288, 5760. You can see them all highlighted there. I don't need to go through them all. These systems continue to go back a long way, and I've only listed a few here. There are so many more, and you will find these numbers again and again and again and again. If you print off this little square here and start looking for these things, you will find thousands of more examples that I haven't given. We've got traditional systems weight, further ones here. Traditional systems of volume. So we've got 1 pint, 16 fluid ounces, and so on. UK Imperial, and again, many other examples of this. These are not the only ones. I just thought they might be relevant to everyone and demonstrate the point well. Measurement of the celestial bodies. So let's start up the top. Ignore the estimated diameters for the moment. We've got 1,080 miles is the moon's radius. 2,160 miles is the moon's diameter. 432,000 miles, sun's radius. 864,000 miles, sun's diameter. Then we've got 7,920 miles is the Earth's diameter. That's not on there, right? Curious. But if we look at 1728, I have a video called The Laws of Sanskrit Mathematics. We probably should have called it The Laws of Vedic Mathematics. Also the Laws of Vortex-based Mathematics, because they are synonymous, where I explain this. But we can do a lot more with these numbers than reading them left to right. They can implode, they can explode. We can take each digit and find out its meaning. We can shuffle them and find out its meaning. There's a lot of equations in that video that I would encourage everyone to go and see if you're interested in this. The sun and the moon's average distance from Earth, 108 times their respective diameters in miles. And of course, we see Tesla's magic. 396 miles is the Earth's radius. It's that simple. I thought about doing a little video, actually, of just, what's the big mystery? It's the Earth's radius. And once again, if you're an astronomer and you've studied this from an academic perspective, you may find these numbers very disagreeable. Look at how they reference each other. Everything, once it comes in play into this world, it is subject to the feedback mechanism of other things. So for example, we know that all ancient cultures seem to think that there was 360 days in a year, or they mentioned the 5 as unlucky days. Why is that? I think it's because of the impact. I think that when you look at these spheres spinning around each other, someone asked me yesterday, why doesn't the Earth get sucked into the sun? Why does it stay there? Well, I think it stays there because of this. This is all vortexes, and this is the language which we can map it with. The other planets, estimated diameters, and I've just estimated these myself. Someone feel free to go and do it yourself based on these numbers. Like I say, you're going to find that the sun's radius or the sun's diameter is said to be slightly more than this, or I think it's 865,000 miles or something. The Earth's been knocked slightly off. We're slowly going back, and we will. You're never going to find these numbers exactly, or very rarely will you, but you are going to see that this is the architectural plan. The magnitude of different planets as well, which is just funny. You keep finding more and more things that just fit in, but again, Ed Nightingale, here he is. See this man with the white hair here? Everyone go and chat to this guy afterwards. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in a moment, but magnitude of Sirius, negative 1.44. You just can't make this shit up, can you? So here's the crux of it, how it all ties together. This is a musical scale. It's the music of the spheres. I believe this was originally how Pythagoras came up with our Western musical scale based on, again, the Vedic music scale, which already had a 12-note scale as well as a 24-note scale. Essentially, all we've got here, each column is an octave. So an octave just means double the frequency. For example, 432. We've tuned all our instruments now to 440 hertz. That was a rather arbitrary decision made, I think about 100 years ago, maybe. We probably should tune it to 432 because you can see that it makes everything a lot easier and our harmonics start to work. So 432, double that is 864. So that'll be the same note. They'll both be A. They'll both be A, just one tone higher. You know, if we've got it. Anyone got perfect pitch in the room? No. That's a rare one. Fair enough. Well, let's pretend this is A. There you go. Sorry, I lost my voice, but that's an octave higher. It's that simple. Oh, sorry, I thought I had another slide there. Nope, there it is. All right. On the other hand, in the other direction, on the horizontal axis, we have the perfect fifths. So 256 this is hertz, by the way, because we're just skipping between, you can use these numbers for anything, so I've stopped labeling them. But this is hertz, or cycles per second. 256 cycles per second is middle C on the piano. So when you hear that middle C, that's that. A perfect fifth up from that is 384 hertz. Perfect fifth up from that is 576, and so on. We can actually build a musical scale quite easily by going 256th and then going up a perfect fifth. I use a chessboard to demonstrate this sometimes, and I call that the bishop move. And then we've got our knight move, a perfect fourth up to down to 288 hertz, 432 hertz, 324, 486. We're building a musical scale. So if you don't know what this is, we can build a full chromatic scale, which just means every note. You know, if you're starting on C, and then we've got 12 notes, you'll go C, C sharp, D, and go up that. But this is in the order of perfect fifths. Nope. There we go. So we get to this, this line of the 1, 3, 9, 27 here, because we need to build the rest of our scale, and I only got half the notes in. And we can do a halving sequence. So this is just halving and tripling. So we've got 0.5, 1.5, 4.5. If we go up this way, we've got 0.25, 0.125. So we're just halving now. And we find that we get these decimal places, but we do get the rest of our scale. And there's some very interesting things to observe between here and here. If you look carefully, you'll see that pretty much every number here is mirrored, just with a few extra decimal places. It's bizarre. It's really, you could not make this stuff up. You can also see that these numbers are compounds, and it's not maybe that easy to see because I cut it off here. We can continue this infinitely down and infinitely across, and we can create a microtonal scale with more than 12 notes if we wish. It will start filling in the gaps rather than just expanding further. But yeah, we can see essentially these numbers are all made up of other numbers, you know, so where's a good example? It's nice and easy to read. Here we go, 4808. This is just one example, but it's 48 here and 8. I'll let you guys look around this for yourself. There's plenty of time to explore it, but you will find all of these numbers are compounds built of each other. The rule changes a little bit when you introduce fives, but I'm not going to bother trying to explain that right now. So then we've got the zeros, because I told you to ignore the zeros, and that's just to start to get a little scope of these numbers. But I figured out that when we increase the amplitude or the magnitude, I'm not sure what the appropriate term to use in these terms, but we shift the musical scale a few places. So for example, here, instead of 1 in the corner, I've started with 0.1. And so we can see that our C has now moved 1, 2, 3, 4 places to the right, and it's shifted our musical scale. So now we can see 3.6 hertz is going to be A sharp, and of course that's below the normal range of human hearing, but that is what's interesting about this, and we will get into that in a little bit more. We can also add a 0, so now our 1's become a 10, and we've shifted the scale the other way. The zeros don't matter, they're just amplitude or magnitude. Further resources on these numbers. Malcolm Bendall, of course, his plasmoid unification model uses these. Marco Rodin, who was the discoverer of vortex-based mass, and he recovered that from the Baha'i scriptures, so just throwing in another scripture there that also has these exact numbers, all based on the number 9, that handspan of God and the universal form of Krishna. And I'd love to hear from anyone else if you know of other spiritual traditions where you find these same numbers. Randall Carlson, of course, he's got a fantastic video on After School which goes through a lot of these numbers, which some of you may have seen, in which case you will understand these concepts. Edward Nightingale, in the back there, he's going to be here all weekend, and I really encourage everyone to go and talk to Ed about his work, because I solidified a lot of these concepts and understood them through Ed's work, and I think very few people may know of him at the moment, but he's been around for about 20 years, and it's some of the most fantastic stuff out there. Walter Russell, who I've actually only really started studying myself, even though he's a major inspiration and credit for Malcolm's work, built on the top of it. But his model of the elements, we find this same thing. This is an octave sequence. Everything's separated in the same way. You can map the same numbers onto this. It's there. He knew. Fellow I met recently, Don Odish. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that last name. But he's mapped all of these numbers even further. You can find the circumferences and the movements of the planets, and you'll find all of the same numbers there. I brought along a document from him if anyone would like to see it, or I'll upload it as well and share that. Jamie Buturf, you can find him. He was kind of the original guy who started fighting to bring back 432, and he got in a lot of trouble for it. I think he got in quite some argument. It's it's a passionate topic once you get into it. But he actually was probably the first person that I saw these numbers through. Bruce Cathy, I'm sure many of you will know of him. He mapped the ley lines of the Earth, and he did all of this based on UFO phenomena. He was a pilot. You'll find these numbers prolifically through all of his books. And Pappas, what was his name? I think his real name was Gerald Encalce, but this was a book called Tarot of the Bohemians from early 1900s, late 1800s. The patterns are in there, and this is maybe even one of the first places that I learned them. And I highly recommend this book. Essentially, the fortune-telling thing, it works maybe, but those cards are about numbers. There are hidden mathematical principles in this deck. There are many, many other people that talk about these numbers, but these are just a few important ones. And like I say, obviously Randall's here, Malcolm's here today, Ed's here today, so make sure you reach out to those guys, talk about this stuff as well. Music of the spheres. Space and time are harmonic and fractal, and so are our systems for measurement and division. As above, so below. The great year of our solar system is 25,920 years, and the melting point of protium, what we commonly know as hydrogen, which is a group, not an element, is negative 259.2 degrees. It's pretty telling, isn't it? And there's way more to this, you know. As we keep finding smaller particle designations, we can keep going deeper and deeper, but we're going to be able to go forever. Maybe we'll even find us on the other side of it. I'm not sure if we went down far enough. So this brings us to the frequency spectrum, and I hope this will kind of clarify what I've been talking about for those who may not be getting it all. But we've explored the musical scale already, so let's start with that. We can see that that's all, well, at least the notes that we can hear are within the range of audible human hearing, which is around 20 to 20,000 hertz. Some people can hear a little more or a little less. We all have different things. Then we've got, well, I should say first, so that's one of our senses, right? We hear a certain range of frequencies, but everything is a frequency. It's like our senses are bandpass filters. If you're a musician, you know, you can, they're limited, the frequencies we see. For example, we don't hear color, we see it, because we have a sense that's designed to pick up only those frequencies. We hear things in the audible spectrum because our ears are designed to pick up those frequencies. So if we look up a little further, here's our visible light spectrum, 400 to 790 terahertz. Terahertz is 1,000 gigahertz. Gigahertz is 1,000 hertz. So we're getting up, it's going pretty fast. But essentially, easy way to think about this, if you don't know what frequency is, people say it's vibration usually. I don't think this is actually correct. Ken Wheeler says oscillation is the right term. But we can think of it as vibration. So it's just how fast is something vibrating. So if it's vibrating at 20,000 hertz, it means it's vibrating 20,000 times a second. That's as simple as this is. If we look down right at the beginning here, we have the human brainwave spectrum. If you've ever had an EEG scan, and you can actually do this all over your body, they've got different sensors that essentially do the same thing. They pick up the low current electrical signals being emitted by the human body because we are electrical in nature and these things can be tracked. So we can actually find out, many of you may have done meditation practices, or you can get headbands that track this and tell you where you are these days. We're usually sitting in either, probably everyone's mostly in beta these days, which is conscious awareness, a very focused state. That's where you are when you're at work. Alpha, you can see it's a little lower, so we went from 14 to 30 hertz to 8 to 13 hertz. This is more of a resting state when we're in a relaxed state. Many people are in the flow state when they're in this alpha. We go down to theta, 5 to 8 hertz. This is very meditative, hypnotic, when you're on the way to sleep. Delta, deep sleep, 0 to 4 hertz. Interestingly, if you go below that, then we get REM sleep and the dream world, and then you'll go back into beta, which is quite funny. What does that mean? Then we've got gamma, 30 plus hertz, and traditional EEG scans will only go up to 100 hertz, but recent work in neurosciences over the last decade has shown that we can, the human mind can go well over 2,000 hertz, I think. They've been tracking maybe even far greater than that, a huge release of energy. This is generally when people get in a meditative state and go below the delta state. You can essentially activate the pineal gland, let's not mince words, and you will have an experience. Then we've got all the rest of the frequency spectrum. I'm not going to go through all of these, but obviously we've got the radio spectrum here. We've got the nuclear, sorry. I'm Australian, we're not great with this stuff. It's worth mentioning. We've got the nuclear kind of spectrum here, and I mean, we've got UV light at this end of the visible light spectrum. And outside of the visible light spectrum as well. But we go all the way up to X-rays, gamma rays, cosmic rays, and they're just going really fast, too fast for us. That's why they mess with us. All right, this is just a little a little example that I got from a book some of you may know called The Kybalion. And it's a surprisingly good example of what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to read this little text and we're going to go through this slide here. Scientists have offered the illustration of a rapidly moving wheel, top, or cylinder to show the effects of increasing rates of vibration. The illustration supposes a wheel, top, or revolving cylinder running at a low rate of speed. We'll call this revolving thing the object in following out the illustration. Let us suppose the object moving slowly. It may be seen readily, but no sound of its movement reaches the ear. The speed is gradually increased. In a few moments, its movement becomes so rapid that a deep growl or a low note may be heard. Then as the rate is increased, the note rises one in the musical scale. Then the motion still being further increased, the next highest note is distinguished. Then one after another, all the notes of the musical scale appear, rising higher and higher as the motion is increased. Finally, when the motions have reached a certain rate, the final note perceptible to the human ears is reached, and the shrill, piercing shriek dies away, and silence follows. No sound is heard from the revolving object, the rate of motion being so high that the human ear cannot register the vibrations. Then comes the perception of rising degrees of heat. Then after quite a time, the eye catches a glimpse of the object becoming a dull, dark, reddish color. As the rate increases, the red becomes brighter, and then as the speed is increased, the red melts into an orange. I think that might have been my next slide, let's see. Yep. Then the orange melts into a yellow, then follow successively the shades of green, blue, indigo, and finally violet as the rate of speed increases. Then the violet shades away and all color disappears, the human eye not being able to register them. But there are invisible rays emanating from the revolving object, the rays that are used in photographing and other subtle rays of light. Then begin to manifest the peculiar rays known as the X-rays, etc., as the constitution of the object changes. Electricity and magnetism are emitted when the appropriate rate of vibration is attained. When the object reaches a certain rate of vibration, its molecules disintegrate and revolve around themselves into the original elements or atoms. Then the atoms, following the principle of vibration, are separated into the countless corpuscles of which they are composed. And finally, even the corpuscles disappear, and the object may be said to be composed of the ethereal substance. Science does not dare to follow the illustration further, but the Hermeticists teach that if the vibrations be continually increased, the object would mount up the successive states of the manifestation and would in turn manifest into the various mental stages and then on spiritward until it would finally re-enter the all, which is absolute spirit. The object, however, would have ceased to be an object long before the stage of ethereal substance was reached. But otherwise, the illustration is correct insomuch as it shows the effect of constantly increased rates and modes of vibration. It must be remembered in the above illustration that as the stages which the object throws off vibrations of light, heat, etc., it is not actually resolved into those forms of energy, which are much higher in the scale, but simply that it reaches a degree of vibration in which those forms of energy are liberated in a degree from the confining influences of its molecules, atoms, and corpuscles, as the case may be. All right, we'll leave it there. You can read that book yourself if you like, but I think it's a good demonstration of these principles. Moving on. This is the Vesica Piscis, a fractal Vesica Piscis going on, and I'm currently writing a book on this where I explain harmonics through the Vesica Piscis, and so I've briefly just given a little example. Here, we can see that this full circle could be considered the fundamental frequency. So imagine this as a string, and these as cavities. We find that the division here gives us 2/3 of the string, a perfect fifth. In the center, these two circles give us an octave each. If we were dividing our string this way, would work the same for wavelength, I guess. And a perfect fifth 2 octaves above, we get this. There's a lot more to find in this. I'm not going to go into it right now, but let's just briefly talk about harmonics. Essentially, one note is not made of one note. When we pluck a string and we hear, let's say that this is tuned to A 432. let's say it's tuned to D72, because I've used that as an example. If this is tuned to D72 and we pluck this string, we hear a D. It's made up of many notes. There is a fractal harmony of notes. And this is well known. This is not new woo-woo stuff. This is just standard music theory. I believe it's a model of physics. So if we've got the first harmonic, will be our D72. That's our full string. If we go down, our second harmonic is just 2 times 72. So it'll be an octave up, D144. This is also 72 plus 72. I know that's the same thing as 1 times 72, but it's important to see how these things are constructed. We look at the third harmonic, 72 plus 144, and this is also 3 times the fundamental. Fourth harmonic, 288. Fifth harmonic, this one's interesting. I believe I actually did write it F sharp. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I can't see it very well from there. 288 plus 72. This 360 here, this is a very interesting number. And this fifth harmonic, it actually has another whole key to mathematics that I think everyone's missed, frankly. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see if anyone knows it when I come out with my book. There's the fifth harmonic, the seventh harmonic as well in the center. We'll see 504. And if you remember correctly, we saw 54 or 540 or 5.4 on the template. We did not see 504. And there is another key to numbers in here. And this is undeniable stuff. I wish I had been able to publish the book in time to show you guys this, but there are keys encoded in the Vesica Piscis, including the Greenyer, the 51.84. All of these numbers are directly encoded in the geometry, and I will talk about that later. But for now, a note is made up of many notes, just like everything is made up of many things. Moving on to geometry, I just want to talk about these numbers for a moment more. 3-sided shape, 60 degrees times 3, 180. 4-sided shape, 90, 360, 5, 108, 540, 120, 720, 1080, 135, that's a little bit of an abnormality. 126, 144, we get shuffled numbers sometimes, 216, 126, 144, 360. Once again, so we've got what? Measurement, time, the celestial bodies, the shapes. It's getting weird, isn't it? 3D shapes, tetrahedron, 720. Of course they're going to be the same because we know the 2D shapes were there. We add up the 720 of the tetrahedron, the 1440 of the octahedron, the cube, 2160, the icosahedron, 3600, and the total sum of all their internal angles is what? Diameter of the Earth. How about that? Then if you add that to the dodecahedron, you'll get 14400. There's our 144, number for light. We know it. So that's all for the numbers. We'll leave that there. I think it's pretty interesting. I think it's undeniably self-evident that everyone knew about these numbers, that all of our systems for time and measurement, at least the good ones that match nature, were built on these principles. So moving on, I want to talk about power generation and plasmoids, because that's where we're going. And again, if you came to see the technology and you're like, why is he rambling on about ancient history? You'll see how it applies. You'll see. So this is a Tesla coil circuit. Everyone know what a Tesla coil is? Yeah, it's essentially, if you saw Nikola Tesla standing there and he had the toroid on top of the giant coil and the lightning's coming out at him, that's a Tesla coil. It's a very simple circuit, which is kind of the basis for our entire modern architecture of the AC electrical grid. So AC is alternating current, electrical current. It's moving at a specific frequency, cycles per second or hertz, whereas DC, direct current, what you get from a battery, doesn't have a timing yet, or it does, but it's on a very fractal scale and we can't really identify it. Essentially what we've got here This is just a circuit diagram. We're going to come back to this and explain how power is generated. But this is essentially, it's a power input. Imagine that as your wall plug right now. And then I'm going to go through and explain what these parts are. I'm going to do it through the lens of time and frequency. So usually you'll hear voltage and current and working out capacitance and inductance and resistance, and I'm not going to talk about any of that. It is all useful, but this is another way of thinking about things. And again, I don't think this is commonly known or in the electrical engineering textbooks. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll be happy if it is. So we've got here our AC power input. We've got here our Tesla coil with a little toroidal on top, and that's the bit that's the lightning's coming out of. So this all happens through sympathetic resonance. The primary coil of the high voltage transformer is excited by the power supply. It resonates at its natural resonant frequency. The secondary coil, tuned to the same fundamental frequency or a harmonic of the fundamental frequency, resonates in sympathy. So all as this means, this coil here, these coils, you know, we know coils. I forget that maybe people who aren't familiar with electrical stuff may not know, but coils are what have built our entire electrical grid. This is why we can distribute power. This is why we can manipulate power in certain ways, is coils. It's just a coil of wire. That's it. They're like musical instruments. A string, if we stretched out a copper wire and we plucked it, it would have a frequency. Or if we put a signal generator or some kind of electrical stimulation on that string, it would vibrate, and it would vibrate at its natural resonance, just like when we tune a guitar string. You know, we tune it to E, you're going to get the E, you know, when you pluck it. It would depend on the tension and everything else, but once you've got that, you have your reference point, you have your E. So these coils are the same, they're tuned to a note. All we're doing here is we're exciting this first coil, and when that first coil starts to vibrate, starts to resonate, the second coil, if it's tuned to the same frequency, will do the same thing. And that's a transformer, essentially. They're wrapped around an iron core, which kind of messes with the tuning, and I don't think it's a very good idea, but there is a reason for that. They do that for a reason. So this is exactly how the coils here are going to work as well, and we'll get to that in a moment. There you go. They're flashing, so you can see. All right. A capacitor is the other important component of an electrical system. It charges and discharges high voltage at a certain frequency, timed pulsing, just like a tuned quartz crystal in a wristwatch. So you're seeing that tick, 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 because a crystal has a certain capacitance. So when it's stimulated with an electrical signal, it'll pulse. And so if we tune it to the right frequency, that's how we got quartz watches. And there are other ways to do that. We had mechanical watches before that, but it's just a good example, I think. That's what a capacitor is. You're feeding it some kind of source, it's pulsing. The capacitor should be tuned to the timing of the spark gap, which is this fellow here. Essentially a spark gap, it could be as simple as 2 bits of metal placed just a little way apart. When enough charge builds up in one side, just to put it simply, the spark gap arcs. When there's not enough charge, the circuit is open, and therefore electricity can't flow. You need a closed circuit for things to move. But again, this is the part that I don't think is commonly known, but we need to tune the spark gap and the capacitor to the same frequency, ideally, because this all works on time. And the reason why I'm making this point, because if you don't know anything about Tesla coils electricity, you probably don't care, and you don't understand the relevance of this. Where I'm trying to come from is that it isn't taught this way. We're not taught in terms of frequency or time that it works this way. The capacitor should be tuned to the spark gap. If they work in time, they will pulse and charge in time, and time is the integral element here. We don't have to do it like that. They work it out a completely different way usually, but you won't get such a good result. I checked this stuff on ChatGPT, and it even agreed with me after a while. I had to kind of trick it because it wasn't happy about me talking about coils. It was like, no, it doesn't work like that. Go read the book. I asked it about tuning forks. Gave me all the answers. And then I said, does that work with coils? And it couldn't say no at that point. You can play chess with that damn thing. So it works like that. All of this is done to stimulate this coil. This is the real primary coil here. And all of that is done to make this coil here resonate, which gives us a very, very low current, high voltage discharge through the top load. It's all timing. It's all frequency. I say this because there's so many terms and so many different ways and so many calculations and pieces of software to work this stuff out. But I don't think Tesla understood it in that way. I think he understood it in this way. This is why he was able to work quickly. All of this is to rapidly form and collapse the magnetodielectric or electromagnetic field in the primary coil, which causes the coil to resonate at its natural resonant frequency. So I'm just using 432 kilohertz, which is 432,000 hertz as my sample here, just to show that we're just tuning it all to the same thing. And if we get the circuit moving like an organic being, because it is, we're creating an arch form here to structure life. Electricity is more than we think it is. Then we'll get this coil to resonate. Essentially, there's the lightning coming out of it. Okay, we're going to come back to that one in a second. This is how our whole electrical grid works. So, we hear, I don't know if it's 50 or 60 hertz here in the US, but all those big power lines, they're all just resonating at this frequency, all of them. And all as they're doing to keep that whole grid flowing is they have to keep it at resonance. And so if you go and turn on your power switch, it's just added a bit more to that circuit. Your tuning is going to go down, I think, down. They need to just bring it back up. It all works through timing and resonance. I believe that we are thinking about these things in the wrong way. Harmonics as well. This is another one that I played chess with ChatGPT on, and I discovered that we don't use the harmonics. I was actually really kind of surprised at this because, like I said, I don't really study things from the conventional perspective, so I often find out later that I found out stuff that no one seems to be aware of. Usually we've just got a primary and a secondary coil. That'll be, say, 432,000 hertz. That'll be 432,000 hertz. The circuitry may make some adjustment for that, but we account for that. We're wasting the harmonics, though, because once again, it's not like a hose or the harmonics of the note. We've got that 432. We're picking that up. We've got the fundamental frequency, and then this coil's resonating at the same rate as that, but all those harmonics we explored are being wasted. They may get picked up by this coil. They may not. We could put more coils, essentially, or we could design one coil that has fractal elements to it, and we would be able to harvest those harmonics. I checked again on ChatGPT with that, and it very reluctantly, it refused to say that I broke the laws of conservation of energy, but it did say that theoretically that would produce more power out than in. So I don't know. It's just a bot, but I think I'm right. Here we're going back to the power supply. So I'm just going to talk briefly about a motor and a generator and how they go together. How am I doing for 3 minutes left? All right, let's go quick. We're going to end with this. Through the lens of time and frequency, the turbine spins. So this could be wind, could be hydro, could be a combustion engine blowing up and the pistons turning this, whatever. The turbine spins, and this causes the attached rotor with magnets on it to spin. The magnets pass by these tuned stator coils, causing the coil's magnetodielectric fields to form and collapse. So the coils resonate. We're doing the same thing here. It's all based on timing. We spin the magnets. A coil's just an electromagnet. And a magnet is just a kind of permanent coil, really. It's just kind of constantly resonating. I'm not going to try and explain a magnet. Go check out Ken Wheeler if you're interested in that. They spin past these coils, power's generated, done. Inductive motor, it's just the reverse. If you've got like a brushless drill, for example, the coils will activate in sequence. This turns the magnets, that turns the rotor. AC power is all a matter of timing, frequency, resonance. Nikola Tesla's genius. Who regulates this? Plasmoids. Come and talk to me about that later. I'm all done, guys. Wait for Bob Greenyer.
Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is a music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you join in our crusade? Who will be strong and stand with me? Somewhere beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Then join in the fight that will give you the right to be free. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is a music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Does tomorrow ever come? You're too kind. Just so that I know how to pace this, I think I've auto-gained that down. So, can I have a show of hands for people who've seen my presentations before? Okay, all right, so there's a number that you have that haven't. So I will show you cover slides that you need to look at to get up to speed in the future. But I won't go into all detail because you'll be here for the next few weeks. All right, so I'm going to be talking about the fractal toroidal moment and the propulsion to the cosmic summit. And what am I talking about? Well, I'm going to talk about something that really changed gears when I met one John Hutchison. And I don't know if you know, but earlier this week he nearly died. And his wife did a CPR on him. And he spent some time in hospital, but I'm very happy to say that he is home and recovering. So I want your intention and your good prayers here to see that he has a speedy recovery. I was very upset because I actually looked at probably his most important demonstration of the Hutchison effect. And on the screen there, you see the boundary layer between the steel on this side and the aluminium in what I call the sword in the stone. And here you have a yang structure. We're in the yang room. And here you have a yin structure, and this is a 20 micron boundary layer. In every yang, you have a yin and a yang. And in every yin, you have a yang and a yin. And in this room, I have a Yin Gazda at the back, or somewhere. There we go, Yin Gazda. Thank you very much, Yin. And she has in her hand a sample from John Hutchison, which she's going to pass around so you can actually touch and feel what the man had created. So if you can just pass this around amongst yourselves. Okay, so it's not this particular sample. The sample that I'm referring to here, you can see this is the yang on this side with a hole in the middle and the yin with the bump on it. And you can see the dimension profile here with the hole where the matter is destroyed and the peak where the matter is moved to. That is the sample. It's been cut. Thankfully, it was cut. I didn't ask for it to be cut, but that meant I could put it in the scanning electron microscope. And I looked at the end here. Boom! What did I find? On the boundary layer, an iron-rich crenellated microsphere, which is the signature, in my view, of ball lightning. It is the magnetic core of the pseudo-magnetic monopole that's created by the fractal toroidal moment. If you don't know what that is, give yourself a couple of weeks and you'll know, and by following some of the presentations I'll give links to. So this is an iron-rich crenellated sphere. There's another iron sphere. In this region here, in the boundary layer, so this is the classic ratio of Fe02, which is a new oxidation state of iron that was found in 2017 by creating hundreds of thousands of megapascals and at 1700 degrees. But of course, this is not happening there, and that's because it's in the fractal toroidal structure. Now, I started talking about or relating my work to ancient technology when I went to visit the Amberley Chalk Pits Museum in Sussex. If you've never been there in the UK, I recommend you go. And they have an electricity exhibition. There was some Tesla coils, some spark generators, and all kinds of other switch gear and stuff. But I was fascinated at the entrance because they had this shield on the left here. And this is the original order of electrical engineers before they had the shield that you can find on Wikipedia, okay? And that became the IEEE, which became one of the largest professional bodies in the world. And I wanted to know why this symbol was put on this thing with out of darkness cometh light, okay? Well, when I did a little bit of research on it, I found out that this is the symbol of God-controlled power. And that intrigued me, and so I just put it on this slide, and this was the first time I shared anything from past history, and it was on the 9th of June 2017. You can go and see that presentation. It was in Italy. This is the stele from 814 BC in the British Museum from which that was taken. I took this photo myself, and that is the symbol up close. It's actually 814 BC, but on the side there is cuneiform that references, it's a type of cuneiform that's from 1,000 years before. So you can get an idea that this is not recent technology, if this is a representation of technology. The second time I shared something along these lines was in my Sochi presentation to the Russian Cold Nuclear Transmutation and Ball Lightning research group in Sochi, in Russia, in the 4th of October 2018. And what we have here is what's called a sun disk. It's a symbol of what they call on Wikipedia a solar cult. And this is from northern Italy. There's many of these structures on the rocks there in this particular region. You can go and look at the links in the presentation when you have it. This is also, and this is about 2,000 years old. This is about 1,600 years old. From Ilklimoor Bartat, where I buried my grandmother, about a couple of hundred meters from this symbol. And you can see the similarity there is pretty striking, right? Well, to cut a long story short, through changing my research approach and working with the project of the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, I went from looking for neutrons, gamma, X-rays, and beta particles to, with the advice of Francesco Piantelli, who designed and invented the nickel-hydrogen LENR system, to just looking at what nature is doing. And he said, don't tell nature what it is, let it show you. So I did that, and I looked at all these different samples that came from all over the world, and the things that we were producing ourselves. And ultimately, I gave a presentation on the 5th of March, 2023, called Ode Another Dimension. I'll come into what the 2D versions of this structure is, but as you'll see there, the basic structure is, come on the next slide, which I can see and you can't. So it's here. This is the basic structure with 2 and 2, and basically, if you have one of these structures, a torus, it can only have things going through the dead center. You need 2 to make things to start going in a ring. So the minimum fractal is 2, right? And it can be 2 on every level. Here is a 4-4 structure, but it's 1 on the top tier level. Now, where this particular beam interacts with the Tor level above on the fractal structure, there is a disruption beam that can come out. So you can see it here, it's coming out, and I will show you examples of this from physical experiment. But it's at the intersection of this torsional, rotational structure and the Tor on the level above. Okay, this area here is called the non-radiating boundary. It's very specific, and from that non-radiating boundary, there is 0 electromagnetic waves being transmitted when the structure is properly formed. Only the scalar and vector potential is able to go through here. So this is basically like a Star Trek shield. And when you spin it up, it will vanquish anything. So within 10 minutes of finishing that presentation on the 3D structure, I gave this presentation called Ode, A New Dawn of an Old Age. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And I was talking to the great George Howard, who has put this presentation together. Thank you. A big hand for George Howard. And he said, you know, I like that phrase. Do you mind if I use it? I said, go ahead. Everything's open. It's yours. So what I am standing on there is the great step in the gallery in the Great Pyramid of the Giza Plateau. And why I'm standing there is because that is the Chai Row of Cairo inside the pyramid. And in this presentation, which you can go and see, I show that the same structure I'm going to show you exactly and precisely defines every component in the pyramid. And it's based on the simple geometry, which has the Vesica Piscis, which we've just heard from Jordan. A big clap for Jordan's presentation, please. And in the center of that structure is the Christ center. That is, Jesus was given Chai and Rho Christos, basically, in my view, because he decoded this. Okay, so where does the work come from that I have been involved in? Well, it comes from Winston Bostick, who was charged from 1948, but of course the hydrogen bomb went off in 1952, as we saw from Paul's presentation earlier. Big hand for Paul's presentation. Thank you. And he worked at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory on Project Sherwood with the Los Alamos National Laboratory. And essentially what they did was they did high 10,000 amp current discharges from a deuterated titanium electrode. It produced a plasma loop, which then magnetically reconnected. And it had this poloidal magnetic moment with this electric current here. And he had at least 2 of these coming together, and in this case you can see 8, and when they came together, this is a torus shooting in from 8 tori coming together, and they go over a magnetic field, and they form a tori of tori. And what he found was, and what he proposed in 1957, is that this could be the basis of structure for all matter, from the subatomic to the formation of galaxies. I would 100% agree with that. And also that he proposed that his findings could lead to ultra-fast propulsion. Do you see where I'm going now? 450,000 miles an hour. Now, to put that in context, if you were already traveling at that speed, that's 13 days to Mars from Earth. Okay? So, Ken Shoulders was brought in by one Hal Puthoff to investigate the work of John Hutchison, that you are handling the sample there, and thank God he's still alive. And in the conclusion of his secret book, which we kind of forced into the public, his 1987 book, Evie, A Tale of Discovery, this is Strong Electron Validium, he said essentially this is an ideal monopole oscillator, and it has no effect with the magnetic or electrical magnetic fields, and it has scalar fields and so on. Phase determined, this is very important. This is in 2016 in Nature Materials, and look, from 1987, we still don't know much more about this in the white world. This is Tom Bearden talking, audio.
Orthodox science at an advanced level. What I would say is the very beginning, but it's moving pretty fast, theory of force-free fields. And these are getting very close to what Tesla was doing. They haven't added the anti-wave back in yet, but they're getting close. At least they're eliminating the overall force and doing something else with the electromagnetics that remains.
So this is a simple structure, which is the structure of a nanopole, and you have oscillating magnetic fields and an oscillating electric dipole here, and that causes, you can see, the cancellation of the electromagnetic fields, and you get the non-radiating boundary at this point. But we're going to talk about things far more interesting, and they are based on these kind of structures, which are effectively smoke rings. But I'm going to be talking about smoke rings that are in the ether. But the same process occurs in any charge-separated material, and that can even be polar material like water, Okay, it's already kind of charge separated, and especially if you have a metal in play, you've got a hydrophilic surface, it rearranges the charges in the water, and then you start spinning that, you end up with these kind of structures forming extremely quickly. So, there we go. So this is actually in Shishkin's work, this is John Hutchison's work, this is in a reactor we called Lion, and this is in Dr. Roy Shinamaza. This is HHO gas, but it's very special gas. And this was a test that we did on tungsten. And this is what you see under the microscope. This was about a 10-second, 15-second test. This zone here is the point of destruction. In fact, that's the point of destruction. That is the interface between these tori and the tori on the fractal torus at the level up. This is strontium. It doesn't exist in the original metal. This is a diamond film. It's ripping the matter apart. It's literally unwinding that matter. This is a yin force. The yin force pulls matter in from the environment and it creates new life here. Okay? You have the one will be the yin and the yang, but overall this structure is a yin force. It's a winding structure. A yang force unwinds. So this is an experiment, and this is an experiment that a 3-year-old can learn and conduct in 7 minutes, and it works 100% of the time. And on one side you get heavier elements, and on the other side you get lighter elements. The yang side rips matter apart, the yin side assembles matter. This over here is a boron crystals in the center of the Vesica Piscis on the golden ratio line, and boron is aluminium minus oxygen. And there is no calcium on this side. On this side, in the center of that structure, you have calcium without boron, and calcium is aluminium plus oxygen, some of its isotopes. This is exactly the yin-yang structure that forms in this overall structure. It's not slightly it. You cannot improve it. There's no patent anyone could ever make, patent for you guys, that will ever, aluminum as well for you guys, that will ever improve on this. This is a ball lightning and a Henk-Uren experiment that collided into a piece of fused silica that melts at 1700, just over 1700 degrees C. This is the caduceus, one of the oldest symbols known to man. Okay? This is the symbol, the thing that you've just seen, and this is weird. I saw this in 2017 and it stuck in my head. Why? Because these bubbles, which are making this light reflect from the bubbles that are coming out of a dissolved in the solution, how is it possible that it's all white around here? There must be something pulling in all the time into the center of these vortices. What? Because this works by depressurizing the water. The bubbles form and the light reflects off them, giving you the white. It also has this depressurization zone down here. So there's a torsional beam that comes down. You can see the torsional beam, and it unwinds matter specifically at this point. And on the human anatomy, it is... I won't go anywhere else. Okay, all right. So looking at a John Hutchison sample, I found yin-yangs at this quantization level. This is the same structure here and here, but looking from the side, you can see the apple core going through the apple structure. This is from the top. Take that and rotate that from 90 degrees, and there's 48 divisions around here. So these are D4D structures, and they are self-similar and fractal. And so on the 17th of February 2020, I derived this structure, which is exactly a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. I said at the time in this presentation, which you can go and see, that this is probably the structure of the physical universe. And then I thought, back on that stele that I presented several years before, there was this structure. And then I counted this, and there's 23, but then that's not full 180 degrees, so there would be another one here. So that would be 24 times 2, that's 48. So I thought, this is literally unbelievable to me. So I went to the British Museum, and I thought, what is this meant to be? And you know what it said? It's the flying disc of the sky gods. Okay, a little bit freaked out here. And then in Henk-Uren's experiment analyzing that, we found these different fractal structures. This is a 2-order structure with multiple, say 15 around here. This has got 36. This would have 48. This is 6 around there. This is 6 truncated. This is only 3, like the so-called black hole at the center of our universe, which I believe is one of these structures. And this is a simulation software that one of the followers of the project made, and you can go and investigate this. This is calcium oxide. Calcium, oxygen, and calcium oxide are all paramagnetic. They can live in this incredibly magnetic strength confining structure that self-organizes from plasma. This is copper and this is carbon. They're both diamagnetic. They orbit around it, but they can get transmuted into the center. So I shared these kind of structures, but actually specifically this with the Russian community. I shared this, which was my original structure that I came up with in a download, in a dream, in January 2018, having looked at the work of the late Neil Crichton Gold. This was the structure I came up from looking at John Hutchison samples. Then we found the physical things on a plasma experiment, which we called the Vega experiments because there was another one called the Sapphire Project. But anyway, we called it Vega. It was nothing to do with Lockheed Martin's original place that Paul mentioned. And without any comment, I sent it to them on the 30th on the evening. Without any comment, the Russian community came back and showed this paper that was published in 1995 in the Biology of Life journal by one Schwerblis. I translated it, and blow me down. It had a current ring producing a magnetic field. Rotate 90 degrees, you get an electric field. Rotate 90 degrees, you get this. This is a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. And this was the energetics research in the Soviet Union, right? I don't think it works like this, and you're going to see that it doesn't work like this. I translated this. There was a paper published by a colleague of his, and essentially they produced an electromagnetic phantom in there that when the machine was turned off and the machine was moved, it lasted for 2 days. They could see, using a fluxgate magnetometer, the magnetic oscillations in free space, quantum locked into the room in which it was generated. Okay, the guy that discovered this thing called the toroidal moment, this is not an electric dipole, it's not a magnetic dipole, this is called a toroidal moment. In electrodynamics, a very different thing. And it was discovered by him in 1965, working in Russia in the Dubna nuclear research facility. Unfortunately, he died very recently. It's a very great shame. I talked to his colleague a lot, but unfortunately, I didn't talk to him. This is a panic meeting in a room that I presented in 2015 in the Moscow Friendship University, and he's describing what possibly could have killed the leader of the cold nuclear transmutation and ball lightning field, called Yurzy Bazhatov, and he died doing electric arc experiments on water, and he's describing that these toroidal moments, they can literally rip the chi life force out of your body, and that's what he's describing to the people in the room was likely to have killed him. So when you have anything fast moving in a vortex or these things, you need to be aware that there is a zone in which you do not want to be, okay? And this is a serious concern that people need to heed. Okay, it was discovered, he was in his thesis in 1967, it wasn't verified until 30 years later in the West. So here is some energetics research from the 1980s using this principle. The yin force here, what you've got in here is you've got a copper strip, and then it's on a insulator, and it's formed into a Mobius coil. It's treated with radio frequency, and then he hits it with the mains voltage with a high current pulse. And in this case, it's a yin force. It's doing a zero albedo extraction and pulling that energy in, all the chi force from that point in space-time, and pulling it into the yin force. It's not as bright because yin is not as powerful. If you fuse two deuterons together, you get something like 25 million electron volts. This is a yang force, and it's projecting energy out at a distance. This is probably a lot of what your ball lightning and fake UFOs are. This is also a fake UFO, right? But you're starting to understand what they are. They're not unidentified, they're identified. Okay? And in the case of the yang, it produces more energy because according to David Freiberger's research, which was similar to the work of Nevesky in 1992, but David Freiberger worked at SLAC, was a ball lightning expert, and in 2009 he says, the structures I'm about to show you, they create a thing called the diality angle, and when it goes over a certain critical threshold, baryonic matter loses its reference to the Dirac sea, and the baryons fall apart, and they collapse into light and leptons. This is literally the God's toolbox, which is something I've been calling it with a little g since 2017. Okay, so what is a phase singularity? This is our Mobius strip. At the center of Mobius strip, you have this kind of thing. It's like a Penrose staircase. You go around this way, you don't go up. You go around that way, you don't go down. Okay? That's a phase singularity. And this is the phase diagram of a ring soliton. Okay? Toroidal moment. Magnetic, you've got current going around, magnetic moment. Rotate that 90 degrees, and you have a ring of magnetic loop here, but it's not an electric field again. This is what I'm saying. It's not quite what you would imagine it would be. It's a toroidal moment. Now, things can link together with the toroidal moment, but the toroidal moment can encode information in fantastic ways. And I believe it's the tool that is used by your brain with your cryptographic key of your DNA, using your microtubules and the yin and the yang delocalized electrons above those benzene rings in the microtubules to interact with the Akashic record, store your memory. If you have a brain tumor and have a bit removed and you go to the other side of the universe, you'll get your memories back because they're encoded at all points in space and time instantaneously. So, But very basically, this is on, this one is on the Lion reactor. This is on the Lion reactor. That's my logo from my blog. This is in Science in 2011. This is a oxygen atom, copper, current loop, counter loop. This is the toroidal moment. It's a real thing that people are starting to understand. This is the basic structure. This is copper oxide. Guess what? This is copper oxide. They've got a theory. We've been making it for real. Okay? So this is from Scandinavia. It's a beautiful example of the flower of life. This is something that Johanna did some fantastic videos on. I recommend you go and watch those. This is the flower of life supposedly somehow laser etched onto the Temple of Osiris in Abydos, Egypt, which is possibly a very old structure. And this I had the pleasure of putting my hand on when I was 18. It's in the right paw of the Fu Dog in the central temple in Beijing. And this is the 3D structure of this 2D representation. So, when you make your 3D structure, your ball lightning here, and it's energized sufficient, it will do this. This is a piece of standard copper pipe on an iron plate. We have this on video. A hemisphere formed and instantaneously made that copper disappear. Now, to give you an idea, if you take the whole Earth and you put it into a black hole, it's 12 millimeters across. So that bit of thing, the matter might be there somewhere, or it might have done what Freiberger was suggesting, it completely collapsed. But the interesting thing that you'll see about these structures is that around the boundary, all the interesting things happen. So I'm looking under the SEM and I see a 2-order structure with a vortex, a 3-order structure with a vortex, a 4-order structure, but it hasn't really got the vortex going on. I mean, there's still a twisty thing going on, but it's not spreading out like this, okay? 5-order structure, 6, it's really a fixed beam, and then 8, well, it's starting to have substructures. So, this is a 2-order structure. This is a piece of German work in ultrasound. You have your yin and yang center points there, and you have the ring. It's pulling material in, and this is one side and another side. These are the beams that come out. This is on a Crichton-Gold's experiment. This is a nickel, diamond, and deuterium Lehner experiment. This is a 1969 NOAA picture with these flares going off in this direction, but this extremely fast air coming in here. And this, I believe, the water spout is caused because the toroidal moment that comes down and destroyed that tungsten and ripped that matter apart is changing the way electrons happen here. And this is water gas produced by weakening the polar bonds between water molecules. It's not boiling it. And it's lifting it because of weird stuff. Okay, and this is the structure you see there. This is the 3-order structure. And this is on a Roy-Schneemann vibrator plate. This is a yin and a yang vortex. This is the overall structure with your triangle coming down. And the crazy part about this, it's got triangular holes. And in the corner of the triangular holes, there's a little sphere, which are these little spheres that get synthesized. This is on Neil Crichton Gold, and this is on the Vega experiment. Here is on the Neil Crichton Gold experiment. You have a 4-order structure. This is the 4-order structure on the Henk structure. And here is the 4-order structure. And you can start to see these structures in very, very many religious buildings. Okay? So, the swastika, or salva sticker, the yellow bits are my additions to the Wikipedia quote, symbolizes lightning bolts, ball lightning, representing the thunder god and the king of gods, such as Indra in Vedic Hinduism, Zeus in the ancient Greek religion, Jupiter in the ancient Roman religion, and Thor in the ancient Germanic religion and Scandinavia. This is 5. So that was a swastika there, what you're seeing here. And depending on the rotation, one will wind, and it'll be a yin. And if it's going the other way, it's unwinding, it's a yang. So here's a 5-order structure. Here it is on the Neil Crichton Gold. This is on Malcolm Bendall's inside of his 24-inch sphere, and this is in the Henk urine. So this is a Lehner, pure Lehner deuterium experiment. This is in a charge-separated internal combustion engine, and this is in a hydrogen low-pressure air plasma environment. So this is your 6-order structure. I've separated out, and what do we see here? We see the cell unit of the flower of life. Over here, that's the 6, and there's a lot of 6s. Why? Because If you go back, the 4-order structure is the first time that the disruption beam kind of starts to go into the non-radiating boundary of the adjacent one. And so it kind of starts to come out, but it doesn't quite make it. But if you go to the 5, this is well within the non-radiating boundary, so that it's well linked. So most stable structures are 5, but the first stable structure, i.e. God's toolbox, little g, God's power under control, God-controlled power is the swastika. I'm sorry, it just is. And then the 6 is super-duper under control. Okay, so this is an interview you might have seen in the previous presentation this morning by Paul, and it's an interview between Eric Weinstein and Hal Puthoff, who's US Naval Intelligence. Russell Targ revealed that last year. And basically, Eric Weinstein uses that Penrose staircase to describe the phase singularity that allows for the Aharonov bomb effect, which was discovered in 1954. And that allows you to create coherent matter at any temperature, not at near absolute zero like they did in the late 1990s to create Bose-Einstein condensates, but literally at any temperature up to trillions of degrees. Okay? So, and he's saying that this is the only way you can change the constants of the physical vacuum in order to get around the limits of relativity using the Aharonov bomb effect. And in response to this, the next edit is like Hal kind of ignoring what he says. And he says, and you can go way beyond that. So there are all kinds of toroidal geometries where you have no electromagnetic fields whatsoever, but you have strong vector and scalar fields. And since you have no Lorentz force in the absence of E and B, how can you detect them? Well, you detect them by any kind of quantum detector. Who's got a quantum detector? Who's got one? You need to all put your hands up. All of you, because you have a brain. I hope so, anyway. So he describes Josephson junctions, which use quantum tunneling. Now, Harold Puthoff, I don't know if you know, he ran the psychic spy program for the CIA during the Cold War. I translated the person, Dr. Alexander Parkhomov, who was a leader in the psychic spy program in the Cold War in Russia. And basically, 9 months after he handed over this technology to the pseudo-government entity, private entity, Science Applications International Corporation, where anything useful was put so you couldn't do a freedom of information on it. Basically, that was in 1992. In August 1993, he applied for this patent. This is a toroidal coil one way, a toroidal coil the other way, with an electric field oscillation potential between there. This, whether he mentions it or not, is producing a toroidal moment. Now, I feel weird next to our Lehner experiments. I'm on record before I understood any of this, of saying on live videos, I feel a bit weird near to this reactor. I'm not sure I want to be here, right? Someone sent me this from June the 15th, 2023 at Sydney Technical Museum. They're using nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, and they are finding that during conscious tasks, in conscious state and cognitive tasks, they have a magnetic vortex and an anti-vortex. And that, whether they like it or not, whether they agree with it or not, will produce a toroidal moment, which means John Hutchison could feel his experiments. Could he manipulate them? Maybe. Maybe every one of you in this room has the ability to manipulate matter, because matter at the finest level to galaxies is made with these structures. So, this is from 1992, Afanasyev and Dubovik, some remarkable charge current structures. They are doing all of the maths. All of the maths has been done. Don't say, I want to see the maths. It's already been done before the West even woke up. They are so far ahead, it's literally embarrassing, right? It's so embarrassing. And they say here that inside the torus and inside, obviously, the fractal tori, you will have the Aharonov bomb effect. And this allows you to do the coherence of matter at any temperature, and I would refer you to Systems and Methods for Creating Coherent Matter Waves. It's a patent awarded to Lockheed Martin in 2013. So, in 1979, my father asked me and my 3 brothers and my sister to come downstairs one late evening in the summer. And I'm going to put the microphone down and I'm going to shout. He said, kids, look up there. So we're all lining up in a row and I'm going, what's this about? And in the sky, 4 lights went So I never thought about that until a few years ago because I was 7. You don't think about it. It's just pretty lights in the sky. But pretty weird, don't you think? So it was even weirder when last year someone sent me this. This is a paper that you can download from NASA's website. It's on an intergalactic transport propulsion system, right? And in this paper, it says it's based on their observations of UFO technology. And every single thing that you've seen in Congress, so-called revealed, in the last year or so, is word for word in this paper, which you can download, right? So if you haven't been paying attention, it's already been said a long time ago, right? And what you've got here is a current loop, current loop, current loop, current loop, current loop, current loop. You've got magnetic fields combining into create a vortex at the phase singularity at the center there. That is exactly the same as that structure. They don't know it's a toroidal moment. They don't mention a toroidal moment, but that's what it is. It's the bit of electrodynamics you're not allowed to know, right? Now, in that paper, they referred to this 1976 study where they fired a laser into nonlinear plasma and they produced fields of over 1,000 Tesla. Now, to put that in context, MIT got very excited when they created a superconducting magnet a few years ago and it was 50 Tesla for fusion in tokamaks. This is 1,000 Tesla, one laser pulse. They replicated that in 2021, basically funded by everyone on planet Earth. You're not allowed to know about it, but they're researching it, right? And you know what happened? What you've got is this here is 1,300 Tesla, and in the center you have 1,300 Tesla coming up to a dead stop. That is your phase singularity. That is the magnetic core of what is ball lightning. And that's the thing no one's allowed to discuss. I'm going to let
radiation, a pencil of radiation carries energy with it, and energy has mass. And therefore, a pencil of radiation must exert some attraction on things beside it. What about getting a pencil of radiation curved into a circle so the light goes round and round? Then the attraction it exerts is concentrated as if at the center. So what is it that bends this circle, this pencil of radiation into the circle? It's the gravitational attraction of the pencil of radiation itself. That was the idea of the Geon.
1954.
Actually, if you think of different possibilities for the size of that Geon, bigger or smaller, you find that if it's very big, the energy is low. To push the radiation together requires energy. And you climb a hill like the hill of a volcano until you've come to a maximum energy. And then if the pencil of radiation becomes any smaller in size, the energy starts to go down and the thing collapses. So a Geon is really an unstable entity. It either blows up into a cloud of radiation traveling away in all directions, or it collapses into a totally collapsed object, something that we today would call a black hole.
The term he basically invented.
But that stability analysis I didn't have in mind when I first published this work. Only later did I see that that's the feature that's dominant. But nowadays, I'm attracted with the idea that this pencil of radiation going around in a circle does not have to be light. It could be gravitational waves. And you can have gravitational waves imploding to make a black hole.
And that is what we've done. Bold claim, but we have the facts to back it up. The experimental facts you saw earlier. This is what you have with a phase singularity. This is a topological monopole. It was predicted and then found in Aalto University. It's not like you imagine a real monopole, magnetic monopole, but this is a topological monopole. Now, This is the axial hypertoroidal moment as presented in Physical Review B in 2014. Now, I want you to observe some things here. When you have an electric field of megavolts per millimeter and you have it going one way, you have rotation of the magnetic moments one way, and when you have the field, it switches into another stable state where the vortex goes around the other way. Look what we found in an excess heat production device that was published on the 2nd of January in Nature Scientific Reports. I co-authored this paper with Bendall and Huang at Taipei University. This is what we found. This is an apple. This is an apple. That's the core structure in the sacred geometry structure. This is a yin-yang in a yang and a yang-yang in a yin. This is a pair. They would then fractally build. This is phosphorus, carbon, and copper, and we have literally shown that these structures can strip 200 nanometers of copper. We've got copper wrapped around in a wave function as it stripped it from the material. You don't want this thing flying into your body. It's carrying matter, it's carrying fantastic energy, you cannot even begin. Now, in 1992, and I found this on the CIA archive that was made public in 2017, there was this Flight to Alpha Centaurus document, and it says that this is the same as cold fusion. Bearing in mind that was 1989, this is 1992. They extract energy from metal and directly generate electricity, which enables them to close the loop, yielding effective ACOP approaching affinity until all the fuel is in the new phase. And it also enables propulsion. And they said to get with it to Alpha Centauri in 6 years using 1 kilo of iron. Now, on the right here, you can see structures that we produced in our Vega experiments, Henk Uren, and there's 3 structures here which do not care about the anode here and the overall chamber being a cathode. They only care about each other. And you can see here, there is a forward-facing beam here that's causing this one to move around in its future path. It projects out in front of it, in my view, a gravitational wave. And if you get 2 or 3 of these into a loop, it will produce a gravitational loop, which will produce the next fractal toroid gravitational beam in the azimuth of those 3 that are in a loop this way. That will increase this gravitational azimuth. They will pull it in. This will get stronger. They will pull it in, and you'll get a black hole event. This is, we've been able to control these, and so I will play this now. On the right, on the left, you see the outside of the reactor. We've got a tube, and this is the bottom of the tornado that's interacting and instantaneously turning the steel to orange. And when it moves away, it stops being orange. I believe this is because it's ripping the electrons out of the metal, possibly carrying some other metal with it, probably creating iron-rich crenellated spheres from that process. And as soon as the electrons, the tornado is removed, the electrons spread around within the metal and it stops glowing. But on the right here, when I press play, oh, is it going to do it? Ah. Don't do this to me. There we go. On the right, if you go through this, we have a copper tube. It's very specifically I chose copper because that is copper oxide. It is one of the best materials other than yttrium to produce the photoelectric effect, the actual thing that Einstein got a Nobel Prize for. If I go back and see that again, we are producing these things which are stable for a couple of seconds. This is the tori, and you're actually looking through the ball lightning. But because of changing the exposure, we can actually see inside, and you can see the tornado that comes down from the bottom that's feeding it. Okay? Now, when you see that flash, what's happening is that's firing off towards the anode, and this is the anode, and these are the impact marks. And if I press play, you can see this anode here, and my colleague Henk Uren will go in, and you can see when it comes up that it has this structure with the fuzzy bit outside. The toroidal moment can attract toroidal moments, right? But not ordinary electromagnetics. So outside of the boundary layer, this non-radiating boundary, you have these things that are trying to join the Borg. And you can see here, and this is, in my view, I've not been able to test it, but in the center here, you have a bit of the copper that's been stripped from the copper pipe. Here you have a 6-point structure, you have a 4-point swastika here, you have a multi-point here, and this is a simulation. This is exactly equivalent, in my view, to the impact marks published by 1980 by Bostic and Nardi at the end of their attempts to create the hydrogen bomb into domestic fusion. We've got far better imagery of that same process. So this comes to a little bit crazy, okay? This is a presentation where I delved into this a little bit further, and it's about the so-called Rotus Sator Templar Magic Square. And if you're not familiar with this, this is the longest unsolved palindrome, or whatever you like to call it, and it's rotational symmetry and stuff. But to cut the whole story a lot short, because you can go and see my presentation on how I broke this down. Ball lightning, iron core, these are the elements, calcium and silicon, that have been observed by a peer-reviewed published paper for a signature of ball lightning. This is the structure. And here you can see the caduceus coming into the center, the cup of the caduceus. This is the iron-rich crenellated sphere that would be here, and this is an iron sphere that comes from the substructure on the fractal level. And this is, what's this? This you also see on those Sumerian stellae. This is the elevation of the flying disk of the sky gods. So you've seen the plan, and this is the elevation, and they're in the same position. And here is the structure, right? But this is self-similar, and it works at any scale. So how does this, the symbol of the sun god, and this, the sun god symbol, and the power, the God-controlled power with your little circle in the middle, how does that relate to our 4-4-4 structure? Well, it works like this. Exactly and precisely with the D4D ratio on the fractal structure, and it exactly matches where the non-radiating boundary interacts. It is literally impossible that this is chance. Somehow, they 100% certainly knew this, and they employed it. If you go to the old Macedonian coins, the caduceus is a symbol of trade and transportation. Think about it. So, this is the Sator Rotus square, and these are the rotational parts of the substructures of the fractal structure. And what does the Sator Rotus square mean when you translate the Latin? The divine creator comprehends and works with whirlwinds / tornadoes if you're in America. And there's one word here that doesn't translate, and they think it was just put in for no good reason, but it has an A in the actual correct alpha sense, and the O in the omega, and rep is a shortened version of a Latin word that means repeatedly. So if you add that in, you get the divine creator from alpha repeatedly to omega comprehends and works with whirlwinds. In my view, this is my hash at solving this. I think it's solved. This is from a Sumerian lantern. It's meant to produce light. 10,000 to 1,900 BC. This is about the time of the cataclysm that we're all talking about next door. This is a yang and a yin on a Hutchison sample. Okay? Destroying matter, producing a cavity, and dumping matter down. Okay? Same structure. Now, this is very important I show this correctly. You have the ring, very importantly, in the correct location. This, we've seen many of this particular structure under the microscope and under macrophotography. You have one of the auspicious symbols here. And over here, you have incoherent particle pairs, and they're embossed. And they're coming here on the outside of the auspicious symbol. And out from the center line, you have debossed coherent particles. This is possibly 12,000 years old, and it's showing exactly how this process works. This is the George Van Tassel's Integratron. It has 16 wood sections. It has a Tesla coil in here, and these things come out, and maybe something was meant to be attached from there. Each section of 16 has 3 divisions. That is 48. There is our fractal torus on the outside. This was designed to be able to look back into the past for echoes stored in the Akashic record, and to be able to read back into time, and be able to look across time to amplify the natural ability of the human to do remote viewing. And apparently some aliens came down and landed in the spaceship and told him how to build it. This, boom, is in New Mexico. Now, I was sent this earlier this week. I couldn't, I'm sorry, I can't remember the person that sent it to me, but I immediately recognized what I saw. And look at this little chappy up here. And look at this. So where you'll see this it's on the boundary of the Navajo region. But of course, in the center of the Navajo region is the Hopi Reserve. Okay? Now, when I did a video on the Nan Madol, the construction techniques used in Nan Madol, I was then told afterwards the legends about these beings coming down with the plasma being and moving these things, and these guys moving it around like Coral Castle. But I traced using Google Maps undersea elevation maps. There was tunnels or a raised area going all the way to the West Hawaiian Islands. And that was very interesting to me because around about 2012, someone was staying with me and we just got into a conversation and they said, my girlfriend was a diver instructor to the elite in the Hawaiian Islands. She would take them out to special trips to these places that are off limits. And she saw these things flying around underwater and coming out of the water and going back into the water. And she started to talk about it. She is no longer with us. 5 years later, I had another person staying with us. They were coming for fertility treatment, and I recounted this story. And the woman who was from Hawaii, he was from California, said, I told you, I saw them as a kid, and I saw them when I was 30 years old. I told you, see, it's real. Okay? So after I gave that presentation on Nan Madol, some wrote to me and said that in the Hopi legends, when the land was flooded, the hoi polloi, they were sent off on ships, but the elite, they flew on these disc-shaped craft to the Americas. Okay? So, when I saw this, I saw something probably no one else sees other than me, and that's my affliction. I took a high-resolution image here. Thank you, Google Maps, for providing this data. And you can see another, this is, in my view, a stylized Maltese cross, which is also a very important Hopi symbol along with the auspicious symbols. I don't know when this is made, but I actually don't care whether this is a prank or it's real because of this. That's the Salvis sticker in this case. It's the moon. Can you see it? The non-radiating boundary, exactly and precisely from many, many different pieces of research over the last 12 years, is actually marked on the landscape. And it's exactly and precisely in the right place. Not slightly, exactly. And if you rotate, so you see there's the fourth order structure here, but if I rotate that so you can see it laid down on the landscape, the top flat part of the apple exactly lines up with the box. This goes up to the apex, and this goes down to an extra line that they put down for the top of the Vesica Piscis. There's more than one. And I want you to play a little game with me. First up, it gets a hurrah, right? There's another one. I want someone to look at that QR code and tell me where is the nearest town to this. What is the nearest town? So you've got a bit.ly here, and you've got a location here, longitude, latitude, and you can just go to the QR code. Sorry? No. Very good, Roswell. Very good. You couldn't make this shit up, right? And you can go and look at this on Google Maps. And you can go and look at this one. And look, the non-radiating boundary is also very faintly and exactly and precisely in the correct place. And on this one, if you rotate it so it's in the non-radiating boundary is exactly and correctly in the right place. I found that out yesterday. So, Stephanie, I'm sorry I changed my presentation in the middle of the night, but I thought, I wonder if there's any of these non-radiating boundaries on the other structures that I found. These are all within a few tens of miles, I think 50 miles of Roswell. Okay? Are they made by the Hopis? I don't give a shit. Right? Because there's some crazy dudes out there that are making exactly what it is and what it should be, what nature tells you when you look under the microscope. There you go. Non-radiating boundary. Look, if I go back, it's exactly and correctly in the right place. Again. Right. This is how you make an ARV.
This area here is where you see on our experiments it does not affect matter outside of this part of the central part of the structure. That is why they fly off the ground at that height, right? This is the safe part. It's the little notch in the Ukon Phasara, Thor's hammer, which is exactly cloned by the Tesla logo. I mean the one that I saw and photographed in Helsinki's National Museum of Finland, right? With a notch, with the ridges over the top, even with the little bits that curve down to meet the golden ratio spiral of this 200 million year old ammonite, right? That, if you see one of these crafts in the air, you will see visual distortions, torus-like, on either side because of the way it works. It has Herxite quartz, which is one of the highest dielectric constant materials. This is from Mark McCandlish in a personal email that he sent out to just a few people. And it has over 1.2 million volts, which the thickness of Herxite quartz can maintain as it's drawn. There's 8 sections here, but can anyone guess how many sections there are around it? Yay! It's 48! Why? When we were doing the modeling, we found out that if you go beyond 48, the structure would fall apart. Just as the guy that worked on the Manhattan Project, John Archibald Wheeler, and who was the tutor of Feynman, said in that video that I showed earlier. So this is basically how it works. This, in my view, the reason it's this high off the ground is because of this. And you can spin this up to a level where it won't cause your matter to fall apart, but it'll still kind of allow this thing to float indefinitely, right? And there's patent records, patent for you guys, out there. And this whole effect is called magnetohydrodynamics. And this is a UFO design from 1967, and it's called magnetohydrodynamic propulsion apparatus. Okay? And you have these corona rings to allow for the magnetohydrodynamic effect. And by phasing these with your capacitors, you can change your pitch and your... This is the British Railways Board. Awarded patent from 1972, the year I was born, for those that wanted to know. And they have a nuclear reactor in here. It could be fusion or whatever, but that is to create particles. You see, this one needs an atmosphere. This one doesn't. This can work in all atmospheres. And they also have a capacitor array to phase the relationships between the toroid that's made. Thank you very much to the organizers of the Summit 2024, all of the donors of MFMP, all of the researchers that have worked with the MFMP, my colleagues past and present, especially Matthew, Ryan, and Alan, supporters of my personal research blog at remoteview.icu, Charles, Stefan, and many donors. And I'd just like, before we get to questions, if you've got any questions, you can bid for one of 4 prints, which are signed by myself and Binchuan Huang from the University of Taipei, and 4 original Matsumoto books, the last 4 in existence, on the stand of my friend Roger Green at his stand at Breakthrough Energy. And you can also find out about a conference where you will actually be able to do experiments and physically see some of these experiments and many more John Hutchison samples if you look at this QR code or go to bit.ly alchemio. So I hope you have a good lunch. How much time did I go over?